Introduces Ariande Elder, Duke Elder's princess, a supporting character who died before the novel's beginning.
The narrator reveals they changed sides the very moment they were born.
A maid informs the young princess that she is required to leave the room.
Determined to survive, the young princess stares ahead with a resolute and icy gaze.
The maid silently escorts the small princess down a lavish, quiet castle corridor. Clinging to the maid's hand, the princess realizes this moment is her only chance.
Standing before massive, ornate doors, she prepares herself to seize her one opportunity.
Behind the doors, men argue that a goddess died for demons rather than her own.
The Duke argues that the claim makes no sense, as the goddess never fought demons.
Shocked, the Duke insists the goddess was far too fragile to have ever seen combat. Raising his voice, the Duke demands that they must stop her from leaving.
He laments that she refuses to believe she is actually the goddess while Arya watches. A thought bubble expresses total shock at such an unexpected and strange outcome.
The Duke looks down in despair while the great mage stands silently behind him. A sudden, sharp tap sounds as the maid places her hands on Arya's shoulders.
Arya asks the maid what her father is saying regarding her late mother.
The maid dismisses the question as nothing and tells Arya they must wait patiently.
Identifying Solon Garcia, the Duke's hand is held as the princess watches him. It is revealed the grandfather disliked the Duke for getting his daughter pregnant so young.
After the mother's death, the Duke finally returned to the estate after 8 long years. Arya notices that this man is also casting doubt upon the circumstances of her mother's death. A memory shows young Arya desperately clutching her mother's dress as she walks away. Her mother suddenly bursts through the doors, urgently calling out for Arya. Seeing Arya's scarred arms, her mother promises she won't let her suffer any longer. Her mother tearfully embraces her, repeatedly apologizing for the pain the child has endured. In a dark void, Arya asks her father where her mother has gone. The Duke leans in close, lying that her mother is simply away on a vacation. He manipulates her by promising to reveal her mother's location if she studies well. Arya asks if he's telling the truth, and the Duke smiles while confirming it. Arya hugs him happily, resolving to endure any hardship to see her mother again. Back in the present, the Duke suggests the grandfather finally look at his granddaughter. The Duke warns Arya to behave before noting the grandfather doesn't know her name.
The Duke turns toward the great mage to formally introduce the young princess.
Arya takes a calculated step forward onto the ornate rug of the study.
The princess stands perfectly poised and polite among a field of morning glory flowers.
The Duke states she is 7 years old, but the grandfather dismisses the obvious information.
The great mage stares down at the young girl with a cold, judgmental expression.
A close-up reveals the princess's bright blue eye as she observes the powerful mage. She remains perfectly still, allowing the older man to inspect her appearance.
Arya slowly approaches her grandfather while the Duke gestures for her to come forward.
The great mage remarks that she looks nothing like her mother, insulting the Duke's paternity.
The narration notes that in the original story, the Duke's hand trembled with hidden tension.
In the original timeline, Arya was terrified and hid behind her father from the mage.
Arya reflects on the fact that the great mage clearly harbors deep hatred for her.
Despite the hostility, Arya decides that avoiding the situation is not the correct path forward.
The Duke tries to stop her, assuming the child is overwhelmed by the mage's presence.
With a sudden, quick movement, the princess dashes toward her stern, white-haired grandfather. Arya reaches out and firmly grabs onto the fabric of the great mage's dark robe. Disregarding her father's warning, Arya clings to her grandfather as he looks on in surprise. The great mage stares down at his granddaughter in total shock at her bold action. Arya clings to her grandfather's robe and begs him to take her away, thinking he is a much better man than her father. Arya pleads to go anywhere else, realizing she must get noticed now because telling the truth in front of her father is impossible. Arya stares up with desperate, watery eyes, feeling that her situation has become extremely urgent.
Arya understands she cannot expect an immediate rescue from a skeptical stranger, but her thoughts are cut short as Duke Elder calls her name. Duke Elder kneels and scolds her for bothering their guests, while Arya worries that her plan to escape is failing.
Duke Elder tells her to wait a minute while Arya continues to grip the Great Mage's robe in a panic.
The Great Mage looks down and asks if she truly wants to come to his home, causing the girl to react with shock.
Arya eagerly agrees to go, thinking that while she didn't expect this specific outcome, it is exactly what she needs. The Great Mage gently rests his hand on Arya's head and warns her that his house is a dangerous place.
Duke Elder demands to know why he would want to go and reminds him of his status, arguing that Arya is weak, just like her mother, Gloria.
The Great Mage retorts that he was the one who raised Gloria and tells the Duke his worries are in vain, insisting Arya will listen to him.
Duke Elder asks why he suddenly wants to be a grandfather after years of absence, while the Great Mage admits he must act now to fix his past mistakes.
The Great Mage starts to walk away, telling the Duke to come pick the child up later.
Duke Elder shouts that he cannot allow this to happen and threatens to use force to stop them. Duke Elder yells for Ariadne to come to him immediately.
Arya flinches in fear and looks back at her father while the Great Mage stops walking. Arya worries about the threat of force, but the Great Mage turns back and asks the Duke if he just called him powerless.
The Great Mage glares at the younger man, asking if he is truly insulting a great magician, while the Duke looks on in shock.
The Great Mage accuses Duke Elder of actual kidnapping and tells him to go to the palace to verify the situation. The Great Mage says he is curious to hear the king's opinion as he leads Arya away, while the Duke desperately tries to intervene.
Duke Elder yells for the Great Mage to stop as the old man walks out the door with Arya in tow.
A carriage races across a stone bridge over a sparkling blue river.
Arya looks out the carriage window at the distant castle, wondering if she is truly getting out of her prison.
Arya marvels at how easily she attracted attention today, thinking that reaching her goal only took one bold move.
The Great Mage asks her why she is acting this way, while Arya secretly worries that he might not actually want to see her.
Arya reflects on her fear, noting that the original story was written to make her grandfather seem intimidating. Arya thinks it was enough just to cling to a stranger she never met, but she is baffled by why the old man is being so gentle.
The Great Mage tells her it's okay and urges her to speak, noticing she is starting to cry. Arya tells herself she must explain and convince him, sobbing as she tells him she is ready to make a trade.
Arya struggles to stop her tears, telling herself that this is not the time to be crying.
The Great Mage pulls Arya into a comforting embrace and tells her that it's okay to cry if she wants to.
A gentle patting sounds as the Great Mage comforts the girl, wondering how a child could endure so much.
Arya continues to sob quietly into her grandfather's dark robe.
The Great Mage holds Arya close as they travel together in the carriage.
Narration explains that despite having the natural qualities of a saint, her talent has not yet blossomed.
The text reveals she passed away at age 16 after finally realizing her destiny.
A purple flower petal falls through the air.
A dark, ominous castle stands under a blood-red sky. Inside a study, a man with blonde hair holds up two glowing flasks of potion. The blonde turns his head and smiles with a chilling expression. Arya sits slumped and unconscious in a wooden chair in a room covered in red stains.
The man leans down and asks if she is scared.
Arya trembles in fear while the man smiles and promises he won't do anything dangerous to her.
A thought bubble expresses deep love.
The man looms over the girl while a potion bottle spills onto the floor and Arya cries out in pain.
Arya screams that it hurts and cries out that she hates what is happening to her.
Arya falls backward into a dark, shattered void as her life ends.
A glowing puzzle piece shows a happy Ariadne elder.
Ariadne falls through a purple abyss, reflecting on the fact that she is 7 years old this year. Fragments of modern life reveal she remembers science instead of magic.
A white car sits parked on a clean city street.
Arya realizes she has memories of 28 years in a different world.
Pa! A sudden light bursts forth as her past life memories fully awaken.
The girl stares in shock at her own glowing hands.
A mental inquiry asks for her current location.
Arya finds herself standing alone in a massive, sunlit library hall.
Her bare feet stand upon the polished library floor.
Arya picks up a book and realizes she read it in her past life.
She wonders if the next volume is a book of poems.
The girl finds a detective novel among the collection.
She realizes she has already read every book in this development version.
Arya concludes that she is standing in the library of her own life. Sitting on the floor, she notices something unusual on the shelf.
She finds a series of novels that differ from the other Western-style books.
Her small hand rests upon the pages of a handwritten manuscript.
Arya's eyes widen as she reads the contents of the book.
The name Ariadne Elder appears written on the page.
She focuses intently on the details regarding her family.
She realizes the book is the exact novel she read before reincarnating. Narration describes a world-saving protagonist named Axel Valentine fighting a demon invasion.
A massive, red-eyed serpent looms over a pile of skulls. Arya reads that she is destined to die young in this senseless world.
The young girl stands atop the glowing, open book. The text confirms Ariadne Elder is the biological daughter destined to die at 16.
The story introduces Helen Elder, the family's adopted genius daughter.
Arya learns that Helen's power comes from soul techniques using the Duke's special items.
A purple flower glows with the stolen energy of the Holy Maiden.
She realizes her father used her to empower his adopted daughter.
Arya examines the deep scars on her arm and wonders why she must die. A single tear falls as the terrible truth becomes clear.
Duke Franz Elder promises 7-year-old Arya he won't do anything dangerous.
Disgusted, Arya realizes her father's professions of love were a twisted lie.
She trembles at the thought of what her father did to her.
Sobbing, she questions the validity of her father's supposed love.
The Duke leans in close with a sinister, shadowy smile.
Arya's blue eyes widen in fear and realization. She suspects her father killed her mother and plans to kill her too. The Duke's charming facade now appears terrifyingly predatory. Arya stares at the name of Franz Elder with pure hatred. The girl vows to change the ending of this wretched novel. Back in the present, the great mage holds his granddaughter close. Arya finds temporary safety in her grandfather's firm embrace.
The great mage urgently demands the driver move faster.
The carriage races through the falling snow and mountain peaks.
A magnificent white mansion stands amidst the winter storm. The travelers arrive at the gates of the frozen estate. Frost covers the window panes of the warm library inside.
A man with glasses brings budget records to his employer.
The servant reacts with shock as he looks toward the window.
The carriage arrives at the entrance of the grand estate.
A servant informs his master that the great mage has returned much earlier than expected. The Duke reviews documents while the servant mentions the ongoing investigation into Gloria's death. A sudden loud shout from the great mage demands the Duke's presence, announcing that his granddaughter is dying.
The Duke expresses bewilderment as his servant clarifies the child's identity.
He wonders if his father brought Princess Elder and contemplates his status as the former sole successor.
The Duke stares in disbelief, realizing his status within the family hierarchy has changed.
Frustrated by the sudden news, the Duke throws his paperwork into the air and shouts for his father.
He storms toward the door, venting his annoyance at his father's dramatic and aging behavior.
A lone question ponders the current surroundings. A confused thought identifies the room as a bedroom. Arya observes a ceiling she has never seen before.
Arya's bright blue eyes snap open in surprise.
Arya sits up in bed, wondering how long she has been asleep after crying.
A cheerful maid enters the room and is delighted to find that Arya has finally woken up.
Excitedly, the maid announces to the rest of the staff that the young lady is awake.
Arya tentatively moves to the edge of the large, ornate bed.
Arya's legs tremble as she tries to stand up on the floor.
The maid rushes forward to catch Arya before she falls to the floor.
The maid expresses concern for Arya's well-being and notes that she is still too weak to stand alone. Worried about Arya's health, the maid offers to warm the room to prevent her from catching a cold.
Arya speaks to the maid.
The maid asks if Arya requires anything.
Arya observes the maid's profile.
Arya reflects on how long it has been since she saw such a friendly face.
Curious, Arya asks for the maid's name, catching her slightly off guard before she identifies herself as Lucy.
Lucy offers a warm and gentle smile.
Arya calls Lucy's name.
Arya notes that seeing a kind person smiling makes her feel genuinely happy.
Lucy shares her relief that Arya is awake, revealing the child has been ill and asleep for 3 days straight.
A sudden, loud bang sounds as the door is thrown open.
A demand to see the child.
The gray-haired Duke pushes his way into the room, urgently trying to see Arya. A person with glasses questions the Duke's impatience as they both enter the room together.
The Duke reluctantly steps aside, allowing the doctor to approach Arya first.
Arya looks on in confusion.
The doctor offers a friendly greeting.
The doctor smiles warmly. Arya is struck by a traumatic memory triggered by the newcomer's distinctive shirt. An official reports her recovery to a man in the shadows who coldly acknowledges the news. In a red-lit study, Duke Elder decides to resume her suffering, while Arya remembers the endless cycle of classes. Arya is paralyzed by a sudden surge of fear. In a state of panic, Arya clings tightly to Lucy's dress as the strangers approach.
Lucy tries to reassure Arya that the visitor is simply a doctor, though Arya remains deeply uneasy. Terrified, Arya cries out for the strangers to stay away from her as she cowers.
Arya trembles in fear, worrying that her recovery will lead to the resumption of her father's traumatic special classes.
The doctor introduces herself as Jalen Brown, the Weaver family doctor, with a gentle and professional air.
Arya realizes with shock that she has been brought to the Weaver Ernst estate and confirmed as Ariadne Elder.
Jalen greets her with a kind and reassuring smile.
Jalen politely asks for permission to begin a medical examination of Arya's body.
Jalen informs Arya that she has been unconscious for over 10 days.
The doctor warns Arya against sudden movement while the girl offers her arm.
Jalen questions if the child is right-handed, and Arya confirms that she is.
The doctor gently takes the girl's hand after receiving her answer. Jalen promises to finish the medical examination as quickly as possible. A sharp tap sounds as Jalen finishes and asks about a witness. Sir Ernst Weaver asks if Arya hid, but Jalen blames her weakness. The Duke notes Gloria's dislike of doctors, but Jalen clarifies the difference. Arya's reaction wasn't a fear of Lassen. Jalen tells the Duke that Arya is suffering from unique traumas. Jalen notes that Arya instinctively used her left arm to hide injuries. The doctor mentions the wounds on Arya's arm and her habit of hiding. The Duke asks who harmed her, and Jalen says it's obvious. Jalen lists Arya's severe injuries, while the Duke expresses profound sorrow. Jalen classifies the abuse as a core part of the girl's existence. A flashback shows the seemingly happy wedding of Gloria and the Duke. Narration reveals the Duke of Weaver once believed Gloria would be safe. A broken family portrait confirms all the rumors of love were lies. With a heavy sigh, the Duke of Weaver knocks on the door. Entering the room, the Duke requests that Lucy leave for a while.
As Lucy exits, Arya wonders about the person the doctor mentioned.
Arya realizes the newcomer is her uncle as the door creaks shut.
Arya notes her uncle's anger and reflects on her mother's family history.
The Duke formally introduces himself to his niece as Sir Ernst Weaver.
Arya apologizes for the trouble and promises to repay his hospitality.
The Duke notes her maturity, while Arya worries she sounded too cheeky. Sitting on the bed, the Duke asks what she feels sorry for.
The Duke reassures Arya that she has no reason to apologize.
The Duke apologizes for failing to save her sooner and promises protection.
Comforting her with a hand, the Duke tells her everything is okay.
The Duke encourages Arya to call him uncle to ease her discomfort.
The Duke formally gives her the room for as long as needed.
Arya is stunned by the offer while her uncle worries it's small. Arya insists that the room is far more than she deserves.
The Duke questions if it's inferior to her rooms at Elder Castle.
Arya reveals that her previous room did not even have a window. Arya explains her old room was much smaller, leaving her uncle silent.
The Duke realizes the elder family's flashy facade hid a life of abuse.
Enraged, the Duke denounces the other as a scumbag as power surges.
Arya feels the sudden cold as her uncle's elemental power leaks.
Arya wonders if she spoke wrongly as the Duke's agitation grows.
Calming himself, the Duke expresses relief that she likes her new room.
He instructs Arya to focus solely on resting and becoming healthy.
Arya asks her uncle why he isn't questioning her about the past.
The Duke smiles and promises to wait until she wants to speak. Arya reflects on the unexpected kindness that differs from the original novel. She questions if the care is due to blood relations or sympathy. Arya recalls her father's lies and concludes family bonds are an illusion.
Arya sits alone, deciding things aren't fundamentally different from the past.
Reflecting on her modern life, Arya resolves to survive beyond mere pity. Flashback reveals Arya's father, the Duke, intends to exploit her unprecedented talent as a spirit samurai to satisfy his own dark ambitions. Arya realizes with dread that her father will never allow her to escape as long as she remains a useful tool for him.
She suspects the elder family will only abandon her if their friction with the Great Wizard escalates beyond repair.
Resting in her new bed, Arya warns herself not to rely on cheap sympathy as a permanent solution for her survival. Arya reflects on how people quickly abandon their conscience and compassion when they are consumed by their own selfish desires. Softly whispering the name Pi, Arya drifts into a deep sleep as the scene fades into a dreamlike glow. Arya finds herself standing within a massive golden library that stretches endlessly into the light.
A young, glowing spirit with white hair and a bright smile appears amidst the stacks of books.
The cheerful spirit reaches out a hand toward Arya, welcoming her back to the sanctuary of the magical library. Arya recalls her past life's longing for the simple joys of high school and the companionship she missed.
The spirit joyfully welcomes Arya back, expressing delight at meeting her again in the quiet halls of knowledge. The spirit shares how long it has been waiting to see Arya again.
The spirit asks with concern if Arya is sick or if she was subjected to another grueling experiment today. Arya explains that the spirit, Pi, is an entity born alongside the library who serves as her loyal companion.
Seeing Arya smile, Pi expresses profound relief and happiness that the girl feels good and is no longer in pain. Arya narrates how she learned to read and speak in this library, though she initially struggled to form full sentences.
Through self-study in the library, Arya was able to gain speech quickly, though she still spoke in fragmented words.
During a spirit ceremony, Arya chose to name her companion Pi after the mathematical constant from her previous life's memories.
While her physical body suffered through her father's traumatic classes, Arya's consciousness found refuge with Pi in the fantasy library. Arya asks Pai if the items she left in the spirit's care are still being kept safe in storage.
Pai eagerly responds that the yellow and red items are tucked away safely and offers to bring them to her.
The little spirit climbs the high bookshelves, searching through the library's vast collection for the requested items. Pai presents Arya with 2 glowing potions, confirming that the library can safely hold objects from the real world.
Arya notes that the library was more useful than expected, allowing her to smuggle essential items out of Elder Castle.
Lucy, the maid, enters the room, expressing her delight that Arya is healthy enough to dine with the master. Lucy helps Arya get dressed, explaining that the clothes are old since no young girls have stayed in the castle recently. Arya admires herself in the mirror, finding the lavender dress to be as beautiful and vibrant as if it were brand new. Seeing the dress's style, Arya wonders if it once belonged to her mother, Gloria. Delighted by the connection to her mother, Arya spins happily as the skirt of the purple dress flares out. Lucy is overcome with joy, finding Arya to be the most adorable child she has ever seen. Walking through the halls, Arya feels a strange sense of belonging while wearing a dress that her mother once wore. Arya reflects on the mother she lost too quickly, missing her deeply as she walks through the mansion Gloria once inhabited. Lucy announces Arya's arrival at the dining hall as the large, ornate doors swing open. Arya stops in her tracks as she sees the imposing figure of her uncle waiting for her at the table. Seeing her in Gloria's favorite dress moves the uncle to tears, leading him to promise new, finer clothes for her. The uncle resolves to hunt for the finest furs himself to ensure Arya has a warm and beautiful new coat. Arya takes her seat at the massive dining table, feeling small in the grand, silent room. She wonders if her presence as an uninvited guest is the reason for the formal and distant atmosphere. The brilliant light of the chandelier casts a warm glow over the quiet and tense dining hall. Her uncle invites Ariadne to eat comfortably, and she shyly accepts his offer as the meal begins. Arya eats carefully, resolving to be a polite guest and hoping to have a serious conversation after dinner. The uncle watches Arya eat in silence, his intense gaze fixed on the small girl as she enjoys her meal. Internally, the uncle is completely smitten, overwhelmed by how cute his niece looks while she is eating. Remembering the doctor's warning about Arya's anxiety, the uncle tries to relax his expression to reassure her of his protection. Arya flinches in sudden fear as she perceives a terrifying, dark intensity in her uncle's focused gaze. The butler urgently reminds his master to watch his facial expressions before he completely terrifies the poor child. A servant approaches the table to place a fresh dish in front of the startled Arya. Arya is struck by the servant's kind and gentle smile, which reminds her of the warmth she felt from Lucy. Noticing the servant's friendliness, Arya begins to feel a bit more relaxed despite the uncle's overwhelming presence. Arya continues her meal with renewed focus, preparing herself for the important discussion that will follow the dinner. Arya stares ahead with a serious expression, lost in thought. Arya observes the servant's warm smiles, noting how different this atmosphere is from Elder Castle. Recalling her desperate attempts to be loved by her father, Arya reflects on her deep hunger for genuine kindness. Setting her spoon down with a noise, Arya resolves to strike a deal quickly to avoid returning to her father. Arya looks at Sir Ernst, stating she has something very important to show him.
Sir Ernst asks if she's finished eating, and Arya confirms she has had enough.
Arya freezes in surprise as Sir Ernst gently reaches out to wipe her face.
While Arya apologizes, Sir Ernst and the butler stare at her in confused silence.
Arya bows her head, promising to never fail her meal etiquette again. Sir Ernst looks at her kindly, telling her she doesn't need to act so mature.
Arya agrees to remember his words, while Sir Ernst clarifies he wasn't scolding her.
Worried she will be sent back, Arya asks if the Great Wizard can be summoned.
Sir Ernst questions what she intends to show the wizard, but Arya insists he must see it.
Arya reveals her intent to disclose her father's actions, causing Sir Ernst's gaze to darken.
Sir Ernst immediately orders the butler to call the wizard.
The butler explains the wizard's isolation, while Arya privately notes the old man's stubborn reputation.
Arya watches curiously as the butler whispers something secret to the Duke.
A loud shout echoes across the snowy castle grounds as someone questions where the child is being sent.
With a sudden crash, the Great Wizard kicks the doors open in a rage. The Great Wizard grabs Sir Ernst by the collar, threatening him for hiding the child. The wizard continues to manhandle Sir Ernst as he demands answers.
Sir Ernst points toward the table, and the Great Wizard finally notices Arya standing there.
Sir Ernst scolds his father for hiding and neglecting to see his granddaughter.
Arya asks the wizard for patience, while the old man realizes she believes he hates her.
As the wizard holds Sir Ernst, Arya produces a golden bottle and begins her demonstration.
Arya sits quietly on a bench, holding two mysterious potion bottles in her lap.
Arya offers to show them a cure for pollution, shocking both the Duke and the wizard.
Sir Ernst and the wizard panic, urgently telling her to put the dangerous items down.
Arya ignores the warnings and pours the dark, polluted liquid directly onto her hand.
As dark smoke rises, the Great Wizard cries out in horror while Sir Ernst draws his sword.
Sir Ernst frantically calculates how to amputate the contamination before it spreads through her body. He hesitates, his blade poised as he watches the small girl closely.
Arya calmly pours a golden elixir over the bubbling black pollution on her skin.
The girl asks how it looks as the golden light purifies her hand completely.
Sir Ernst and the Great Wizard stare in stunned silence at the miraculous effect.
Arya explains that her father used to perform these experiments on her regularly.
A pained gasp fills the silent room as the truth of the abuse sinks in.
The Great Wizard stares at her hand, unable to believe such cruelty was possible.
Arya confirms the truth as the two men loom over her in shock.
Arya reveals that her father injected her with pollution to test the elixir, leaving scars as proof.
A researcher discusses the rarity of such a systemic poison with the Duke.
The man considers the possibility of intentional pollution exposure during his analysis. Sir Ernst reflects on how anyone else would have died instantly, realizing the horror she endured. The Great Wizard kneels to kiss Arya's hand while she wonders if her story was too cruel.
Arya reveals the experiments began when she was only 4 years old. Sir Ernst looks devastated as Arya explains her father exploited her unique constitution.
Overwhelmed by guilt, the Great Wizard weeps over Arya's hand, blaming himself for her suffering.
Arya offers the wizard a gift for saving her, provided he listens to a single request. Arya promises that she can produce a perfectly finished elixir.
Arya explains that while the elixir is poison to others, she is the only one who can endure it.
Arya explains that the current elixir is imperfect and offers to complete it. In exchange for the completed medicine, Arya asks for protection from the Duke until she is an adult. Arya looks down with a shadow over her eyes, firmly stating she will never return to Elder Castle.
A heavy silence falls over the room as Sir Ernst and the Great Wizard process her words.
Arya worries about the quiet, thinking her offer to let them monopolize the cure is a generous deal.
She reminds them that without her, the Weaver family will never be able to finish the elixir.
Sir Ernst reaches for the golden potion, suggesting they verify its contents before making a decision.
Arya offers to perform another demonstration if they bring more poison, but they urgently tell her no.
Sir Ernst gently stops her, insisting that no more dangerous tests are necessary for the time being. While the men are overcome with grief for her pain, Arya is confused why they aren't happy about the miracle. Arya acknowledges that deciding to stand against the Duke of Elder must be a difficult choice for them. Sir Ernst looks at her with a soft expression, reassuring her that the Duke is not a problem. Arya realizes she didn't trust them at first, believing they would never agree to help her. The Great Wizard calls out to the girl, his hand trembling as he holds a potion bottle.
The old man asks Arya if she hates him, but she immediately responds that she has no such feelings.
He questions how she can't hate him when he failed to help her during her sickness and suffering.
The wizard stares away in shame, confessing his deep self-hatred for being unaware of her plight.
Sir Ernst looks over a document, adding that his own ignorance of her situation is even more embarrassing. Arya tells her grandfather that he had no obligation to know her situation, but he remains unconvinced. He accidentally drops a bottle as he declares that a grandfather should always know how his granddaughter is living. Arya is stunned, remembering how he completely ignored her in the original timeline of her past life. She stares at him in wonder, unable to understand why he is making such a heartbroken expression now. Sir Ernst captures her attention as he prepares to show her something important. He presents a formal contract stating that the Weaver family will protect and provide for Arya until she is 18.
Pointing to the document, the uncle explains that her signature will make their promise unbreakable.
Arya notices a large empty space at the bottom meant for her to list what she will provide in return. Sir Ernst tells her to leave that space blank, shocking the young girl with his selfless terms.
She points out that he is putting himself at a great loss by not asking for anything in return.
The uncle looks her in the eye, explaining that this contract is an investment to earn her trust.
Arya remains confused, reiterating that they have the right to monopolize the elixir because of her.
He insists he is not a man who would steal from a child, wanting only to be the family she can rely on. The signed contract sits tied with a red ribbon, surrounded by vibrant purple morning glories. Clutching the scroll to her chest, Arya walks out of the room with a small, hopeful smile. Once she is gone, the grandfather praises her cleverness while the uncle sighs, satisfied with the contract. Looking back at the closed doors, Arya feels a profound sense of relief that the men seem happy with the deal. Sir Ernst collapses onto his sofa, his strength seemingly leaving him once the girl is out of sight.
He admits he has never felt more regretful, remembering his initial irritation toward his niece.
The great wizard hides his face, haunted by the memory of Arya screaming and begging for her life. A vision of the past shows a terrified, younger Arya clutching a cloak and crying out in desperation. The wizard laments arriving too late for Gloria and Arya, while Sir Ernst resolves to prepare for a battle. The grandfather is startled by the sudden intensity in his son's voice. Sir Ernst looms with a dark, terrifying aura, noting that many people are already waiting for the Duke's downfall. The light catches the gems on his chest as his resolve to destroy his brother-in-law hardens. Please provide the text you would like me to read. Sir Ernst plans to mobilize his knights to finish the matter quickly, confident in their superior strength. The father and son share a moment of grim understanding as they prepare to take action. The wizard points out that his son usually avoids politics, leaving Sir Ernst confused. When the father asks who he is, Sir Ernst answers literally, missing the point of the question. The great wizard erupts in a fiery rage, shouting out his numerous high-ranking titles and political connections. He points a finger with absolute authority, declaring that he will use his influence to make Duke Elder suffer.
Sir Ernst correctly identifies the royal status of an item before the Great Wizard begins questioning him about where the Weaver family procures their food.
The interrogation continues as Sir Ernst names the destination of the gold and the source of the river that sustains the Elder family lands.
Sir Ernst looks baffled as the Great Wizard suddenly questions him about his own wife's name, to which she answers hesitantly.
The Great Wizard nags his son about his constantly serious expression, wondering why he always looks so stern and rigid. While the wizard privately thinks he can only trust Selly, he instructs Sir Ernst to focus on research while he manages Ariadne's affairs. Sir Ernst questions if the investigation into the experiments on the child has begun, and his father orders him to re-examine the process. Sir Ernst recalls the tragedy involving Gloria at the Horsegrave Labyrinth a year ago, remembering her face with a heavy heart. Recalling the past, he remembers how Gloria led the cleanup effort in contaminated areas as the first one to enter the danger zone. Despite the low risk of the mission, Gloria showed immediate signs of contamination, and died shortly after entering the area. Sir Ernst stares somberly at the report, asking if his father discovered anything else regarding the suspicious incident. The Great Wizard admits the records seem clean, but remains deeply suspicious of the circumstances surrounding Gloria's death.
The old man considers the horrifying possibility that a drug meant for testing could be repurposed as a lethal poison. Discussing the properties of contaminated water, the wizard notes its immediate effects while reaching for a small, gem-topped vial. He suggests that the Duke of Elder could have contaminated Gloria in secret and resolves to re-evaluate the entire contamination process. A sudden creak sounds as the Great Wizard opens the door, speaking to his son about the burdens of his old age.
Sir Ernst waits attentively, inviting his father to share any additional thoughts he might have concerning their next move.
The Great Wizard points an accusing finger, questioning why his son normally stays out of political matters when lives are at stake.
A soft thump sounds as Sir Ernst becomes flustered, realizing this isn't the direct confrontation he expected to have with his father.
A gentle rustle is heard as Arya looks down at the scroll she is holding, the red ribbon fluttering in her hands.
The young girl expresses profound relief. Arya holds the contract close, stunned by the generous terms and the unexpected kindness shown during their discussion about the elixir.
Sir Ernst maintains a sorrowful expression. Arya reflects on the warmth she felt, realizing the kind treatment she received wasn't just a momentary occurrence. She compares the genuine affection of the wizard and Sir Ernst to the love she once received from her own mother. A memory of her mother trying to protect her from the study room fills Arya's mind as she closes her eyes. Looking at them, she sees eyes full of unconditional love and affection that she never expected to find again.
Despite her previous lack of hope, Arya finds herself looking forward to the future while staring down at the unbreakable contract.
She begins to hope for family. With a light step, Arya asks her uncle to put her down as they arrive at the gardens.
Sir Ernst carries the young girl through a vibrant conservatory filled with blooming red flowers and lush greenery.
He jokingly tells her to treat him like a horse, prompting a giggle as Arya wonders if he has lost his mind.
Sir Ernst calls out the girl's name.
The uncle carries his niece through the grand, sunlit garden path, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the castle.
He explains that her grandmother personally enchanted the winter gardens to allow for warm walks even during the coldest seasons.
He promises her that they will play by the lake in spring and go swimming together when summer arrives.
Arya looks at her uncle as he answers her curiosities about the castle and their future together.
Arya points out the Great Wizard, who is peeking out from behind a tall hedge to watch them from a distance.
Sir Ernst tells her to ignore him, but Arya's question about why he's hiding causes the old man to let out a startled gasp.
With a sudden whoosh, the Great Wizard flees the scene at high speed after being discovered by the child.
Looking through the glass at the falling snow, Arya asks when the winter blizzard will finally stop.
Sir Ernst promises that her aunt and cousin will return in spring, reminding Arya of her cousin, Eric Weaver.
Arya recalls that in the original novel, Eric was a brilliant colleague of the protagonist with a cold reputation.
She remembers his reputation as a genius master wizard.
Despite his notoriously difficult personality, Arya knows he is an absolute necessity for changing the tragic ending of the story.
A firm squeeze is felt as Arya resolves to earn their trust and finish the elixir, while Sir Ernst tells her not to worry. Sir Ernst the young girl that everyone in the household will welcome her with open arms and kindness.
The uncle pulls Arya into a warm, protective embrace amidst the lush red flowers of the conservatory. The rhythmic thump-thump of footsteps startles the maids in the hallway as someone approaches the living quarters.
The servants are frozen in shock at the sight of Sir Ernst smiling so brightly while carrying the child. As he walks away, Sir Ernst encourages Arya to focus on her health and enjoy the outdoors when she feels better.
The Great Wizard tells Arya that everything is ready, but a servant's frantic cry of "Master!" interrupts them as Arya asks what is happening.
A worried servant whispers that an unexpected guest has arrived, leaving the Great Wizard questioning the timing of the visit. The Great Wizard instructs Ariadne to wait for him while she softly agrees to stay put. A small hand turns the handle. Arya wonders who would arrive without notice as the servant informs the Great Wizard that the guest is from Elder.
Arya's eyes widen in absolute shock. Arya trembles in fear, imagining the Duke of Elder standing behind her and wondering if he has truly arrived.
The scene shifts as the story continues. Arya watches the carriage from a window, noting its early arrival and wondering if the guest took a detour. Clutching the window, Arya reminds herself that the contract will protect her and everything will be fine. A visitor offers a formal greeting. A knight with a long braid introduces himself as Belberet Rictus.
Sir Ernst acknowledges the visitor's status in the Golden Horn Knights, calling him far too humble for a spirit knight.
Belberet identifies himself as the Northern Shield as Sir Ernst inquires about the difficulties of his journey.
A gloved hand offers a letter.
Belberet remarks on the legendary blizzard while Sir Ernst questions the presence of an escort knight, to which the visitor replies that the princess cannot be neglected.
Belberet explains that his lord sent knights, maids, and a doctor out of worry as Sir Ernst angrily crumples the letter in his hand with a sharp crinkle.
Sir Ernst drops the paper, coldly stating that their presence is entirely unnecessary.
With a chilling smile, Belberet insists that his master's orders are for him to remain by the princess's side at all times.
Belberet demands to know the princess's location, but Sir Ernst firmly tells him she is resting and orders him to leave.
Belberet insists on seeing her, finding it suspicious that Sir Ernst is attempting to hide the child. Belberet questions if there is a dark reason to keep the princess hidden while mocking Sir Ernst's noble reputation. Belberet accuses Sir Ernst of imprisoning his niece, but the man dismisses the claim as nonsense and notes he is not a crippled human like the Duke.
Confusion crosses Belberet's face before Sir Ernst suddenly shouts a command to have him removed.
Knights surround the visitor with a metallic clang as Belberet warns that things will become difficult if they continue to resist. Sir Ernst commands his men to escort the guest and the others waiting outside off the estate.
He orders a courteous Weaver-style removal.
In a massive library, Arya shares treats with a young girl and asks if the food is delicious. The white-haired girl happily munches cookies.
Arya promises to bring more snacks in the future, surprised by how much the other girl enjoys them.
Arya comforts the emotional young girl.
Arya feels reassured being with Pi, admitting she was terrified when she heard someone from Elder had arrived.
Arya resolves to find information regarding Eric Weaver, while Pi continues to stuff her face with cookies, letting out a satisfied gulp.
Arya finds the record of Eric's first appearance just as someone grabs her arm with a firm snap and tells her they must go.
Pi urgently warns that they are in danger and must leave immediately, leaving Arya confused and startled.
Pi explains that she has a sudden, overwhelming feeling of danger and asks Arya if she can see the situation outside the library.
Pi places a hand on Arya's head, using magic as she repeats that it is strange and they must move quickly.
A bright flash of magic erupts. Arya suddenly wakes up alone in her bedroom as a dark shadow falls over the chamber.
Arya wonders if Pi used magic to force her out of the library and back to her room.
She realizes Pi possesses mysterious abilities. Arya notices the eerie, deepening darkness. Sitting up in bed, Arya questions if she has been asleep for a long time. Arya finds it strange that she hasn't had dinner and that Lucy didn't come to wake her up as she takes a quiet step.
Arya approaches the window, wondering why Pi warned her that it was dangerous outside.
Arya lets out a sharp gasp as she realizes the sky isn't dark from nightfall, but from massive, clawed shadows looming over the window.
A giant blue spirit bird shatters the window with a thunderous crash, carrying a knight on its back.
Arya lets out a scream.
The knight announces he has found the princess, while Arya recognizes the Golden Horn Knight's pattern and hopes for a guest from Elder.
Looming over the girl, the knight stands tall on his massive, glowing blue spirit bird.
A sharp talk sounds as Belberet promises a swift rescue and tells the girl she must return home. Arya flatly refuses to go, and Belbert's expression turns menacing as he decides to use force. Looming shadows close in on the terrified girl as she cowers. Splatters of purple and red liquid fill the air. A massive surge of blue lightning magic strikes the room. Shock colors Belbert's face as he is caught in the sudden magical flare. Radiating a terrifying aura, the Great Wizard prepares to unleash his power. The Great Wizard stands protectively over Arya, leaving Belberet to realize he is facing a master.
Belberet expresses his reluctance to fight a legend and asks for the princess to be returned.
The Great Wizard mocks the youth's ignorance and offers to spare his life if he deactivates his magic.
Belberet reaches for a hidden vial of red liquid.
He hurls the glass container toward his opponents. A glowing purple mark appears as he readies another spell. The vial shatters in a magical burst, releasing contaminated water that the girl realizes cannot be stopped by normal means. The Great Wizard shouts a warning as lethal droplets rain down around them.
The acidic water falls past the Great Wizard as he shields the child.
Arya tightly shuts her eyes in fear. A sizzling shh sounds as the liquid hits the floor while Belberet considers his next move. Smoke rises from the wizard's singed cloak as he holds the child close. The Great Wizard declares it is time for a history lesson, recalling his past battles against demons.
With a thunderous boom, the wizard unleashes a massive blast of blue lightning toward the intruder.
A firm tuck sounds as a boot strikes the floor. The wizard demands to know where the knight is running as Belberet flees through the window. They watch as the spirit bird flies away into the sunset. The Great Wizard angrily asks Arya if she knows the meaning of fear. Arya grabs his sleeve and tells him he should not have put himself in danger. She worries about him being hurt, but the wizard demands to know why she jumped out to protect him.
The Great Wizard is moved to tears by the little girl's selfless desire to save him.
He pulls his granddaughter into a tight, emotional embrace. Tearfully, he scolds her, insisting that an old man doesn't need protection from a small child. He promises to scold her as she finds comfort in the arms of the great mage. The wizard reassures the girl that her uncle is incredibly capable and mentions that the elders have been driven away. Arya questions the Weaver family's methods while the wizard confirms only one guest remains. In the snowy courtyard, Sir Ernst stands over several defeated and kneeling knights. Sir Ernst explains that he has prepared a way for the intruders to leave without further violence. He stands tall, watching over the estate. Arya is surprised by the resolution. The wizard notes the high status and power of the elder family mentioned in the novel. Arya wonders if it is truly possible to confront such powerful elders. The wizard carries her through the hall, stating he doesn't care if the Duke objects.
He smiles warmly at her dismissing the Duke of Elder's wealth as his only notable trait.
Arya reflects on the high status of her new family. Sir Ernst arrives and clicks his tongue as Arya calls out to him.
The Great Wizard shouts at his son for allowing intruders to enter the girl's room.
He questions his son's competence and asks when Celiana will return. The wizard tells Sir Ernst he needs to win against his wife at least once to be taken seriously. A memory shows Sir Ernst being pinned in a wrestling match by a red-haired woman while the wizard holds up a KO sign. Sir Ernst admits he would gain nothing from winning against his wife as his father looks on proudly. A sharp slap sounds as the wizard smacks his son's hand away. The Great Wizard tells his son to go away, refusing to let him hold the girl alone. Sir Ernst accuses the Great Wizard of wanting to keep the child all to himself. The wizard tenderly reassures the girl that she should not worry while she is with them. He lifts Arya high, prompting her to ponder the true meaning of being a child. A dark memory surfaces of a man cruelly noting how she didn't act like a baby. Sir Ernst's voice cuts through, reminding her that she is only 7 and doesn't need to act grown. Swirling red energy and pink flowers bridge the gap between memory and the present. Arya reflects on the original story where her character was destined to die as a mere child.
Standing back to back with her older self, she realizes her past memories returned as a survival mechanism.
Blindfolded by red ribbons, she acknowledges that she can never live like a normal child again. She admits to herself that she is still too immature to survive in this dangerous world.
Arya struggles to accept pure goodwill without instinctively planning her next move or reaction. A somber text box reveals her deep disappointment in her own inability to trust. Looking up at her grandfather with a pained expression, Arya softly offers an apology. She promises to try harder to act like a child, leaving both men visibly shocked.
Sir Ernst observes that she has grown older than her years because of the things she has faced.
Cupping her face, he insists that her loss of innocence is the fault of the adults.
He expresses his sadness over her behavior, making the girl wonder why her maturity is a problem. Ernst explains that he wants her to rely on them instead of trying to handle everything alone. Both men reaffirm their dedication to her, with the wizard proudly reminding her he is her grandfather. Arya looks at them with wide, shimmering eyes, considering the possibility of truly having a family. She dwells on the wizard's sadness regarding her refusal to lean on the adults around her. The request for her to simply be a child echoes through her mind amidst blooming flowers. She realizes she is finally surrounded by guardians who are willing to become a loving family. Reaching toward a blinding light, Arya wonders if she no longer has to suffer in silence.
With tears flowing, the young girl asks if she can finally place her trust in them.
She looks to her uncle and grandfather, asking if she can truly count on their support.
A warm hand takes hers as she asks if she can continue to live in this home.
Sobbing, she asks the Great Wizard if she may call him Grandpa, to which he tenderly agrees.
A bright, warm glow fills the room as she addresses him as her grandfather.
She clings to his cloak and weeps, releasing all the fear and tension she had been holding back.
Sir Ernst jokingly demands a hug and the title of uncle to match his father's new status.
The wizard mockingly turns away, claiming that Ernst's stupidity might be contagious if he hugs the girl.
Arya softly calls him uncle as she is carried off, with Ernst chasing after them in frustration.
In a distant location, a hand crumples a paper reporting the failure of a strategy against riders. A blonde man wearing a cross necklace is overcome with rage at the news of the failure.
He pacingly considers the situation, viewing the Weaver family's actions as a blatant case of child abduction.
Smirking, he resolves to use his official title to pressure the Weavers into returning the girl. He looks ahead with a cold, determined expression, certain that his father will reclaim her soon.
The title of the series is displayed against a dark background with elegant purple script.
Arya runs through the snow to greet Sir Ernst, who catches her hand with a warm smile.
He expresses concern about the cold and suggests she should have stayed inside the estate.
Arya explains her desire to personally greet her aunt and brother during the upcoming meeting.
A group of maids suddenly rushes out of the building, calling frantically for their young lady.
They swarm Arya, fussing over her red nose and checking for the portable magic heater. Arya stands overwhelmed by their constant nagging, finding it a sharp contrast to her previous life's hardships. Sir Ernst scratches his head awkwardly, waiting for the staff to finish their obsessive preparations. Fully bundled in winter gear, Arya is finally allowed to leave as the maids tearfully wave goodbye.
Sir Ernst instructs Ariadne to take a step back and plants his feet firmly on the ground.
Massive amounts of blue magical energy swirl around him as he prepares to cast a spell.
Looking ahead with intense focus, he begins to summon a powerful snowstorm.
A massive, glowing blue tiger charges through a swirling snowstorm.
Looking at the creature, Arya notes that it has become the family mascot.
The Great Wizard pets the beast, explaining it should never be mistaken for a normal animal. He explains that while witches use souls for spells and riders contract with mindless souls, true masters possess themselves and their forms. Arya looks at a vision of her aunt and wonders if she will eventually have to confront a great spirit.
The castle looms ahead as the narrative mentions a great soul residing behind its walls.
Arya wonders if the soul entered her channel as her grandfather calls her over.
The wizard lifts the girl into his arms and tells her it is time to depart. The spirit tiger lets out a deafening roar that echoes across the snowy plains.
Riding atop the giant tiger, the wizard and Arya race toward the castle gates.
The wizard identifies the beast as the gatekeeper of Weaver Castle and tells Arya to hold on tight.
A sharp tuck sounds as the tiger leaps over the high stone walls and lands on the tiles. The massive beast bounds across the rooftops of the estate with the riders on its back.
Standing on a high ledge, the wizard notes their perfect timing, while Arya admits she can't see anything yet.
A heavy boom echoes as a cloud of dust and snow erupts from the main path.
Looking toward the commotion, Arya realizes that the expected guests have finally arrived. A company of knights mounted on various spirit beasts gallops toward the courtyard.
One of the riders looks up and calls out to those watching from above.
A gloved hand grips the edge of the roof as the riders come to a halt below.
The wizard addresses the lead knight by the name Veronica as they land. Veronica reports her return to her monarch and asks if he enjoyed the jump.
Arya speaks up, confirming that they only jumped a little bit.
A title box identifies the black-haired knight as Veronica Bronte, sole knight of the Snow Leopard Knights. The wizard tells her she should have washed the blood off first, but she explains she got lost in the mountains.
Veronica finds the situation annoying, but freezes when she spots Arya, asking if the child is still alive, prompting the wizard to warn her to speak carefully about his granddaughter.
Veronica notes the existence of a grandchild and asks if he failed to read the letters sent to him.
Arya is terrified by the blood on the knight, but Veronica is fascinated by how lively the girl is.
A red-haired knight arrives and tells the group that they should focus on showering first.
A title box introduces Celiana Quizelis, Countess of Weaver, who asks Aaron if he has been living well.
The great wizard excitedly calls out her name and runs toward her.
He shouts about how much he has missed her as he approaches. The two share a warm, emotional embrace as the rest of the group watches.
A title box introduces Eric Weaver, the Little Earl, and student of the Great Mage, who mockingly notes the enthusiastic display.
Eric yells at them, stating that there is a limit to how much affection they should show in public.
He sighs and remarks that it is a miracle he doesn't have a younger brother, given their behavior.
Eric points a finger and demands to know why a brat is sitting on his father's mascot.
Arya recognizes Eric and realizes he looks much younger than the illustration she saw in the original novel.
Veronica calls the girl cute and small, but Eric is baffled by the compliment.
Eric questions the idea of smallness being cute, while Veronica confirms her stance.
Eric walks closer to the girl to get a better look at her face.
He bluntly calls her ugly, claiming he can only see her eyes and that she looks like a skull.
He doubles down on the insult, asking if she lost an eye because she isn't cute at all.
Eric smugly asks the room where exactly he could possibly be considered ugly.
Arya flatly tells him that his heart is the ugly part, leaving him completely stunned. Eric rants about his status as a future monarch, but Veronica retorts that she will leave if he ever actually takes the throne.
Arya adds to the insult by calling him a cow, causing the boy to freeze in shock.
Eric screams in rage as the others ride away, leaving him behind to fume.
He glares intensely at the young girl who has just challenged his pride. He calls her a skull again and demands to know how she dares to look at the successor of Weaver.
He questions her audacity for even daring to sit atop the spirit tiger snowstorm. Eric's hand suddenly clamps on Arya's wrist as he demands she come down immediately.
A sharp gasp escapes her as the boy pulls her down, repeating his harsh order. A sudden tuck sounds as Sir Ernst strikes the boy's hand away, angrily questioning his behavior.
The father asks if her hand is all right, while Eric gazes on with a sullen expression. Arya realizes her hand is bleeding, and the adults decide she must be treated before greeting anyone else.
Watching the father scold his son, Arya notes that the boy's rebellious nature is quite
casual. Eric runs a hand through his hair in frustration as the girl wonders if they can be close.
Maids gossip about the boy's impending punishment, while Lucy leads the girl through the manor's grand halls. Arya reflects on the girl from before, noting her unusual and somewhat stiff posture.
She asks Lucy about a girl named Veronica and if she too is a spirit knight.
Lucy explains that Veronica became a knight 2 years ago and is as strong as any monster.
A text box explains that the novel's protagonist became a knight at just 12 years old.
Despite not being the main character, a genius soul engineer appeared at the young age of 14.
Arya is puzzled as to why such a talent was never mentioned in the original story.
The girl remains lost in deep thought.
She wonders if this girl is the original Ariadne or if she was fated to die early.
Recalling their argument, she remembers the boy's arrogant claim to the throne and the girl's blunt rejection.
Her blue eyes widen as she realizes a crucial detail she had previously missed.
Surrounded by blooming roses, Arya realizes that Veronica was destined to be the boy's tragic first love.
Crimson roses bloom amidst a tangle of sharp thorns. Fallen petals drift silently between the dark vines.
A narrative scroll describes the long war against demons and the appearance of labyrinths across the world.
A massive blue beast roars with terrifying, freezing power.
A scroll reveals how a great labyrinth once erased an entire empire, bringing the world to ruin.
Axel Valentine is hailed as the ray of hope and the first survivor of the labyrinth battles.
Arya considers how changing Veronica's destiny could alter the future composition of the hero's party.
She resolves to learn more about the girl who will eventually fill a critical vacancy among knights.
Lucy calls out to the young lady, snapping her out of her long internal monologue. With a gentle tick-tock of the door, the maid invites the girl into the grand drawing room.
Across the room, a regal woman greets Ariadne with a soft and welcoming smile.
The woman introduces herself as Ciliana Quizelis and insists the girl call sometimes by whatever name she likes.
Ciliana mentions receiving a letter from the girl's uncle regarding her difficult situation.
She looks down at the child and expresses her deep admiration for her incredible courage.
Resting her chin on her hand, the aunt acknowledges that it is natural to be exhausted after such battles.
Ciliana claims the girl looks like a warrior, leaving Arya to wonder if she truly appears that way.
She explains that being a warrior isn't about weapons, but about the spirit of one who fights to win. Despite her small stature, the aunt sees the girl as an exceptionally strong child amidst the flowers.
Ciliana laughs and wishes Eric was more like her, while a grumpy vision of the boy appears nearby.
Reaching into a small box, the woman offers a late birthday present to her new niece. Arya takes the gift with a soft, dull cock and wonders what might be hidden inside. She identifies the gift as a magic lamp, though the aunt is surprised she hasn't had one before.
The girl explains her past struggles against demons, making the aunt realize the child's life was devoid of parental care.
Ciliana's eyes widen with horror as the reality of the girl's upbringing sinks in. Pulling the girl into a tight, emotional embrace, she presents her with her very first soul lamp. Arya gazes at the glowing lantern, mesmerized by its warm and steady light.
The aunt whispers that the girl should come to her if the men in the family ever oppose her.
Touched by the offer, Arya asks if the woman truly intends to be her secret ally.
Ciliana winks and places a finger to her lips, sealing their new private pact.
Walking through the garden, Arya feels fortunate that her aunt has taken such a genuine liking to her.
Holding a small elixir, she reflects on how the relatives on her mother's side are all wonderful people. Arya walks through the garden, resolving to test her elixir's effectiveness despite her body's tendency to fall ill. Reflecting on her situation, she finds it absurd to be reincarnated as a duke's child within the world of a novel.
Chiding herself for overthinking, she decides to stop dwelling on nonsense and labels her habits a kind of disease.
The young girl pauses to scan the lush greenhouse, searching for a specific target to test her powers.
Her eyes brighten as she spots a polluted tree struggling in its pot and moves closer to investigate.
Arya observes the withered plant, confirming that it was once a vibrant daffodil before becoming tainted.
Arya uncorks a golden vial and pours the liquid, eager to see how the elixir performs on the dead leaves. The plant begins to tremble and glow as the magical solution starts to reverse the corruption.
A brilliant smile spreads across Arya's face as the daffodils bloom into radiant yellow flowers. A stern demands to know her purpose as a tall figure suddenly approaches the young girl from behind.
Arya is shocked to see Eric, wondering why he is here when he was supposedly being punished.
The gray-haired boy crosses his arms, looking down at the girl with a sharp and judgmental expression.
Arya performs a polite bow and greets him as her brother, attempting to be civil despite the tension.
Eric immediately rejects the familiar address, questioning who her brother is while referencing instructions from his uncle.
He warns her not to act friendly, leaving Arya to wonder why he is so hostile toward an 8-year-old. Eric turns to walk away after a brief exchange, but Arya stops him to ask where he is going.
He coldly orders her to leave, stating that the conservatory is not a playground for small children.
Arya stands her ground, confidently revealing that her grandfather gave her personal permission to be in the garden.
Eric stares at the girl in silence, clearly frustrated by her refusal to be intimidated. A wave of suspicion and anger washes over the boy as he realizes she might be training with his father.
Arya dismisses his accusations of seeking magic or inheritance, which only serves to baffle him further. She sighs internally that while manners are required, the boy's arrogance makes it incredibly difficult.
Reclaiming her status, Arya reminds the little Earl that as the Duke's heir, she deserves respect.
She explains that her previous politeness was a courtesy between cousins, not an admission of a lower rank.
Arya smugly points out that she outranks him on the social pyramid, mocking his lack of etiquette and manners.
Eric begins to shake with suppressed rage as the young girl continues to challenge his pride.
The boy screams in a fit of temper while Arya walks away with a triumphant and satisfied smirk.
Eric tries to threaten her with her father's disapproval, but she laughs and repeats that she has no interest in knighthood.
Arya continues on her way, leaving him bewildered as she casually mentions the success of her experiment. Eric calls out after her, demanding an explanation for the strange experiment she was performing.
He stops in his tracks as he finally notices the perfectly restored and glowing flowers behind her.
Eric stares at the vibrant yellow daffodils, unable to hide his shock at the sudden transformation.
As she walks deeper into the manor, Arya's vision begins to blur from the heavy physical toll of her actions. She reflects on the day's events and realizes she is exhausted, needing to find a place to rest immediately.
A sharp "talk" sounds as Eric's hand grips her shoulder, demanding to know if she cured the quarantined plants.
Arya turns around with a dazed expression just as a thick stream of blood begins to trickle from her nose. Eric recoils in absolute horror, frantically pointing at her face as he realizes the girl is severely injured. Arya touches her face and tries to claim she is fine, though the blood continues to flow steadily. The boy's panic reaches a fever pitch as the bleeding won't stop, and he tries to reassure her while fearing the worst. Weakly stating she is only a bit tired, Arya's legs finally give out as she begins to lose consciousness. The world spins into a silent darkness as the young girl completely faints away.
Eric catches her as she falls, screaming for her to wake up while noticing her body is burning with fever.
Holding her limp form in the middle of the greenhouse, the boy is overcome with the terrifying thought that she might die.
Arya remains unconscious and pale, her dress stained with blood as the scene fades into shadow.
A sudden touch snaps her into a dreamlike vision where a voice tells her she desperately needs a break.
Arya finds herself face to face with a small spirit girl who seems concerned about her condition.
The spirit explains that they are currently in the Illusion Library, a sanctuary where she cannot be hurt. The small girl reveals that she called for Arya because she hates seeing the young lady suffer in the real world.
Arya realizes that the spirit summoned her into this mental space to protect her from her physical exhaustion.
The spirit girl smiles brightly at her, marveling at Arya's strength and asking how she manages such feats.
Arya lies in a daze, feeling incredibly sleepy.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick tap sounding as a hand pats her head.
A fleeting of a smiling child fades away.
Arya suddenly wakes from her deep slumber. A voice asks if she is awake as she blinks.
Arya asks if she is in her room while her grandfather weeps with joy.
Celiana thanks the doctor for her help and allows her to check on Arya.
The grandfather is dragged away as he continues to cry out for her.
After checking her pulse, Jalen notes the girl is almost fully recovered.
Jalen suggests exercising to build fitness, while Arya notices her body feels lighter.
The Duke suddenly pulls the doctor into a massive, thankful embrace.
Jalen mentions her divine gift as the Duke notices her glowing yellow eyes.
A narrator explains that all courtiers possess these distinct yellow eyes. The Duke leads Jalen out to discuss the details of Arya's magical power.
Celiana asks if the girl has finally cleared her head, and Arya confirms it.
The aunt notes she has been out for 2 days and asks if she's hungry.
Arya's stomach lets out a loud growl as she sheepishly admits her hunger.
Celiana agrees she must eat, while a maid offers to assist them. The maid quickly rushes out to prepare a warm meal for the young lady.
Returning to the bedside, Jalen admits she previously had some serious doubts.
The doctor explains that she has already shared her findings with the Countess.
Jalen looks down with a serious and focused expression.
She reveals the troubling news that Arya has lost her sense of physical pain. Arya asks for a clearer explanation of what that condition means.
Jalen explains that Arya feels significantly less pain than a normal person from wounds.
Celiana asks if feeling less pain is a benefit, but Jalen denies him.
Jalen explains that pain is a warning, recalling how Arya ignored her bleeding arm.
She warns that not being aware of these internal warnings is extremely dangerous.
The doctor emphasizes that Arya must always monitor her own physical condition.
Arya promises to be careful as Jalen notes she will eventually feel better.
Arya asks if she is allowed to walk and run, which Jalen permits. However, the doctor raises a finger to warn her not to overexert herself.
Celiana watches silently as she prepares to move to the next task.
Arya considers herself lucky as the doctor checks on her one last time. The room is filled with a sense of relief and quiet companionship.
Feeding Arya, Celiana warns that Eric is immature and might cause more trouble. The aunt decides that a night escort is necessary for the girl's safety.
Arya asks about this night as Celiana calls for the escort to enter.
Heavy boots click against the floor as someone enters the room.
Veronica appears in full knight's attire, framed by vibrant blue roses.
Arya is stunned to see the girl from the original story standing there.
Celiana praises Veronica's skill and orders her to discipline Eric if he's rude.
Veronica solemnly vows that she will never let the young lady get hurt.
Celiana tells the knight to hit the boy as long as no bones break.
Arya looks up at the aunt with a surprised and wide-eyed expression.
She asks if the boy was severely punished for her sudden fainting spell. Celiana clarifies that Eric wasn't scolded because he actually helped save her. She reveals that Eric personally carried Arya to Jalen as fast as he could.
Arya is baffled to hear that the arrogant boy confessed everything he did.
Veronica adds that despite appearances, his personality isn't entirely what people think.
Celiana sits at Arya's bedside while a maid prepares to depart.
Celiana explains that Eric anticipated her reaction, though she believes he still needs self-criticism, as Arya remains surprised that the boy admitted he was at fault.
Celiana laughs as they look at Eric's formal case report where he explicitly takes the blame, leaving Arya thoroughly puzzled by his sudden change in character.
Looking toward the manor's roof, Arya decides to set aside 1 golden vial for her grandfather.
2 shimmering elixirs sit ready on the table. Arya notes she still has 2 vials left and decides to give one to Eric.
Planning her gifts, Arya considers giving 1 elixir to Veronica and the other to Pi, though she briefly wonders if a spirit can even use it.
Gazing at the golden liquid, Arya decides she truly wants to share her first successful batch with the spirit girl.
After requesting information from Pi, Arya prepares to find Veronica and present her with the medicine.
Settling into a rocking chair, Arya realizes she needs to ask Pi how she was summoned to the mental library last time.
Closing her eyes, Arya softly calls out for the spirit. A magical glow surrounds the young girl as her consciousness shifts back into the illusionary realm. Walking through the endless shelves, Arya wonders where Pi is, remembering how she usually greets her with a hug.
A familiar voice calls out as Pi suddenly appears to guide her. Pi excitedly shows off her latest find as Arya wonders what the spirit has discovered.
Arya's eyes sparkle with intense curiosity. Pi celebrates her great discovery while triumphantly holding up a thick brown book. The spirit girl hands over the requested book and immediately asks for a reward for her hard work.
Pi beams with joy while Arya remains silent, focused on the tome. Arya's hand meets resistance against an invisible glass wall.
She asks if Pi can access other study rooms or memories within the library.
Arya asks if the spirit is capable of crossing the barrier that stops her.
Pi confirms that while it is impossible for Arya, it is perfectly easy for her.
With a bright smile, the spirit girl effortlessly phases through the glass.
Arya tries to speak, but her voice is muffled and cannot reach the other side of the wall. Frustrated, Arya wonders why the spirit did not mention this ability from the very beginning.
Pi explains she does not give answers to questions that aren't asked, quickly backing away when she thinks Arya is getting annoyed.
Arya asks if the other rooms are studies belonging to different people.
The spirit girl tilts her head in confusion at the question.
Arya clarifies, asking if the library contains books read by others throughout their lives.
Pi explains there is no one else, as the fantasy library belongs only to Arya.
The spirit laments her loneliness from waiting and searching every day, leading Arya to promise she will visit much more often.
Arya is baffled by Pia's sudden shift from sadness back to her usual cheerful self. Pi hands over a book containing the information Arya wanted regarding Veronica.
Arya's eyes widened in absolute shock.
She begins reading a report on the subjugation of the Lalachu labyrinth.
The mission failed. A relentless swarm of grotesque monsters descended upon the castle, their sheer numbers overwhelming every defense until the once mighty walls crumbled into dust.
The report identifies Veronica Brante as a 24-year-old knight of the Snow Leopards.
Arya reads the grim news that Veronica died protecting Eric Weaver from a monster.
Arya realizes with a start that this is a record of a future event, not a past one.
Pi explains that because Veronica wasn't in the original novel, she had to expand her search to other studies within the library.
Arya pieces together that Pi accessed information from the study of someone currently living in this world.
It dawns on her that she is reading about a future that has not yet come to pass.
She reflects on how the library contains her past memories, but now offers knowledge from this new world.
Arya realizes that Pi might have access to every piece of information and knowledge in existence.
Pi worries that she provided the wrong book or made an error.
Arya reassures the spirit that she did a wonderful job, causing Pi to celebrate her victory.
Arya speaks the spirit's name softly.
Pi admits she was bored and asks if there is anything else Arya wants to know. Arya asks for information regarding the death of Gloria Weaver, the Duchess of Eldio. Pi excitedly agrees to look for the information regarding Gloria Weaver as Arya offers her thanks.
Arya holds the spirit girl close as the little one acknowledges her name.
Arya presents a golden vial to the knight, explaining it is her first creation, while Veronica asks if it is an elixir.
Arya looks at the medicine with a focused expression. She holds a yellow ribbon tightly.
Arya tries to explain the bottle's value, but the spirit girl insists on having the ribbon placed on her head. Arya agrees to the request, while the silver-haired girl remains eager. Pi beams with absolute joy, now wearing the yellow ribbon in her hair.
A golden ribbon dances through the air.
Faint writing is visible on the ribbon.
Veronica looks at the golden vial in surprise, asking if the young lady truly made it herself. Arya explains that the medicine can be ingested or applied to wounds and tells the knight to use it during her travels.
Grateful for the gift, Veronica prepares to leave as Arya starts to ask her a final question. Standing on a high terrace, Veronica asks if using elemental magic was necessary just to visit Eric.
The knight sheepishly admits she simply didn't want to bother with taking the stairs.
Hugging Arya tightly, Veronica confesses her real motive was just wanting to hold the young lady.
A heavy hoof clicks against the terrace tile, which suddenly breaks with a loud crunch.
Veronica realizes they broke a tile and worries about being scolded by Eric, imagining him yelling about the proper use of stairs.
Eric stands on the ground below and shouts for them to come down at once. With a loud thud, the horse leaps down and lands right in front of the startled boy. Veronica points out that he gave the order to descend, but Eric angrily argues that such a sudden jump would shock anyone.
Eric accuses her of doing it on purpose, while Veronica helps Arya down from the horse.
The boy is suddenly struck by a look of complete disbelief. Eric yells, asking if she is insane for jumping with a fragile girl like Arya, while the knight dismisses her mount with a word of thanks.
A gloved hand suddenly and firmly grabs the front of Eric's cloak.
Veronica hauls the boy closer to ask if he was referring to Arya, while he indignantly reminds her of his status as an earl.
Arya smiles and asks the knight to please release the boy.
Veronica agrees to let him go, but moves toward the ledge, prompting Arya to bring him inside instead.
The group stands together on the high balcony as Eric lets out a frustrated groan.
Walking away, Eric grumbles about the knight's unnecessary strength while Veronica watches him.
Arya offers another golden vial to Eric, calling it a gift as he looks on with surprise.
Arya explains it is the first elixir she made, leading the boy to ask if it is related to her earlier experiment.
Arya tells him he can check with her grandfather for the specific details regarding the medicine.
Eric stares at the gift in silence. Arya asks Eric if he felt apologetic toward her, catching him completely off guard. Arya notes that even though she didn't blame him for her fainting, she heard he took the fault upon himself. Arya suggests he must not hate her that much, but Eric loudly denies it and calls her annoying. Veronica grabs Eric's cloak again, prompting him to shout that he didn't use any insults this time, as the knight warns him to be careful.
Eric storms off while shouting that they are both annoying, though Arya realizes he is easy to read and actually quite kind.
Veronica notes that he didn't even offer a thank you and questions if he was deserving of a gift.
Arya smiles happily amidst a field of yellow flowers.
Arya asks if the elixir works on things besides plants, and the aunt confirms it works on anything alive. The Duke marvels at its value, while Ciliana asks if it could purify land.
Ciliana asks if the land can be restored after closing a labyrinth.
The Duke explains it cannot be used on inanimate objects like the ground, but Ciliana argues that soil is alive when it can support growth. The Duke is confused by the idea of soil being alive, wondering if she is referring to insects. Ciliana asks Arya directly if the elixir will work on land, and the girl replies that she would have to test it to find out.
Arya reflects on her knowledge from the original story that it does work on land, but she decides to hide her certainty for now.
The Duke notes they must test it and mentions that mass production would be necessary if it can truly clean contaminated areas. The Duke asks if she can produce a large amount at once, and Arya says it isn't difficult, while secretly deciding to keep its full power a secret. Ciliana warns that failure could harm their relationship with the citizens and asks how the Duke plans to release the elixir.
Arya anticipates the rumors that will spread once everyone knows of the elixir's existence.
Arya plans to officially donate her medicinal creation to the public. An owl delivers a scroll to the Duke, who confirms the contents of the letter.
Rebecca Garcia, draped in jewelry and a green veil, asks the Duke for his thoughts on the matter.
Rebecca questions if the medicine's recipe will be announced at the temple after its removal from the black market.
Rebecca Garcia finds the current turn of events to be incredibly interesting.
Narration reveals that the Garcia house lost everything following the appearance of the Great Labyrinth. The story focuses on the figures of the past, including the second child of Solin Garcia. A text box identifies a key figure as the second child of Solin Garcia. Rebecca was forced to become the heir because her father neglected the family business. Currently, Rebecca stands as the wealthy owner of the corp with a massive fortune. Tapping sounds as Rebecca asks for the best strategy to raise money.
Rebecca declares her intent to donate the recipe to the temple to avoid an unfair monopoly.
The Duke refuses to take the money, but questions the overall value of the shrine. Arya prepares to launch her elixir formula onto the market for everyone to see.
Rebecca asks about their post-donation plans, and they decide to begin producing the elixir in bulk.
A close-up, Rebecca's purple eyes widened in a moment of intense shock.
Narration explains the honor and trust gained by donating such a valuable recipe to the temple.
Arya plans to begin production in small quantities while the donation process moves forward.
Small batch production allows her to dominate the market faster than the temples can respond. The elixir is celebrated as a miracle drug, officially recognized by the temple.
Rebecca realizes that linking the drug to Ariadne will ensure a massive profit without competition.
The Duke clicks his tongue, chiding Rebecca for not even knowing her own niece's age.
A sharp snap sounds from his fingers as Porden confirms that Arya is 8 years old.
Rebecca eagerly begs to raise the child as her successor, much to the Duke's distress.
Rebecca sighs, admitting she cares for the girl, but still refuses to yield on the distribution.
The Duke firmly reminds her that she has no authority to make these decisions.
A glowing notification confirms that all final decisions regarding the elixir belong solely to Arya.
Arya gestures toward the documents on the table with a look of unwavering determination. Rebecca questions the child's autonomy, suggesting a male relative should manage her business affairs.
The Duke looks on with a serious and pained expression.
Flashbacks show Arya testing the elixir's effectiveness by pouring contaminated water on herself.
The Duke recalls the deal Arya offered him to protect her life in exchange for the elixir.
Rebecca decides to honor the young lady's choice and agency in the matter.
Rebecca smiles, seeing the spirit of Gloria reflected clearly in the young girl.
Arya's determination to be a duchess and escape her father reminds Rebecca of Gloria's courage.
Rebecca teases the Duke, warning that the child will be ruined if she takes after his tastes.
Rebecca reveals the shocking news that Gloria had contacted her once before she vanished.
Gloria's secret note contained a specific date, a location, and a request for silence.
Rebecca asks the Duke if he has had the chance to meet Gloria yet.
Rebecca explains that her sister stood her up and never appeared at their meeting point.
Rebecca reveals that her investigations eventually led to the conclusion that Gloria died in an accident.
A sudden, loud slam echoes as Rebecca demands to know why he was silent until now.
The Duke sadly admits that his own searches always ended with the same conclusion of an accident. Rebecca notes that after hearing his story, she can finally guess the truth behind the letter.
Gloria was not the type to endure abuse, and her family would have demanded a divorce immediately.
The narrative suggests that the princess is far different from what they once believed.
The Duke realizes he forced Gloria into a position where she had to give up her child.
Rumors once circulated that the Duke was a womanizer before he ended all those relationships.
The Duke is overcome with shame, realizing that the tragedy was caused by his own actions.
Rebecca admits she initially hesitated to discuss the letter, but the Duke thanks her for sharing the truth.
Duke Eldir looks weary as Rebecca encourages him to regain his spirit for their upcoming meeting with their granddaughter.
Rebecca informs the Duke that he must go alone as she cannot visit his estate despite finishing her work in the capital.
A sudden, sharp sound of paper unfolding echoes as the Duke presents a scroll to Rebecca.
Rebecca stares in shock at the document, identifying it as Ariadne's official custody certificate.
Narration reveals a past admission where the current Duke of Eldir allegedly confessed to torturing the princess, violating national law.
Rebecca lightheartedly accuses the Duke of stealing the document from his son's home while he dismisses her concern.
The Duke reveals that he secured the document by convincing the king, promising to teach the royal witches in exchange.
Rebecca mocks the current Duke as incompetent and says he is only skilled at having affairs, a sentiment the elder Duke shares.
Rebecca's expression turns grave as she notes that while the man is a failure, she found no evidence he killed Gloria.
A glowing elixir bottle sits on a lab table as narration questions if Gloria's death was truly an accident or the result of a trace-free medicine. A dark vision of Gloria's final moments suggests that Ariadne's plan to donate the recipe might be to draw out evidence of the truth.
Rebecca gently dismisses the heavy topic, telling her father she has prepared a room for him to stay in before he departs. Radiant with excitement, Rebecca declares her desire to meet her clever niece as soon as possible. The Duke reflects on the impossibility of a child under 10 years old being capable of such complex planning.
The Duke admits that despite his doubts, he is also deeply eager to finally meet the young girl. A final thought lingers on the mystery of who Ariadne truly is to have devised such a master plan. The scene shifts to a grand white estate nestled against a backdrop of towering, snow-capped mountains. Rebecca looks on with a look of utter disbelief, questioning if she has misheard the reports about the current situation. Rebecca questions the servant about the lack of training or chaos, only for her clothes to flutter from a sudden light breeze. Flowers bloom beneath a bright sky as narration credits Eric with preparing everything for the day. Ariadne stands gracefully in a meadow, holding a beautiful crown of white daisies. A firm, rhythmic step crunches against the grass as Rebecca arrives at the scene. Laughing heartily, Rebecca is stunned to find the Duke and Margravine enjoying a picnic with the supposedly grounded Eric. A peaceful, wide view shows the family gathered on a blanket near a lake, accompanied by a massive white tiger. Duke Eldir chuckles happily while wearing a flower wreath, appearing completely foolish in Rebecca's eyes.
Rebecca is surprised to see the Margravine, usually a solemn knight, smiling gently with daisies in her hair.
Eric blushes deeply and twitches in annoyance as he forces himself to tolerate the flower wreath Arya placed on him. Ronnie, the dark-haired knight, steps forward with a start as she notices the newcomers.
Ronnie shoots a fierce glare at Rebecca, who holds up her hands to clarify that they are not enemies.
The Margravine tells Ronnie to stand down, reminding her that she has met Rebecca and her companion before.
Duke Eldir and the Margravine warmly welcome Rebecca, noting she has arrived much earlier than they expected. Rebecca greets everyone and teases Eric about his height and how well the flower wreath suits him. Eric reacts with a panicked blush and a shout of embarrassment as the elder family members laugh at his expense. Rebecca falls silent as she focuses a long, intense stare on the young Ariadne. A polite greeting fills the air as the young girl welcomes her aunt for the first time. Performing a perfect, graceful curtsy, Ariadne formally introduces herself as Ariadne Eldir. Rebecca reaches out with a quick, playful poke to Ariadne's soft cheek.
The Duke rushes to scoop Arya into his arms, yelling at Rebecca, who laughs that she just wanted to check if the girl was real or a doll.
Ronnie's heart thumps loudly as she realizes she also wants to poke the young lady's adorable cheeks.
Eric stands cross-armed and grumpy while the women discuss his cousin's incredible cuteness.
Eric sternly warns Rebecca not to touch Arya so roughly because she is fragile, telling her to wash her hands first. Ronnie is stunned by Eric's uncharacteristic protectiveness while he indignantly asks if he said something wrong. Turning away with a smile, Rebecca notes that their bickering is secondary to the real reason she is here. Standing amidst a sea of red roses, Rebecca asks Ariadne if she can spare some time for an interview. The sun shines brightly over the white stone facade of the Grand Manor.
Seated together inside, Rebecca mentions that she has already been briefed on the situation by Ariadne's father.
Rebecca asks Arya if she should proceed with their discussion as her aunt or as the professional president of the Garcian Trade Company.
Arya realizes that Rebecca Garcia was a character never even mentioned in the original novel's plot.
Arya recalls that the book only contained a single sentence about the company and the fact that its president was Eric Weaver's aunt. Arya recalls asking her grandfather to find a trustworthy person, assuming her aunt would be dependable. Arya reflects on her lack of knowledge about Rebecca, since the novel's author rarely mentioned her.
Confusion flickers on the young girl's face as she asks about the difference between her aunt and a business professional.
Rebecca leans forward, cryptically offering a choice between a gentle lie or a nice lie.
When Arya asks for the truth, Rebecca flatly refuses, explaining that a merchant who never lies is simply a victim.
The young girl pauses to ponder the true distinction between the two types of deception offered.
A knowing smile plays on Rebecca's lips as she offers to explain the details.
Rebecca warns the girl to be cautious, noting she might manipulate the explanation to her own advantage.
Arya feels her preparations slip away as Rebecca erupts into hearty laughter.
The young lady closes her eyes, struggling to decide which path she should take. Determination flashes in the child's bright blue eyes.
Arya questions if the president truly traveled all this way just to discuss business affairs. To Rebecca, the girl is currently perceived only as her young niece. Arya stands between the legacy of her grandfather and the shadow of her father. Deciding to trust her, Arya watches as her aunt maintains a calculating stare. A confident grin spreads across Rebecca's face.
Looking into her aunt's eyes, the young girl quietly acknowledges the situation.
Arya bluntly her aunt of making fun of her.
The young lady lets out a small, indignant pout.
Rebecca playfully teases her niece, warning her not to be naive if she wants to protect herself.
Arya sulks among the yellow flowers, firmly stating she is no fool.
Rebecca cackles with delight, relieved that the child is more down to earth than the inhuman brainiac she feared.
Wiping away a tear of laughter, Rebecca asks the girl for her honest opinion of her.
Arya remains skeptical, stating she cannot trust someone who openly admits to being a liar.
Rebecca dramatically tries to prove her sincerity, but the young lady remains completely unimpressed. Narration recalls the warning that those who beg for trust through eye contact are often con artists.
Rebecca's expression falters, appearing genuinely stunned by the child's sharp observation.
Rebecca's voice drops as she asks exactly who told her such a cynical truth.
Arya reveals that her mother was the source, and Rebecca admits she should have known.
A memory surfaces of Gloria and Rebecca walking together during their youth.
Looking through the flowers, Arya realizes the lasting impact of her mother's words on her aunt. Rebecca suddenly presents a massive stack of documents, much to the young girl's shock. The papers outline a comprehensive distribution plan and the resources needed to launch the elixir production.
Handing over more sheets, Rebecca explains that these are the final pieces of her preparation.
Rebecca clarifies that the new documents are resumes for potential employees.
Narration explains that starting a large enterprise requires a representative to manage daily operations and meetings.
A mysterious silhouette appears as Rebecca suggests the girl needs a professional secretary. Rebecca asks the child to choose a candidate, and Arya is deeply moved by the woman's thoroughness.
Radiant with joy, the young lady smiles while her aunt offers continued support for the business.
Rebecca boasts about the vast reach and power of her continent-wide trade company.
A sudden realization strikes the young girl as she remembers a critical task.
Arya asks if her aunt can help her track down a specific individual.
A focused look enters the child's eye as she reveals she has a person in mind. Steps trudge heavily as a lone, hooded figure walks through a desolate town at sunset. Arya expresses her desire to sponsor a mysterious, red-eyed boy.
A rhythmic trudge sounds as the starving boy wanders the ruins, desperate for a meal.
The surrounding area is completely desolate,
polluted and devoid of any edible plants.
Two local men look on with grim expressions as the orphan boy approaches.
The boy stops before a guard at a wooden door, pleading for any kind of work.
The guard looks down with annoyance, telling the child to give up because he is unwanted by everyone.
The red-eyed boy asks for a chance to prove his worth, but the armored man dismisses him as being too young. A look of defiance fills the boy's face as he questions why age matters when it comes to skill.
A sudden, sharp, grating sound rings out as the boy demands a fair chance just like anyone else.
The armored man reacts with a start, internally snapping at the annoying child who has dared to challenge him.
A massive, explosive clash of steel echoes as the young boy blocks a powerful strike from the man.
With a heavy, metallic groan, their blades grind together while the man warns the child that even weak monsters can be lethal.
The man mocks the boy's efforts, stating that no matter how good he is, a mercenary's life usually ends in a shallow grave.
Shadow falls over the boy's eyes as the man cruelly suggests that his only future is becoming a corpse.
A tense, leather-creaking sound follows as the boy's grip tightens while the man orders him to listen quietly.
With a sudden, swift motion, the boy maneuvers his sword with incredible speed and precision.
Wide-eyed with total shock, the man realizes the child shifted the entire trajectory of the blade mid-swing. A panicked gasp escapes the man as he stumbles backward, completely caught off balance by the boy's skill. Standing firm, the young boy calmly tells the man that he should not be afraid of power.
Narration reflects on the wisdom that even a heavy, rushing wagon can be overturned by a single small stone.
The boy looms over the sweating man, who stares up in disbelief at the child's hidden strength.
The man asks who could have taught a child such advanced techniques, and the boy begins to explain his past.
The young girl's red-eyed cousin reveals that his teacher was his father, who is now deceased.
A memory surfaces of the young boy training diligently with a sword on the clean land of his childhood home. Following his father's death, the boy recounts the loneliness of wandering through the polluted lands by himself. By age 12, the boy had grown entirely accustomed to the grim reality of slaying monsters. Rubbing his neck, the armored man admits that everyone in this city has a tragic story to tell. The man notes the boy's confidence and asks if he is truly looking to make a massive amount of money. Gesturing toward the city, the man directs the boy to find a specific clothing store hidden in a back alley. Narration explains that in this harsh environment, there is a high demand for those who possess a defiant, sassy spirit. The man suggests that if the boy plays his cards right, he could become a very valuable commodity for the elite.
A rhythmic, quick tap of footsteps sounds as the boy immediately turns to follow the man's lead.
A cruel smirk plays on the man's lips as he thinks to himself that the boy is a fool who was easily deceived. The man reflects on his plan to sell the boy off as a mere toy for the wealthy, and then discard him.
Narration notes that while the doorkeeper claimed the shop was collapsing, the entrance looks brand new.
Upon stepping inside, the boy is greeted by the sharp, familiar sense of leather and heavy cloth. When the boy speaks the required code, an old woman in a green cloak points him toward a back warehouse door. A sudden, heavy clack sounds as the boy pushes the door open, realizing this is no ordinary warehouse. Stunned by the luxury, the boy finds himself in an ornate room that feels like a completely different world.
A well-dressed man at a desk looks up with annoyance, ordering the boy to stay back so he doesn't dirty the expensive floor.
The man asks with great suspicion how a child could have possibly known the secret to finding this location. The boy ignores the hostility and repeats his desire to become a commodity, wondering if this is the owner. The man breaks into a mocking laugh, asking if the child really believes he can be anything he wants to be. The man demands to know who sent him, while the boy silently hopes this person can provide the support he needs. The boy wonders if his youth is a problem as the man narrows his eyes and stares at him with intense focus.
With a sudden, fast movement, the man rushes forward and grabs the boy's shoulder in sheer excitement.
A look of realization crosses the man's face as he asks if the boy is the legendary one known as Red Eyes.
Narration describes the ancient myths of eyes that command fire and possess a terrifying, burning power.
The text highlights the deep-seated superstition surrounding those born with these supposedly cursed eyes. An image reveals a group of children with red eyes, all sharing the same burden of being feared and misunderstood.
Crows circle a dark, desolate town as narration explains that most red-eyed children suffer an early death. Radiant flames erupt as narration explains that fire spirits are drawn to red eyes, often leading to destructive accidents.
A dark, inverted vision of dead adults suggests the heavy toll that the presence of red eyes takes on a family.
The boy reflects on the painful likelihood that his biological parents abandoned him because of his cursed eyes.
The well-dressed man admits that seeing such rare eyes makes him feel strange about the person he currently admires.
The boy asks if the man is afraid of him, only to be told that anyone ruled by fear could never survive in this place. Robert Black asks Axel to become his property.
Robert recalls stories about red eyes and spirits.
The villain promises to nurture the boy's potential. Axel feels a rare sense of warmth and affection.
Robert asks Axel to grow as his property.
Axel decides to stay and escape the cold.
A sinister, low chuckle sounds as Axel agrees.
Robert leads him away to finalize a contract.
He calculates how to exploit the boy's talent.
A smooth, quick scratch sounds as Axel signs.
Robert claims ownership of Axel and his name.
The villain welcomes Axel to the Chess Association.
The Chess Association crest represents a dark world.
Association masters sponsor talents as their own properties.
The organization operates as a brutal slave brokerage.
Rebellious pieces are crushed by debt and punishment.
Failed properties are eventually sold into forced labor.
Axel Valentine was the association's most prized property.
Robert Black is identified as Axel's cruel master.
Axel trusted Robert like a father, despite his nature.
His dedication resulted in a terrible, bloody betrayal.
Axel survived to eventually kill Robert in revenge.
Arya reviews the tragic plot of the novel. She resolves to save the protagonist's future.
Failure means the certain destruction of the world.
Arya envisions a future defined by total carnage.
She identifies the protagonist's regression as a danger.
The text warns that his first regression is fatal.
A skeleton represents the protagonist's cycle of failure.
Arya believes she can fix the story's ending.
A sudden, quick tap sounding interrupts her thoughts. A sudden, heavy click sounds as someone enters.
A firm, quick step sounds as Simon arrives.
Rebecca recommended Simon as a highly reliable secretary.
Simon's profile notes his absolute loyalty to money.
Arya considers his greed to be a perfect fit.
She demands efficiency and offers him a bonus. A metallic, sharp jingle sounds as Simon refuses.
Simon rejects payment until his performance is proven.
A smooth, light rustle sounds as Arya reads.
Arya reflects on Robert's role in Axel's growth.
She recognizes Robert as a necessary growth catalyst.
Arya ordered Simon to buy Robert's entire base.
She successfully secures Axel's contract and property list. Arya prepares to supply Axel with top-tier items. She plans to replicate the original's difficult missions.
Arya acknowledges the deception, but deems it necessary.
A sudden, quick pop sounds as she celebrates.
Arya appoints Simon as the association's representative.
Simon accepts the double pay and pledges effort.
Arya instructs Simon to maintain complete independence from her while acting as her representative.
A sudden, low chuckle sounds as Simon notes that no one would suspect an 8-year-old girl is his true master.
Holding her documents, Arya smiles with quiet confidence in their secret arrangement.
Simon asks if she is prepared to introduce the elixir to the black market.
He confirms that the first batch is scheduled for release the following day.
A sharp, light glint sounds as Simon reports that he has successfully leaked clues linking the elixir to the Eldier estates.
Arya is pleased that their plan is moving forward exactly as intended. She reflects that a high-profile estate is a far more believable source for such a creation than a young child.
Arya inquires about mass production, and Simon confirms that workshops and supply lines are fully secured. Simon asks for clarification on why she refuses to use cheaper slave labor for the workshops.
Arya reflects on her past life, which makes her morally opposed to the practice of slavery.
Simon is surprised when she decides to focus on creating legitimate jobs instead. Narration describes the city of Weaver as a cold, barren place where the men are unable to farm or fight.
Simon explains that establishing a workshop there would provide much-needed opportunities for the local workers.
Arya envisions of immense prosperity and wealth stemming from her humanitarian business model.
Simon wonders if the decision to help Weaver was simply due to its proximity.
Arya thinks to herself that the timing is right, and she feels a strong need to repay a debt.
Simon admits that when he first arrived, he assumed the situation was some sort of joke.
Arya calmly sips her tea while Simon continues to marvel at her incredible maturity. A soft, rhythmic chuckle sounds as Simon concludes that his young master is truly extraordinary. Simon bows with deep respect, fully acknowledging her authority and brilliance. The scene shifts to the Black Mansion within the lawless outlaw city. Axel stands in the grand hall, looking confused by the sudden changes around him.
He questions a freckled subordinate about the validity of the rumors regarding the Third Master.
Axel begins to doubt Robert's previous claims about seeing his latent potential.
A sudden, light slap sounds as the subordinate hands Axel a book and tells him to take it.
The man explains that the book represents a new deal from Axel's current master.
Axel is told he must read the book before he receives his first official mission.
Looking at the cover, Axel feels a sense of mounting dread about what his mission might entail.
Axel demands to know his mission, but the man tells him to be patient and calm down.
Axel asks for more information, but the man remains frustratingly vague about his future duties.
With a sudden, mocking laugh, the man tells him he will find out when the time is right.
A heavy, weary sigh sounds as Axel asks when he can finally meet the new master.
A sudden, sharp realization sounds as Axel learns the master will not visit and will only send instructions.
Axel reacts with visible anger at the news that he will only communicate through an agent. A quick, dismissive wave sounds as the man leaves Axel alone to handle his new task.
A sudden, sharp grind of teeth sounds as Axel realizes his master was swapped the moment he arrived. Axel feels insulted that he was given a mere children's book instead of a real challenge.
The title card introduces the story of the Red Eyes Kid. The story tells of a red-eyed boy who was taught the dark history of his curse from a young age. It recounts how he lost his village to fire and was forced to wander the world in solitude. Radiant flames erupt as spirits follow the boy, drawn to the fire reflected in his eyes.
Axel remembers discarding a similar book his father once bought for him.
A well-dressed man approaches and asks Axel why he is hesitating to read the book.
A sudden, quick turn sounds as Axel is startled to realize the man knows his name.
The man introduces himself as Axel's future mentor, prompting Axel to ask for his identity.
The man reveals himself as the representative of Axel's mysterious new sponsor.
Axel realizes that the name Adrian Black refers to a title rather than a family name. A sudden, swift turn sounds as Adrian orders Axel to follow him to begin his various academic lessons.
Axel is indignant, loudly questioning why a warrior would ever need to study geography or mathematics.
The man explains his recent hiring.
Axel questions being forced into noble classes while privately preferring to train his swordsmanship. Looking at the hooded figure of the new master, Axel wonders what is being asked of him.
Narration describes fire spirits born from intense volcanic heat.
These limited spirits carry a heavy sense of injustice.
A spirit beast leads unrighteous spirits into disastrous fires.
People gave a specific name to this beast. A terrifying presence known simply as fear appears. Axel is told that fear is the name of the boss spirit beast causing this terror. The undying beast is described as a wolf with golden horns.
The mentor advises running as far as possible from these roasting entities. He warns Axel that escape is impossible now that the beast has seen him. The man identifies the pursuers as types of fire spirits. He explains that the spirits will follow Axel because they like his eyes.
The man suddenly departs for a brief moment. A new arrival interrupts to report urgent business and many guests.
Simon officially assigns his very first mission. A document bears the signature of Adrian Black.
Axel reads the mysterious name of his sponsor. Axel considers the odd behavior of his unseen master who refuses to show her face.
Masked and ready, Axel begins his long journey. The master provided Axel with high-quality travel gear for the mission.
Axel recalls how Bishop was intensely jealous over these rare items.
Academic lessons about the desert oasis prove unexpectedly useful during his travels.
Map reading skills from class allow him to travel without getting lost.
Axel questions the purpose of an emergency letter he was told only to open in danger.
A sudden, sharp crackle sounding like a bonfire erupts.
Axel realizes something impossible is approaching him.
A massive fire beast leads a charging stampede across the plains. The stampede of fire animals rushes toward him with great intensity.
Axel feels the searing heat of the chase as he flees.
He runs desperately to avoid being caught by the fast-moving horde.
Axel spots a nearby mountain to seek refuge.
A quick, firm tap sounding as he grabs the rock.
Exhausted, Axel stops to catch his breath on the cliff. He looks down at the fiery horde below.
Every single spirit beast below is staring directly at him. Axel realizes he is trapped with nowhere else left to run. Flashbacks reveal his eyes are like flames that fire spirits must follow.
Axel understands his eyes are the reason for this dangerous pursuit.
Arya studies the details of the original story in her office.
She reflects on how she intentionally altered the original plotline.
In the original story, Axel would have received his missions much earlier.
Arya considers those original early missions to be completely impractical.
Association members once kept Axel in cruel isolation while mocking him.
Cruel men bet money on his survival and his cursed eyes.
One
specific day changed his destiny forever.
Robert redirected Axel's purpose after a specific mission changed everything. The Inferno incident remains the critical incident the protagonist must face. Narration describes Axel's stepfather as the former captain of the Imperial Guard for the Fallen Empire, Rita.
Arya reflects that she provided Axel with a solid foundation of knowledge by hiring a tutor for him.
Arya ponders the final remaining step. A sudden, sharp sputter sounding as intense flames surround Axel. A sudden, loud howl sounding from a massive fire beast. A sudden, radiant blaze. A sudden, soft drip sounding as Axel feels like he is trapped inside an incinerator. A sudden, heavy pant sounding as Axel struggles to find enough air to breathe.
A sudden, slow sway sounding as a flashback voice asks if he has ever looked closely at his eyes.
A sudden, heavy flop sounding as Axel collapses, while the voice notes fire elementals are drawn to his eyes. A sudden, sharp grit sounding as Axel curses the burden of his cursed eyes. A sudden, low grr sounding as Axel wonders if the spirits would leave him alone if he removed his eyes. Looking at the charging spirits, Axel considers a desperate and self-destructive solution to his pursuit. Axel offers his eyes for free. A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding as a massive surge of heat and flame erupts. Catching a glimpse of the envelope, Axel realizes he has the emergency letter his master provided. Arya records the tragic legend of the red-eyed boy who was always the only one to survive. Axel holds the letter as the narration notes that those with red eyes are never actually burned to death.
Go after the Althat.
The storybook recounts how the red-eyed boy was once tied to a pillar by fearful villagers.
Flames demolish the entire village. The red-eyed boy survives alone.
Axel begins to piece together the truth behind the story and his own mysterious nature.
A sudden, quick lift sounding as Axel reaches his hand out toward the scorching air.
A sudden, radiant blaze. A sudden, bright flare sounding as a spirit bird made of pure fire takes flight above him. A sudden, sharp graze sounding as the firebird's heat singes the fabric of his glove.
A sudden, soft fizzle sounding as Axel observes the minor damage and realizes the truth.
The secret of red eyes revealed. Suffocation and crushing are the true killers.
Axel's eyes ignite with understanding.
Standing amid the inferno, Axel declares that his red eyes mean the fire has no power to kill him.
A sudden, dry crumple sounding as Axel grips the letter, realizing his master gave him the solution.
Recalling the command to hunt the Alpha, Axel sets his sights on the massive wolf spirit, Inferno.
A sudden, firm tap sounding as Axel plants his foot and prepares to strike.
A sudden, heavy leap sounding as Axel lunges toward the massive gathering of fire beasts.
Molten earth burns beneath his feet.
A sudden, bright flare sounding as Axel grunts against the searing intensity of the heat.
A sudden, liquid melt sounding as the intense temperature begins to liquefy the metal of his blade.
Axel reacts with shock and grief as he realizes his father's precious heirloom is melting away.
The intense heat becomes unbearable.
A sudden, thick drip sounding as the liquefied metal of his sword falls into the fire. Looking at his empty hands, Axel feels as though he has truly descended into hell.
A sudden, deep frown sounding as Axel refuses to let the loss of his weapon stop him.
Axel stands defiantly before the towering inferno, resolved to defeat the beast despite his lack of a sword.
Facing the impossible odds, Axel pauses to consider what action he can possibly take next.
A flashback shows the stepfather explaining that an elemental knight is born from taming an elemental beast.
The man explains that a contract with such a beast is the only path to becoming an elemental knight.
A younger Axel listens with wide eyes and asks how one goes about taming such a creature.
The man admits that the process of taming a spirit beast is a very difficult thing to explain.
Axel recalls his stepfather's advice on assessing elemental affinity beyond mere combat techniques.
As the man suggests, the simplest way to tame a beast is to just hang on.
Axel mounts the giant firewolf, noting that the creature hasn't reacted to his presence yet.
Axel wonders if he has already succeeded or if the beast is simply humoring him.
A sudden, firm grab, sounding as he locks his fingers onto the beast's horn.
Axel's eyes ignite with a sudden, sharp realization.
A sudden, powerful roar sounding as the massive firewolf attempts to buck its rider.
A sudden, violent thrash sounding as the beast rumbles, forcing Axel to admit it's the strongest entity he's ever faced.
Blurred memories return of the day his stepfather gifted him a sword for his future missions.
A sudden, sharp grit sounding as Axel vows that he will not perish in this place. With sheer determination, Axel prepares to do whatever it takes to finish the taming process.
The scene shifts to a grand sunlit tower as a white carriage approaches the gates.
Peeking from the carriage window, Arya wonders if Axel is managing his difficult mission. Arya is startled to find her grandfather watching her, as she had claimed to be there only for him.
Arya reflects on her dual purpose while traveling with her grandfather, Simon, and her guards.
Arya admits to her grandfather that she is deeply worried about the boy she is sponsoring.
Arya notes that her family is fully aware of her commitment to helping Axel succeed.
Arya recalls researching her father's laboratory records and her grandfather's interest in the legend of the red eyes.
Arya feels conflicted about using her knowledge of the future to intervene in the story's original plot.
The carriage reaches the Western Horse Pagoda near the desert where Axel's mission is unfolding.
The grandfather explains that he is only there to mine rare crystals, a common local livelihood. Arya remains anxious, reminding her grandfather that this is her first real assignment and the desert is currently plagued by monsters.
A sudden, affectionate embrace sounding as the grandfather laughs at how mature Arya acts for her age.
A sudden, quick knock sounding as someone requests entry to the carriage. Simon informs the great mage that it is time for his academic lessons to begin. The grandfather departs, telling Arya to return to the estate before sunset.
A sudden, sharp click sounding as Arya waves goodbye from inside the departing carriage.
Arya reflects on the protagonist's destiny to eventually master the fire that cannot kill him.
Arya writes a new entry, acknowledging how her interventions are reshaping the original timeline.
Despite her efforts to maintain consistency, Arya knows the world is changing around her.
She observes the many differences that have emerged between this reality and the original book.
Arya focuses on the emergency letter she wrote to prevent a tragic outcome.
In the original timeline, Axel only learned the truth after losing one of his eyes in a desperate struggle.
Arya explains that she chose the letter over a direct explanation to avoid hindering Axel's natural growth.
She hopes Axel deciphered her hints before the beast could inflict permanent damage on him.
A sudden, soft pat sounding as Arya remembers Axel as a vulnerable 12-year-old child.
Arya reminds herself that despite his skills, Axel is still just a young boy facing a nightmare.
She wishes for him to return with far fewer scars than the original version of his story.
Arya's breath hitches as she spots something incredible in the distance.
A sudden, heavy gallop sounding as Axel appears, triumphantly riding the massive spirit beast, Fear.
The legendary Axel Valentine arrives at the meeting point atop the flaming wolf. Arya beams with joy, celebrating the success of her intervention.
Simon is ordered to meet the arrival, assess the situation, and report back immediately.
A sudden, quick rustle sounding as the dark-haired warrior prepares her equipment for the encounter.
Arya insists on remaining hidden, refusing to meet any newcomers in person for the time being.
The warrior follows her orders, acknowledging that Arya always has a hidden reason for her secrecy. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as the staff is overwhelmed by the sight of the tamed spirit beast. Axel looms over the carriage on the back of the golden-horned wolf, proving he has truly tamed fear. A sudden, quick hop sounding as Axel dismounts while a healer rushes forward to treat his wounds. A sudden, firm tap sounding as Axel urgently demands to know the whereabouts of his master.
Simon insists that Axel receives medical attention immediately as he suspects the boy has suffered a leg fracture. A sudden, sharp grit sounding as Axel grinds his teeth in a mixture of physical pain and frustration.
Axel accuses Simon of knowing the true nature of his mission from the start. Axel recalls how his father's sword was destroyed by the heat, yet the items provided by his master remained untouched.
He realizes with startling clarity that his entire struggle was orchestrated specifically to lead him to the beast, Fear.
Nika finds Axel's attitude toward his beneficate cheeky, while Arya softly tells her companion to hold on and stay calm.
Narration observes that a supporter is fully entitled to feel anger toward the protagonist they are helping. Arya reflects on her role in Axel's life while he stands before her, visibly battered but internally changed. Axel suddenly reaches his limit and loses consciousness, prompting a startled exclamation from those nearby.
Nika alerts her lady that Axel has finally collapsed under the strain of his injuries and exhaustion.
Arya decides they should wait for Simon to arrive before deciding how to proceed with the boy's care.
Inside the carriage, Simon reports that while Axel has broken legs and severe dehydration, his life is not in danger.
A sudden soft sigh sounding as Arya learns that Axel's strong constitution and spirit water will ensure a swift recovery.
Arya orders an immediate return to the mansion and the summoning of a priest to heal Axel's wounds. Simon advises Arya that she will be responsible for him for a time and must report any minor issues.
A sudden soft giggle sounding as Arya smiles with quiet satisfaction at the successful outcome of her intervention. A sudden, energetic snap sounding as Arya promises to double the bonus for Axel's safe recovery, motivating Simon's full cooperation.
Simon adjusts his glasses and notes Axel's incredible feat at 12, questioning if she plans to scout talent from all sides.
Arya confidently states that no rivals will come for him because the world remains unaware of his true nature.
A necklace from the Chess Association appears, alongside a system notification about recording an object's mission statement.
Arya explains that the association would intervene if they knew, potentially enslaving Axel for his value as an elemental knight.
Simon questions the point of nurturing the boy if the association's inevitable interference is inevitable.
Arya acknowledges the complexity of the situation with a thoughtful look, suggesting that her plan might still work.
Narration declares that despite his recent victory, Axel Valentine has only just begun his long journey.
As a hand moves a chess piece, the story notes Arya's limited role in clearing the many obstacles Axel must face. Arya ponders the true significance of her actions, wondering if she is making a meaningful difference.
She admits to herself that regardless of the outcome, she cannot bear to remain passive.
The scene shifts abruptly to show the passage of 4 long years.
Official records and documents for Axel Valentine sit on a desk, marking the progress he has made in that time.
Now a young woman, Arya, sits at her desk in a sunlit room, focused on her administrative duties.
A maid enters the room and politely calls out to Ariadne to announce a visitor. The maid informs her that Master Eric has sent an invitation for her to join him in the garden.
Arya prepares herself for the meeting, her refined appearance reflecting her maturity and status.
The focus shifts to a grand building as the local populace begins to discuss some surprising news. Knights observe that the death toll in the subjugation war is dropping and the purification of lands is accelerating.
Domestic workers wonder if the contamination plaguing the land might soon vanish entirely.
A sudden soft rustle sounding as Arya smooths her dress, preparing to step out into the world.
Arya reflects on the numerous significant changes that have transformed her environment during the last 4 years. Narration recalls a time when rumors of a miracle elixir on the black market were dismissed as mere lies.
Despite the widespread disbelief, a few lucky individuals eventually succeeded in obtaining the mysterious potion.
Word spreads like wildfire as the public realizes the elixir's healing properties are undeniably real. The value of the elixir skyrockets as the demand for the miracle cure becomes insatiable.
Everyone from commoners to the royal family begins an intensive search for the origin of the miracle potion.
Arya visits the temple accompanied by her grandfather, the Great Wizard, as her influence continues to grow.
A sudden, firm grip sounding as a sacred scroll is held, signifying a monumental shift in her public standing.
Shrouded in a delicate lace veil, Arya offers a silent prayer within the hallowed halls of the temple.
The populace bestows the title of saint upon Arya, praising her for her miraculous contributions to their well-being.
A workshop for manufacturing Weaver's Elixir opens to meet the public demand as the recipe is officially released. Arya walks through the golden gates of a conservatory, her reputation as a savior further solidified by the elixir's success.
Arya reflects on the many significant changes that have transformed her surroundings over the last 4 years.
Eric addresses Arya as a little kid, prompting a look of mild surprise from his younger sister. Eric Weaver, now 20 years old, has officially become a full-fledged adult and earl.
Arya offers a gentle smile as she looks toward her mature and dignified older brother.
Arya playfully calls Eric a stupid bastard, much to his shock and immediate indignation.
Eric feigns deafness as they bicker, acknowledging that such insults are practically affectionate nicknames among siblings.
Arya jokes about the end of the world while Eric observes her from his seat in the sunlit conservatory. Eric mentions that he has seen many people sending letters to his sister lately. Arya's attention is drawn to a specific letter bearing a red wax seal, wondering if it's from the Duke of Elder. Narration notes that the Duke of Elder has partially turned away as rumors of daughter abuse remain unsettled.
The Duke's reputation has utterly collapsed, leaving him in a state of ruin and despair.
A sudden soft sigh sounding as Arya recalls the Duke sending letters to claim a share of her elixir's profits. Eric advises her to let the servants handle such annoying correspondence to protect her from unnecessary stress.
Eric pulls Arya into a protective embrace, suggesting they review the letters together to ensure her safety.
Arya realizes that her brother is genuinely worried she might be emotionally hurt by the Duke's manipulative letters.
Arya admits she likes the attention and care her brother is showing her.
She reflects on how the Weaver family has become her true source of warmth and growth.
Arya views her family, including her grandfather and Eric, as a place of kindness and devotion.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as Arya handles the letters, no longer feeling any fear toward them.
Eric questions what nonsense Arya is talking about as they sort through the mail together. Arya's gaze sharpens as she spots something unusual tucked between the various envelopes. A sudden grip sounding as Eric picks up a decorative pink envelope from the pile.
Eric presents the envelope to Arya, who asks with curiosity what it could be.
Arya's eyes in genuine shock as she gazes at the contents of the decorative letter. The document is revealed to be a wedding invitation for Franz Eldier and Rita Picaro. Arya is stunned to realize the Duke is remarrying, an event that never occurred in the original story. Narration explains that after years of mourning his wife and daughter, the Duke has found love again. The invitation formally requests their presence at the wedding ceremony to brighten the occasion. Arya is deeply unsettled by the name Rita Picaro, a character who did not exist in the book. She wonders if the Duke found a new successor to replace her because of her absence. In the original story, a stepdaughter was brought in as the successor, but Arya's continued existence complicates the succession. Arya remains deep in thought while holding the unexpected wedding invitation. Eric watches her with a knowing smile, confident in her ability to handle the situation. Eric affectionately pats Arya's head, praising her for being both savage and smart. Eric offers to brush her hair again, ignoring Arya's protests about him ruining her appearance. Arya jokingly tells him to stop messing with other people's hair and stick to hers instead.
And dismisses the idea of finding others, declaring that Arya is all the family he needs.
Eric hands Arya a gold coin and playfully encourages her to show off more of her cuteness. Eric thinks to himself that she is undeniably cute regardless of how she acts. Arya holds her hands to her face with a soft blush while Eric smiles warmly behind her. Eric observes that she seems happy with his affection, even when she pretends to be annoyed. He expresses a heartfelt wish to be able to pat her head every single day. The scene shifts to the mansion at night under a full, bright moon. A sudden, soft rustle sounding as a basket overflowing with decorative cookies is presented. Arya sits in her bed, holding the basket of cookies while reflecting on her busy day. A look of peaceful contentment crosses Arya's face as she enjoys her quiet evening. Arya retreats to the library, determined to research more about the changes in the timeline before sleeping. A silver-haired child with bright yellow eyes suddenly appears, radiating pure joy. A sudden, happy laugh sounding as the child beams over the delicious-looking basket of cookies. Arya jokingly asks the child to choose between her and the cookies and is told they love both equally. Arya observes that Pi has not physically aged at all during their years together. Pi's communication and efficiency have improved significantly despite her lack of physical growth. A sudden, happy munching sounding as Pi enjoys a cookie, determined to pursue her own goals. In the library, Arya questions Pi about the identity of a woman named Rita Picaro. Pi confirms that the name Rita Picaro was never mentioned in the original story. Arya notes that Pi's memory of the original book is far more detailed than her own. Pi excitedly mentions a secret room they used to visit, causing Arya some confusion. A sudden, soft murmur sounding as Pi expresses existential doubt about the world's boundaries. Pi apologizes for her continued failure to find any information regarding Gloria Weaver's death. Arya reflects on how easily they found other characters while her mother remains a mystery.
Despite 4 years of searching, the truth about Gloria Weaver remains entirely elusive.
A sudden, quick rustle sounding as Pi realizes the fantasy library has its limitations. Arya comforts her companion, encouraging Pi to relax and enjoy some snacks instead.
Arya shifts the focus back to investigating the mysterious Rita Picaro.
A sudden, energetic dash.
Pi runs through the hallway with boundless enthusiasm to fulfill Arya's request.
Pi notes that her extensive reading allows her to provide some answers almost instantly.
Arya stands alone in the vast library, surrounded by countless volumes of knowledge.
A sudden, firm slide sounding as Arya selects a specific book from the shelf.
She holds a specialized growth plan she developed for the story's main character.
A sudden, soft flip sounding as Arya recalls the Chess Association's early interest in Axel.
Dark memories surface of the cruel and degrading missions Axel was forced to endure. The association's demands often involved betrayal and the destruction of various organizations.
Arya worked tirelessly to intervene and cancel the missions that would negatively impact Axel's spirit.
The detailed growth plan ensured that only essential and constructive tasks remained for him. Axel pushed himself to the absolute limit, constantly testing his growing power and resolve.
Arya admits she worried her interference might inadvertently ruin Axel's destined path.
She feels a sense of relief seeing that Axel is developing at his original pace.
Arya reflects on Axel's unprecedented promotion to knight level at such a young age.
She contemplates the approaching day when her secret persona, Adrian Black, must vanish. Arya reminds herself that once Axel reaches adulthood, her role in his life will end.
A sudden, loud chime sounding as bells mark the Duke of Elder's brief second marriage.
The nobility gossip about the wedding, noting Arya's expected absence from the ceremony.
The Duke continues to send desperate letters of protest to the Weaver family.
Despite the Duke's initial attempts at contact, a period of quiet stagnation follows.
Winter settles over the Grand Weaver estate, bringing a cold and quiet atmosphere.
The Great Wizard is alerted to the arrival of an unexpected visitor at the gates.
The butler informs the Great Wizard that the new Duchess of Elder has arrived.
The Great Wizard expresses surprise that the Duchess would travel in such a hurry.
The butler confirms they previously notified the Duke that Arya would not attend the wedding.
The butler identifies the visitor specifically as the woman named Rita Picaro.
The Great Wizard senses something deeply unsettling about the woman's current state.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as a memory shows the Duchess in complete disarray.
The Great Wizard is shocked to see bandages on her arm in the same spot as Arya's scar.
The butler reminds him of the order to reject anyone associated with the Elder family.
The Great Wizard hesitates, weighing the strict orders against his instincts as a healer. He ultimately decides that he cannot turn away a suffering patient during the harsh winter.
The Duchess is brought inside, appearing frail and broken as she huddles under a cloak.
A sudden, shaky sob sounding as Rita Picaro confesses her genuine past love for Franz.
Rita admits she was fully aware of the Duke's abuse toward his own daughter. Rita recalls being moved by Franz's manipulative displays of sorrow.
She reflects on the gravity of her mistake.
A sinister interrogation chair sits in the shadows.
Franz looms over Rita, dismissing her pain as trivial. Arya notes Rita's fear in the face of Franz's malice. "I'm so sorry, truly. Please forgive me." She expresses newfound appreciation for genuine kindness. The Great Wizard instructs Zealand to examine Rita's injuries.
Zealand approaches Rita to begin the medical assessment.
Zealand gasps at the sight of Rita's blood-soaked bandages.
The Great Wizard suspects the extent of Rita's hidden trauma.
Arya observes Rita's plight, recognizing Franz's patterns of abuse.
Narration explains how records of Rita's family were discovered.
An old almanac holds the history of the Picaro lineage.
Baron Picaro's family struggled to maintain their estate's magical defenses.
A desolate village stands beneath an ominous, glowing sky.
The Duke of Elder took in the displaced Picaro family.
Rita and Franz met and eventually married after years of dating.
A tiered tray holds an assortment of tea time delicacies.
The Countess prepares to introduce Rita as the new Duchess.
Arya meets Rita at a sunlit outdoor gathering.
Arya recalls her aunt's introduction before the upcoming troubles.
Arya politely introduces herself to the new Duchess.
Rita warmly compliments Arya's appearance during their meal.
A sudden, soft sob sounding as Rita realizes Franz's true nature.
Rita apologizes for initially doubting the rumors of Arya's abuse.
The Countess offers comfort as Rita breaks down in tears.
Arya realizes Franz has found another vulnerable woman to deceive.
Franz's experiments involved dangerous, transparent medicinal potions.
Doubts grow as people notice the tragic fate of Franz's wives.
The Weaver Workshop successfully dominates the potion market. Arya suspects Franz is plotting to launch a new rival product. A dark screen ponders if Franz is developing new potions.
The time arrives for the punitive forces to set out.
Knights in blue cloaks prepare for their departure.
Fearsome demons emerge as the great palace's influence expands.
A mysterious curse begins to erode the Luoma Mountains.
Displaced people flee as monsters invade the snowy highlands.
The Great Wizard and Countess face the worsening oppression.
The Countess orders the castle to be closed to outsiders.
Eric and Veronica agree to stay behind at the estate. Arya watches as the Weaver squad departs for battle. A sudden, firm clock sounding as a dark shoe steps forward. Rita interrupts Arya and Eric with a hesitant greeting.
Arya is surprised by Rita's sudden and unexpected appearance.
Rita insists on her legal role while noting her past.
Arya and Rita agree to speak more casually with each other.
Rita offers a small, tied pouch as a gift.
Rita explains that the pouch contains a spirit lamp.
Rita vows to care for Arya despite her difficult past.
Eric asks if Arya made the spirit lamp herself. Rita explains the Picaro tradition where a mother attaches a handmade knot to a child's spirit lamp as a talisman for health.
Eric notes it's a standard magical item, while Arya worries it's too simple for her.
Arya realizes Rita truly treats her like a real daughter. Arya beams with joy, thanking her and promising to cherish the gift.
Rita expresses her gratitude that Arya accepted it.
Arya admits that while Rita is legally her stepmother, she doesn't truly view her or the Duke as parents. A formal border frames the thought that, as a victim, Arya might not be able to help. The two women share a firm handshake of mutual understanding. Arya considers if Rita's testimony could lead the Duke to the gallows, though she doubts such an extreme outcome is possible. Intense hatred boils over as Arya thinks of her father as a devil she wishes she could kill. Arya stares coldly, questioning if he would be pleased if she were dead. Driven by a desperate need to stop the Duke, Arya wishes she could grow up faster. The mansion sits under the moon. A sudden, cold rustle sounding as the wind blows through the curtains while Arya lies asleep. A sudden, soft hoot sounding as Arya remains in a deep slumber.
Arya's eye snaps open and she sits up in a daze.
Arya steps onto the cold floor. Arya searches for her maid. A dark-haired knight in a blue cloak stops her, asking where she is going.
Arya walks past him without a word as he asks if she's headed to her study. The knight hesitates, thinking she's mature enough to go alone and might feel burdened by his presence.
Concern grows as the knight realizes her lack of greeting is abnormal, and she seems obsessed.
He notices her strange, vacant stare and wonders if she is under a spell.
Dread fills the knight's mind.
The knight bursts into the garden, shouting for his lady as he finds her in a trance.
Rita stands in the moonlight playing a pipe, looking at Arya as she calls her an uninvited guest.
Rita dismisses the uninvited guest.
A new chapter's title appears. Vivid art depicts a dangerous lady. The central title is shown. The knight faces off against Rita, who repeats that he is an uninvited guest.
Rita smiles sinisterly, saying it's already too late, provoking an angry insult from the knight.
The knight charges forward, determined not to let Arya be taken.
He reaches out desperately as Rita holds the unconscious girl. A sudden, sharp flash sounding as Rita whispers to Arya, and a wave of light repels the knight.
The knight falls back in shock as the shadows swallow his lady.
In the darkness, Arya hears someone humming and wonders if it is her maid.
Her body feels impossibly heavy as she struggles to wake.
Rita looms over the sleeping child, telling her to go back to sleep because it will all be over soon. Arya realizes she cannot open her eyes no matter how hard she tries. Distant voices call out her name from a white void.
A sudden, loud shout sounding as Arya wakes up in the library with Pi.
Pi panics, declaring an emergency crisis because Arya's consciousness is being denied.
Confused, Arya explains that she thought she had simply fallen asleep in her bed.
Pi reveals that Arya was actually forced into a deep sleep by medication. Pi breaks down the components of the drug, explaining it makes the victim sensitive to sound waves and dulls the senses.
Arya is unsettled by Pi's robotic and highly efficient demeanor.
Pi confirms that a powder form of the drug was likely inhaled through her respiratory system.
Arya has a terrifying realization that the drug was hidden inside Rita's spirit lamp gift.
Arya questions if Rita acted on the Duke's orders, fearing that every kind gesture was merely a calculated deception. Arya pushes aside her mounting doubts, resolving to prioritize her escape and address the potential betrayal later.
Arya asks about their location, but Pi explains that her current perceptions of the outside world are inaccurate.
Arya urges Pi to scan their surroundings for any clues, no matter how small or insignificant they may seem.
The silver-haired child closes her eyes.
Pi describes a cold, red-haired woman whose form remains visually obscured by a strange, dark energy.
Arya reasons that since they haven't been gone long, they must still be somewhere within the Weaver estate.
Arya believes rescue is imminent while the Weaver Knights continue their search through the blizzard. Arya fears that if her kidnapping is related to a succession dispute, her life is in immediate danger.
Arya asks if her physical body is bound, and Pi confirms that she is currently unrestrained in reality.
Arya realizes that her lack of restraints means she can flee as soon as she manages to wake up.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Pi's expression turns into one of sheer terror.
Pi frantically asks Arya if she is going to die as her panic begins to spiral.
Pi detects a powerful magical ritual being prepared, along with tools intended to manipulate the surroundings.
Pi reveals a horrifying conclusion, explaining that someone is attempting a soul exorcism on Arya's unconscious body.
Arya recognizes the ritual as the creation of Glamis, a tool made from a soul to grant spiritual power. Lore explains how the Duke relied on elixir in the past, but his daughter's use of Glamis was crucial.
Narration notes that the Duke's previous success was fueled by the absolute loyalty of his adopted daughter.
Arya understands that because the Duke lost access to elixir, he has moved his ritual plans forward.
Arya realizes she isn't tied up because the kidnappers only need her soul for the ritual to work.
Arya accepts the reality that the completion of the ritual will result in her immediate death.
Pi bursts into tears and hugs Arya, begging her not to die in such a cruel way.
Arya determines that waiting for rescue is no longer an option, and she must wake herself up immediately.
Arya's eyes widen as a plan forms.
Arya asks Pi to clarify the nature of her existence within the library while her body remains asleep.
Magical lore describes the process of a spirit opening a channel to the Great Spirit to observe desires.
Arya realizes that as a soul mage in Pi's territory, she possesses a unique connection to the library.
Pi wonders if her role as the Great Soul is what allows her to connect with Arya. Arya explains that while direct contact with the gate normally breaks a human soul, their situation is different.
Arya begins walking toward a new destination.
Arya rummages through the library's items, insisting that they are currently interacting with a very special gate.
Arya picks up a sharp utensil and asks if her soul is currently separated from her physical form. Pai is baffled, explaining that souls shouldn't be able to physically interact with objects in the library. Arya tells Pai to ignore the logical inconsistencies and treat the anomaly as a manifestation of imagination. Arya reasons that if her spirit and body are connected, a shock to her soul will force her awake. Pai screams in protest as she realizes Arya's desperate and dangerous plan to harm herself. A sudden, sharp squelch sounding as Arya stabs her spiritual self to break the drug's hold. Arya gasps and sits up in a daze, finding herself in a dark, crystal-filled cavern.
Arya looks around the silent, empty cave.
Clutches her head, struggling with the lingering and dizzying effects of the captor's potion. Arya reflects on the success of her high-stakes gamble, relieved to have finally escaped her mental prison. Arya checks her abdomen and is relieved to find that the spiritual injury did not transfer to reality. Arya stands up to search for an exit. A sudden, low whistle sounding as Arya hears wind rushing through the cavern. Arya walks cautiously toward the cave's light. A sudden, loud howl sounding as Arya is met by a freezing wind. Arya stares in shock at the desolate landscape. Arya realizes with sinking dread that fleeing this remote and hostile location is impossible. Arya gazes at the endless, snowy mountains. Arya finally understands the cruel logic behind her lack of restraints. She was abandoned in a natural cage. Arya acknowledges the freezing weather is deadly. Arya considers a stealthy assassination attempt.
Arya admits her lack of combat experience.
Arya resolves to push past her fear.
Axel's childhood was a desolate expanse, shrouded in the constant haze of pollution, a loneliness that permeated every gray sky.
Axel's past is likened to a hellish struggle. Arya refuses to abandon her current challenge. Arya seeks an escape from the mountains. Arya is startled by a familiar voice.
Shock colors Arya's wide blue eyes.
Rita notes Arya's surprisingly quick recovery time. A sudden, sharp clatter sounding as Arya's weapon is knocked away.
Rita questions the origin of the knife.
Rita orders Arya to return to Sulter.
Arya realizes physical resistance is currently futile. The two women walk into the cave.
Arya admits her perception of Rita changed.
Arya deduces the components of the potion. Rita commends Arya for her sharp intelligence.
Arya asks if the Duke ordered her.
Arya assumes is being blackmailed. Arya seeks confirmation of the kidnapping source. Rita reveals she actually manipulated the Duke. Arya struggles to understand her father's nature.
Rita mocks the Duke's lack of talent.
Rita highlights the Duke's magical incompetence. Rita questions how the Duke could succeed.
Rita claims credit for the elixir's development.
Rita declares ownership of all the work. Rita takes credit for all previous creations.
Arya questions if Rita led the experiments.
Rita clarifies the Duke's limited logistical role. Rita asserts her authority over the Duke. Rita recalls the Duke's many useful resources.
Rita mentions the Duke's numerous other children.
Rita reveals the deaths of Arya's siblings.
Sinister joy radiates from Rita's face.
Rita calls Arya her only successful experiment.
Arya realizes her mother's marriage was loveless. Despair and shock paralyze the young girl. A horrific question explores her dark origin.
Rita notices Arya's growing resistance to drugs.
Rita commands Arya to wait within the circle.
A sudden, sharp snap sounding as thorny vines ensnare Arya's feet.
Arya asks if the Duke was just a puppet.
Rita gazes back with an icy expression.
Arya realizes Rita is much older than she looks. Arya demands to know who is speaking. Rita identifies herself to the terrified child. Rita reveals she is the Dark Magician. Arya stares in disbelief as she realizes Rita is one of the magicians who received the infamous Black Cup.
Please provide the text you would like me to read.
A silver chalice with intricate black engravings radiates an ethereal and menacing glow.
Narration explains that dark magicians abandoned their humanity and sold their souls to the demon world to obtain power, noting that only those with ruined character can receive the Black Cup. A red-haired man reaches toward the floating chalice, as narration notes that magicians are the most common recipients of this dark gift.
Rita grips Arya's chin and explains that those who receive the Black Cup are distinguished from others as dark magicians.
With a sinister smile, Rita notes that most people are unaware of her secret nicknames.
Arya remains frozen on the ritual circle, understanding that the Duke was outmatched by a being with magical knowledge far surpassing any human.
Arya glares at her captor, questioning why a dark magician would bother to create the elixir.
Rita stands tall and explains her simple motive was to achieve fame and status within human society, prompting a confused reaction from the girl. Holding up 3 fingers, Rita asks Arya if she knows the true power of the 3 worlds.
Visions of a hulking orc and a glowing temple appear as Rita describes the 3 major threats as labyrinths, monsters, and pollution. Arya listens as Rita describes the 3 kings occupying the world of Elysium, realizing this information was never mentioned in the original novel.
Rita explains that while labyrinths and monsters are dangerous, the true destroyer of this world is the spreading pollution.
Rita stands over the trapped child, warning that pollution will soon overwhelm the entire battle array if it continues.
Arya asks if Rita serves another power, and the woman happily confirms her true allegiance is to the labyrinths.
Arya looks on with narrowed eyes, commenting that the demon world is in a state of chaos because its inhabitants help their enemies to gain power.
Rita's eyes glow with a menacing light as she scoffs at the idea of this weak world being an enemy, calling her actions mere entertainment.
Rita looms over the girl, asking if she understands the reason behind this lengthy explanation.
Rita stands over the ritual circle and declares that Arya will die regardless of her struggle, as she intends to use the girl's soul as the primary ingredient to create the tool known as Glamis.
Rita turns away, telling Arya to wait patiently since the end is near. A sudden, sharp clack sounding as Rita walks away, leaving Arya to struggle against her vine restraints while she forces herself to stay calm.
A sudden, sharp creak sounding as Arya grips the floor, reflecting on the fact that betrayal is a constant and her worst enemy is tied to the demon world.
Arya remembers the warm and peaceful years she spent with the Weaver family, realizing that her happiness made her forget the harsh reality of her situation.
A peaceful memory of a sun-drenched field filled with flowers and butterflies provides a sharp contrast to her current predicament. Arya closes her eyes and sighs, questioning how she could have forgotten that this world functions exactly like the brutal novel she once read.
A golden vessel pours out elixir as narration explains that the substance is inextricably linked to the demon world, though the Duke never actually received the Black Cup.
The Duke and Rita share a sinister moment together, their expressions twisted with mutual malice.
Narration describes the Duke as an evil man who was lured into a transaction with a dark magician by the bait of the elixir.
A silhouette of Axel looms over the Duke as narration notes that in the original story, the Duke was a normal human whose life would have been consumed by madness if he had touched the Black Cup's power.
Arya looks at an open journal, wondering why Rita's presence was never recorded in the original timeline.
A blue gem ornament sits on a desk as Arya considers the most likely explanation for the changes.
Rita stands amongst red spider lilies and thorns, her expression unreadable.
A hand glows with blue energy as narration explains that soul magic is the natural enemy of pollution. Silhouettes of soul magicians appear as narration describes how they use the power of the great soul to create a protective territory against pollution.
Arya looks on as narration emphasizes that it is impossible to survive long-term in polluted areas without the presence of divine magicians.
Arya kneels in the dark cave, deducing that Glamis was likely engineered specifically to repel the aura of pollution.
A sudden, sharp flash sounding as Arya's eyes glow with blue light, her expression turning fierce as she resolves not to become a mere ingredient for Rita's ritual.
Arya looks at her bound feet, realizing that fleeing into the blizzard outside would be an act of suicide.
Gazing into the dark cavern, Arya admits to herself that she cannot afford to wait for a rescue that may never arrive in time.
Arya exhales slowly, accepting that there is only one dangerous path left for her to take.
Arya stares forward with intense focus, deciding to transform herself into a soul magician immediately.
A vision of a glowing gem being placed into a chest appears as Arya recalls that her transformation was delayed because of the dangerous guided surgery required for soul mages.
Narration notes that the surgery to install a soul gem is so hazardous that it is usually only attempted on those at least 16 years old to avoid lethal side effects.
Shards of a blue crystal float in a void as Arya considers the consequences of using soul power without the guidance of the surgery.
A horrific image of a woman being consumed by red energy represents the warning that a body unable to bear the descent of the great soul will simply perish.
Arya acknowledges the insanity of her plan, but remains firm that it is her only chance at survival. Arya folds her hands in prayer as golden flames erupt around her, explaining that the surgery's purpose is to create a communication channel with the Great Soul.
Arya closes her eyes in deep concentration, intending to send out a signal until a nearby Great Soul responds to her passive channel.
Looking up at the snowy sky, Arya likens her desperate spiritual signal to sending out spam mail, hoping that even an angry Great Soul will take notice of her.
Arya prays for the Great Soul's mercy as a sudden, slow thud sounding. Arya focuses on locating a Great Soul's territory as a sudden, slow thud sounding. Golden light surrounds the focused girl. Arya finds the Great Soul's domain, a sudden, slow thud sounding.
Realizing the proximity, she confirms her target.
She recognizes the soul's terrifyingly fast form.
A gifted book brings back memories. Arya reflects on how the Weavers remembered her interest in picture books about the Great Soul. Looking at a card, Arya offers a heartfelt thanks to her uncle and aunt. Arya notes that she must learn about the Great Soul before becoming a soul magician.
Looking at the book, Arya considers the Great Soul in Weaver and expresses a desire to connect with it.
Seeing a sketch, Arya is surprised by a discovery within the pages.
Narration explains that the 1,000 years of snow-crowned Great Soul resides in the Weaver Mountains, but warns that any accidental connection must be blocked immediately. Arya reads with concern that the Great Soul has been known to reconnect and kill soul magicians out of vengeance. Novel cover depicts a dramatic romance.
The snow-crowned title card appears.
Narration notes the spirit's deep hatred for humans and the danger of forced connections. Legends describe the spirit avenging itself on magicians with death.
Arya realizes that even a friendly soul is dangerous, so connecting to the Snow Crown would be a fatal mistake.
Looking at the mountains, Arya begs for any other great soul to hear her plea. Arya laments her failure, noting that she can only sense the 1,000-year snow crown.
Closing her eyes, Arya decides she must act before Rita returns. Arya prays with intense focus, deciding she must try the ritual now.
Swirling purple energy fills the darkness. Flashbacks recount the first soul magician who urgently begged for lives to be saved and was eventually answered by an enraged great soul. A stone hand holds a flower. Narration explains Arya is attempting the original soul trick, a primitive version of surgery, to summon the great soul of the Snow Crown.
A desperate plea for help just this once. Reaching toward the icy spirit, Arya cries out that she refuses to die in the cave.
The massive soul responds with cold fury.
Light erupts as the magic takes hold.
Looking at her frozen hands, Arya notes that the channel is finally open.
Arya's expression turns to shock as she realizes the power is beyond her control.
Shivering on the ground, Arya notes her struggle to run after being ensnared by the vines.
Frost spreads through the lab as Arya notes this is the only way for the soul to unleash its power.
Rita returns to the laboratory in a panic, wondering what has happened to the cave.
Rita yells at Arya, asking if she has lost her mind and wants to die by using the soul trick.
Arya smiles fiercely, telling Rita she was going to die anyway, and refuses to go obediently.
Arya admits she understands the relevance of her actions, choosing this dangerous gamble over a certain death at Rita's hands.
Arya realizes she cannot adjust the power of the angry soul, knowing she is blind without a guide. Narration explains that a guide is a collection of spells that translates communication between humans and great souls. A guide serves to limit the great soul's power so it does not overwhelm the body.
Without a guide, a soul magician cannot communicate or limit the spirit's power.
Arya resolves to take advantage of her ability to call the great soul out of her body.
Rita prepares a spell while scoffing at the child for being completely fearless.
Arya mocks Rita's barrier magic as useless, explaining that the output of her soul power cannot be adjusted to suit her body. Arya wonders how long she can maintain the great soul before the snow-crowned strength consumes her. Rita grits her teeth and asks if Arya understands the situation, letting out an annoyed groan. Rita decides it is better to knock the girl out as a sudden, sharp flash sounding. Rita's eyes go wide with terror as she asks what she is seeing. Arya looks up in awe at the massive blue glowing figure and identifies him as the Great Soul. Arya observes that the Great Soul has truly arrived, thinking that the dark magician should do her best to avoid them both dying. A sudden booming roar sounding as the Great Soul unleashes a torrent of freezing blue energy. Rita conjures a red barrier to shield herself from the onslaught, cursing the girl as a crazy brat. Rita yells at the girl to wait where she is, addressing her as Ariadne Elder. A sudden, sharp crack sounding as the cave walls begin to shatter under the intense pressure of the spirit's presence. Snow swirls through the pale, overcast sky. A sudden, low rumble sounding as the snowy mountain peaks tremble. Arya shivers uncontrollably, noting that the mere presence of the Great Soul is enough to collapse the entire cave.
Arya watches Rita flee, noting that it is suicide for a dark magician to loiter in front of an aggressive Great Spirit. Arya looks down at her frost-covered hands, desperately wanting to close the magic channel, but unsure of how to do it. Standing before the looming spirit, Arya admits that she no longer has the strength required to close the channel. The Great Soul speaks in a series of incomprehensible, dark symbols. Arya trembles, realizing the soul is trying to communicate, but admitting she cannot understand its ancient language. A sudden, heavy thud sounding as the Great Soul reaches out, making Arya worry that she will die without saying a word. Arya's eyes go wild with shock as the spirit approaches. A golden notification screen appears, announcing that the connection is complete and translation has begun.
A young blonde boy with bright yellow eyes smiles cheerfully.
A romantic illustration depicts a silver-haired man wearing a mask and a pink-haired woman surrounded by roses. Arya is startled by a familiar voice, wondering if she is hearing Pi.
The series title card is displayed in elegant script. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as a notification explains that the 1,000-year snow crown is indignant.
The system reports that the spirit is asking for her age, prompting Arya to shout that she is 12 years old.
The Great Soul stares down with an enormous, glowing blue eye. Arya observes that the massive spirit has stood completely still while looking at her. A notification explains that the 1,000-year snow crown has never seen a soul mage as young as Arya before. a sudden, high-pitched scream sounding as the giant points at the girl, causing her to fall back in terror. Arya looks up as the system prompts her to analyze the current emotional state of the Great Soul.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as the analysis reveals the spirit's emotions are dominated by discomfort and anger.
Arya watches as the spirit begins to fade away into the cold winter air.
A notification confirms that the 1,000-year snow crown has officially left the channel.
A sudden, light clatter sounding as the spirit's form dissolves into sparkling blue shards.
Realizing the biting cold air has vanished, Arya notes that she has lost her connection with the Great Soul.
A sudden light clack sounding as a notification from Pi announces that he has connected to Arya's channel.
Arya asks if he is the Great Soul, but the voice replies that he does not know either.
A system screen confirms that synchronization has been successfully performed. A sudden, quick rustle sounding as Arya notices that Pi's voice is changed, sounding deeper and calmer than before.
A sudden, slow thud sounding as Pi explains he can now serve as Arya's guide.
Sitting on the ice, Arya listens as Pi explains that her survival is his top priority. A sudden, wet cough sounding as Arya wonders if Pi is a special kind of Great Soul. Wiping blood from her lip, Arya realizes her physical state is too dire to worry about other things right now.
A sudden, cold wind! A sudden, distant rumble sounding as Arya hopes the Seeker notices the mountains collapse.
Arya trembles, blood dripping from her mouth as she wonders if she can endure until help arrives.
Arya's blue eye reflects the snowy light of the blizzard.
A notification announces that the Great Soul known as the Fresh Green Plate is trying to connect to her channel.
Arya is confused by the unusual name of the new spirit.
The system reports that the Fresh Green Plate is startled to see her.
Arya realizes that if it is the Fresh Green Plate, it is a Great Soul she recognizes.
Arya remembers a childhood moment in a garden as a notification explains the spirit is worried about her condition.
Arya accepts the offer with a smile, expressing her gratitude.
A warm glow emanates from her hands as she sits amidst blooming morning glories.
System notifications announce the stabilization of the Fresh Green Plate's territory while analyzing its state.
The Great Spirit recognizes Arya immediately, filling the air with a sense of peace as she laughs joyfully.
Enjoying the comforting warmth, Arya practices the skills required to maintain her magic channel as a guide.
Exhausted from her efforts, the young girl falls into a deep sleep surrounded by flowers. A soft, final thank you echoes through the clear blue sky. The scene shifts to the rugged, snow-covered peaks of the mountains.
A sudden, rhythmic clatter sounding as horse hoofs gallop across the frozen ground.
The black-haired man rides with determination through the winter woods.
His gaze is sharp and focused as he thinks of the young lady he is desperately searching for.
He reasons that a kidnapper using magic wouldn't have been able to flee very far from the site.
In a quiet garden, the gray-haired man discusses the lack of traces with his companion.
He mentions that the Snow Leopard Knights have expanded their search to a nearby village.
A sudden, low hum sounding as the man is advised to remain patient until the search concludes.
A sudden, sharp grind sounding as the black-haired man clenches his teeth, insisting he cannot just wait as her guardian.
He remembers the first time he received a special elixir as a precious gift.
Memories of their time together during her Saintess inauguration and many birthdays flood his mind.
He recalls the day he considered the girl his new family, kneeling to offer her a present. An oppressive darkness settles over his thoughts as he fears losing his childhood family once more.
A sudden, heavy thud sounding as he envisions the tragic scene of her falling, vowing never to forgive himself.
A sudden, static crackle sounding as he receives a magic transmission announcing that the search is finally over.
He curses the unknown interference that delayed their progress for so long, while his companion asks for clarification.
High above the peaks, knights fly upon a massive blue soul beast while discussing the presence of dark magic.
The gray-haired man asks for a location, and the black-haired man identifies the southeastern slope of La Chua.
Refusing to wait for reinforcements, the black-haired man decides to charge ahead to the site alone.
His eyes widen with shock as he spots something familiar and unexpected in the distance.
He stares in disbelief at the strange phenomenon appearing amidst the winter landscape. A massive, lush green tree stands in stark contrast to the surrounding icy mountain range.
He identifies the area as a soul mage's territory, noting that some people are fundamentally opposed to such magic.
Remnants of a battle and a fallen staff hint at the dangerous presence of a dark mage in the vicinity.
Narration warns of the consequences of hosting a hostile spirit, which can lead to becoming a demon apostle.
A noblewoman considers the high probability of a conflict with a dark mage at the girl's location. A profile of the girl appears as a gentle pink energy swirls around her.
The black-haired man realizes with sudden urgency that the lady is located right there.
A romantic illustration depicts a silver-haired man and a pink-haired woman as a brief interlude. A sudden, heavy clip-clop sounding as the man continues his frantic ride through the dense forest.
He acknowledges the risk of entering an elemental's domain without permission, but pushes forward anyway.
A sudden, faint rustle sounding as the man notices the horse leading him toward a specific destination.
A sudden, soft clatter sounding as he follows the trail and discovers a shocking sight.
Spotting a figure lying in the grass, he calls out to the lady in a voice full of concern. A sudden, sharp slide sounding as the man leaps from his horse, searching for any sign of the elemental.
He is horrified to find blood on her clothes and wonders why she was left defenseless and alone. Cradling the girl in his arms, the man begs Ariadne to wake up and come back to her senses. A sudden, light twitch sounding as the girl's hand moves slightly in the man's grasp. Her blue eye slowly opens, reflecting a hazy, golden light. Disoriented, the girl wonders if she has been transported to the legendary Paradise Library.
A sudden, bright cheer sounding as a blonde boy greets Arya with an overjoyed expression.
Arya wakes up on a pillow, startled to see that the voice belongs to her guide, Pi. A sudden, soft rustle sounding as Pi pulls her into a tight embrace, explaining that he grew up alongside her. Arya remarks she thought he would never grow up, while Pi admits he is unsure of the process himself. A sudden, soft rustle sounding as Pi explains that his age finally allowed him to serve as her guide.
Standing in the library, Pi asks if his new, grown-up appearance is strange to her.
Arya frantically waves her hands, clarifying that she actually finds his new look quite pretty.
Looking at the handsome boy, Arya realizes she only ever saw his child form and never considered his gender. A moment of quiet reflection as Arya notes that Pi's growth makes her feel more cautious. Blushing slightly, Pi asks Arya which gender she personally believes he belongs to.
Arya thoughtfully suggests he might be a girl, and Pi happily decides to go with that choice.
A sudden, light smooch sounding as Pi leans in, declaring that he is a girl if Arya believes it. Flustered by the kiss, Arya asks if he would be a boy if she thought so, and Pi agrees. Pi smiles because Arya is the only person who has ever entered this private library. Arya encourages Pi to choose his own gender for himself, rather than worrying about her opinion.
Arya asks why she is in the library, and Pi reassures her that Veronica has found her.
A flashback reveals Eric holding the unconscious Arya tightly while riding his horse through the blizzard. Pi explains he brought Arya to the library because she woke up from the pain of her treatment. Arya asks her vision of the Dark Witch if the capture of Lita was successful. Eric tells Arya that he caught the Dark Witch because he couldn't bear to let her escape again. Don't underestimate the strength of your big brother. Arya looks at Eric, acknowledging that she knows he is an awesome person. Arya reflects on Eric's past and how his current protective nature differs from her old memories. Arya asks if the Dark Witch was detained, and Eric confirms he used every normal method available. Eric clenches his teeth, hoping their grandfather will examine the witch strictly upon his return. A dark aura surrounds Eric as he admits he would have killed her if he had continued. Eric reassures Arya that she doesn't need to worry about the elders or the consequences.
A sudden, sharp pause sounding as Eric's expression becomes serious and intense.
A sudden, quick turn sounding as Eric asks if she was tricked into wanting to ignore what happened.
Arya argues that if any faults are found, people will simply blame the Dark Witch.
Narration reveals that the goal of the Hell World is acquisition and the destruction of this world.
The message explains the Duke Elder survived by splitting fractions and must pose as a victim. Lita holds a glowing potion as the text warns of what will happen if this is revealed.
Alice must speak the truth about Hellworld activities, which could influence Arya's own status.
A sudden, firm grab sounding as Arya clenches Eric's sleeve, begging him to ignore the situation.
Eric disagrees, stating he hates the idea of her getting hurt while trying to punish a child.
Looking directly at her, Eric warns Arya not to underestimate the power and resolve of their family. A sudden, light pull sounding as Arya declares that killing the enemy is her job once she is older. Eric is shocked by her cold determination and her knowledge of the throne's inheritance age. Arya looks in silence, her expression shadowed by her dark and focused thoughts.
Eric turns away and simply says that her decision is fine with him.
Narrative text warns that evidence of cooperation with the witch would lead to the Elder's death. The Elder kneels in the darkness, facing the high risk of losing everything he has.
A pile of gold coins falls as narration explains his property will be given to the loyal.
Many hands reach for the falling coins, representing the gifts that will be given to Arya. A golden halo of light frames the narration about Arya needing to stay alive for her inheritance. Arya sits regally on a throne, awaiting the day she legally inherits her rightful title.
Eric's expression softens into a gentle smile as he looks at his younger sister.
Eric agrees with her, noting that their parents and grandfather will surely think the same way. Surrounded by blooming flowers, Arya smiles brightly and expresses her sincere thanks to her brother.
Eric tells Arya to stop overthinking and focus on eating something to regain her strength.
As Eric prepares to leave the room, Arya calls out to him one last time.
Eric is startled and turns back, wondering what his sister could possibly want to say.
A sudden bright cheer sounding as Arya excitedly asks him to open the door for her, while Eric agrees, overwhelmed by her charm.
A sudden soft rustle sounding as Arya inspects the spirits given to her by Lita after finishing her meal.
She considers how the discovery of sleeping pills yielded no results during the investigation.
Arya examines a decorative knot, noting it reflects Piccaro's specific habit, even when the heart is deceitful.
Sitting alone by the fire, she admits she was happy to receive the gift and truly trusted Lita at the time. She concludes that the betrayal shouldn't have been possible.
Arya admits she was deluded into thinking everyone was good because she was surrounded by kind people like Weber.
Memories of happier days surface.
I can no longer easily trust anyone.
A sudden, low flame sounding as she tosses the gift into the fireplace to ensure she won't be hurt by betrayal again.
A sudden wet splatter sounding as she wonders if such a cynical outlook is actually possible for her.
A sudden quick knock sounding as Veronica Bronte announces herself, followed by a soft clatter as she enters the room at Arya's invitation.
Veronica expresses concern, mentioning she heard Arya fainted during her practice session.
She finds it suspicious that Jylen attributed the fainting to tiredness, noting spirit witches don't usually collapse from fatigue.
Veronica looks in shame, taking full responsibility for what happened.
Arya is confused, arguing that Veronica is the strongest member of the Snow Leopard team and can't be defeated even by her aunt.
Arya reacts with sudden shock.
Veronica insists it isn't Arya's fault, admitting she failed to realize the hypnosis in time to stop the escape.
When Arya brings up Lita being a dark witch, Veronica dismisses it as irrelevant to her own failure.
Veronica admits her own subjectivity blinded her, as her mastery over spirits had previously kept her from ever being seriously injured. She felt certain of victory.
Recalling her defeat at the hands of a dark entity, she admits she lost the fight.
She vows to grow stronger. Arya observes her companion's resolve. Arya asks if she truly intends to become even more powerful, and Veronica confirms her dedication.
Veronica warns that seeking more power involves the risk of death and asks if Arya is still willing to try. A sudden, soft "oh" sounding as Arya prepares to explain the path to gaining that strength.
Arya tells Veronica to trust her and go to a specific location she has in mind.
Narration explains that after building a fortune with elixirs, Arya and Simon began working together.
The Dawn mercenaries are established. The mercenaries prepare for duty.
Arya explains she ordered the mercenaries to search for the powerful items and information mentioned in the original story. She notes they've found a clue regarding the power obtained by the person who betrayed the protagonist.
Veronica holds the black envelope and asks for clarification on its contents. Veronica identifies the item as a map of the polluted southern area of Decimrim, while Arya questions her. Arya explains that a small pond lies at the marked location, though the path is filled with dangerous monsters. She instructs Veronica to open the letters in sequence at the pond, saving the final one for a moment of absolute deadlock. Arya promises that Veronica can become stronger if she trusts her enough to go to that place. Arya thinks to herself that since she has knowledge of the future and Veronica doesn't, her instructions might seem like nonsense.
A sudden, quick swoosh sounding as Arya wonders if Veronica will actually follow her advice.
Veronica looks at the map and decisively agrees to go. Arya is taken aback by the speed of the decision.
A sudden, sharp stop sounding as Arya asks why she isn't seeking more details, but Veronica feels the explanation was already sufficient.
Veronica acknowledges the danger and potential for death, but asks if the promise of strength is enough for her.
A sudden light shake sounding as Veronica claims Arya is the smartest person she knows, but Arya humbly points to Simon and Eric. Arya reflects on the fact that she isn't actually a genius, but is simply using memories of her past life and the library.
A sudden low hiss sounding as Arya clarifies that she wasn't referring to raw intelligence when she spoke. She explains that Veronica possesses the wisdom to know what is necessary and which choices are truly better. Arya adds that Veronica is a kind and sentimental person, causing the warrior to question her own nature. Arya smiles gently, noting that Veronica has always been someone who loves to give to others. Arya notes that her companion is always trying to help the people around her.
Veronica claims she acted for personal benefit without loss, but Arya argues the intended reward was far too small.
Veronica considers how the path she chose also serves her own needs and wonders why she should overthink it. A sudden, firm clench sounding as Arya grips her bandaged hands, admitting she might be wrong or that Veronica may have misunderstood. Arya expresses deep concern that Veronica might be putting herself through immense trouble for no reason. Veronica remains determined, resolving to take the chance regardless of whether Arya is right to achieve her goals. Arya stares in silent, thoughtful awe. Arya is visibly stunned by the incredible amount of trust Veronica has placed in her advice. Arya reflects on her absolute belief that Veronica would eventually join her as a companion in the Great Labyrinth. Recalling her decision, Arya feels the weight of having entrusted Veronica with such a significant task. A sudden realization sounding as a moment of clarity strikes. Watching the embers in the fireplace, Arya concludes that she understands the foundation of this mutual trust. A vision of the past reminds her that gaining someone's trust requires being willing to give her own first. Veronica smiles gently, embodying the principle that one must offer trust before they can hope to receive it. Arya smiles warmly, acknowledging that her companion's perspective is correct. Arya offers her sincere gratitude to Veronica for placing so much faith in her. Veronica shares a knowing and pleasant smile. The scene shifts to a clear, bright sky. A narration box confirms that the Weaver's subjugation army has finally returned home. Blue flags with leopard emblems fly proudly in the cold wind. The news of Arya's abduction is officially reported to the family upon the army's arrival. Interrogations led by the grandfather and brother yield no further helpful information regarding the plot.
Rita Picaro is executed for her crimes, leaving the grandfather and Eric to stand near the grim scene.
Time passes as the quiet chill of winter settles over the region of Weaver.
Writing as Adrian Black, Arya plans to change the story's ending for her survival while worrying about the protagonist's suffering. Arya pauses her writing, looking deeply conflicted.
Arya considers the plight of those around the protagonist, realizing she cannot save everyone, even with her foresight.
She examines the pieces of fate that have fallen into her hands, even those unrelated to the original narrative.
Arya's gaze sharpens as she rejects the idea of treating people like mere chess pieces for her own ends.
Satisfied with the progress of her secret plans, she playfully considers giving Simon a bonus for his hard work.
Arya turns her full attention toward ensuring the protagonist's growth proceeds as intended.
Looking at an image of a fallen youth, Arya silently urges Axel to survive and conquer the great labyrinth with her.
A sudden, low rumble sounding as the story jumps 3 years forward to the polluted southern area.
A sudden, sharp swipe sounding as Axel wipes blood from his face, noting the oddity of their current assignment.
Axel tells his companion they must complete every mission regardless of the risk to earn their pay and stay alive.
The pink-haired knight is visibly shaken, muttering that this particular mission feels uniquely dangerous compared to others.
Surveying the dark and oppressive landscape, Axel admits the task ahead seems almost impossible.
A character profile reveals the grown-up Axel Valentine at 19 years old.
Axel reflects on the strange feeling he has had ever since they entered this dangerous territory.
Narration explains the area was polluted after a labyrinth closed, claiming the lives of 12 prior subjugation squads.
A twisted tower glows with an ominous and intense light in the distance.
A system message confirms that the difficult task was directly assigned by the master.
Though the mission initially seemed straightforward, the reality of the polluted area proved far more treacherous for the team.
A sudden, monstrous roar sounding as a massive beast ambushes the exhausted squad.
Sleep deprivation and constant attacks take a heavy toll, resulting in more deaths among the group.
Another survivor falls to the monsters, leaving only 2 spirit knights remaining to face the horrors of the area.
Fearing he is the next to die, the pink-haired knight watches as Axel unleashes a devastating blast of hellfire.
Intense flames engulf the battlefield as the power of the spell consumes the surroundings.
Axel harshly warns his partner to stay back and guard the luggage if he wants to avoid being burned alive.
A sudden quick pause. Axel stands amidst the flames.
A sudden, roaring boom sounding. Rock asks why Axel didn't use this power earlier, noting that their allies would have died from the fire instead of the monsters. Rock argues that they have been sent to their deaths on an impossible task that seemed normal at first, while Axel grits his teeth in frustration.
Axel asserts that the master had no reason to assign him such a deadly mission.
Rock recalls that Axel's master is the famous figure known as Black, who famously uses money as kindling.
What of it?
Rock questions if Axel truly believes that Black will never abandon him. Narration reveals that Axel used to hate Adrian Black, especially after the master began removing people he considered pieces from the organization.
Axel recalls the master assigning absurd tasks to remove these pieces, which he initially perceived as selling them off to others.
A sudden, sharp clashing sounding as a former comrade attacks Axel, claiming that being one of Black's pieces grants freedom regardless of the outcome, and questioning Axel's desire for promotion.
The attacker shouts that luck might lead to being selected by the master and demands Axel hand over his current position. Axel eventually realized that Adrian Black was actually granting freedom to the people he designated as pieces, much like moving figures on a board.
The master carefully moves a piece.
A sudden, firm tap sounding as Axel explains that the master personally purchased and liberated those who were trapped by overwhelming debt.
Adrian Black is described as someone who cleverly and casually removed individuals from the dangerous organization one by one.
6 years after becoming one of the pieces,
Axel reflects on his desire to achieve something worthy despite the many difficult days he has faced. Axel received a high-level aristocratic education, including studies in history, geography, etiquette, and nursing. He was consistently provided with high-quality items and elixirs by his benefactor.
Axel wonders how the master knew his birthday when he had never told anyone. Rare items and essential supplies were delivered to him on every single birthday.
Axel notes that even the rare Misril sword, which is unattainable through wealth alone, was gifted to him, making him feel uneasy about the sheer sincerity of the master's goodwill.
A sudden light rustle sounding as Axel recalls how the master always looked out for him during his assignments. Adrian Black always included letters with the quests, providing vital hints to help Axel navigate dangerous or unexpected situations. These letters proved invaluable once again when a crisis struck during his current journey.
A sudden, quick step sounding.
Axel concludes that the master would not have prepared so diligently if the intent were to have him killed, before calling out to his companion.
A sudden, hurried scuffle sounding as Axel admits he doesn't know the master's true intentions while urging Rock to follow him. Axel realizes that instead of taking advantage of him for profit, Adrian Black is actually investing a fortune into his growth. A sudden, loud clatter sounding as coins spill out, leading Axel to believe that the master's investment exceeds any rational limit and represents pure goodwill for his eventual liberation.
Axel considers the master's support a gift rather than a debt. Recalling his father's advice, Axel feels a strong sense of duty to return everything he has received, whether it was given in kindness or enmity. Axel questions if he will ever be able to repay everything he has received and wonders why the master gave him so much.
He ponders why the master put so much heart into supporting him over the years.
Axel focuses with an intense gaze.
He questions why his master never came to see him.
Axel sits alone at a grand table, a sudden dry crunch sounding as he whispers the name of Adrian Black. Axel wonders what the master truly wants from him and who his benefactor really is.
A sudden, soft splash sounding as Rock urges the group to turn back and abandon the mission.
Axel warns that giving up the mission has consequences, but Rock argues that their lives are more important than any assignment.
Rock insists that the lack of water is the least of their problems given the current danger.
Axel notes that entering the labyrinth is fatal for almost everyone, and that only 2 spirit knights now remain.
Rock questions why monsters keep appearing even though the labyrinth is closed, and Axel suggests the nucleus might still be active. Rock laments the loss of their map, but Axel points out that it would likely have been useless anyway.
Axel explains that this is the site where 11 previous squads were wiped out, making a map irrelevant if they failed to subjugate the area.
A sudden loud shout sounding as Rock demands to know what Axel is implying, desperate to survive.
Rock panics, stating that entering the labyrinth with a living nucleus is a death sentence, and begs to return.
Please provide the text you would like me to read.
I'm ready. Please provide the text.
Rock desperately begs Axel to turn back immediately. Axel holds an unopened letter from Adrian Black marked for use only in danger. Axel refuses to give up and tells Rock he can go back alone if he wishes.
Axel asserts he won't die, while Rock questions why Axel trusts the master so much, despite his reputation for discarding pieces.
Rock shares his long history as a piece and warns that masters never act without a selfish purpose.
To a master, every piece is simply a tool to be discarded or replaced when necessary.
Rock argues that even the strong are nothing more than sacrifices intended to win the game.
Axel tells Rock to find a place to rest if he no longer wishes to proceed.
A sudden, heavy step sounding as Axel walks away, leaving Rock behind to wallow in his own despair. The scene shifts to a crimson night under a bright moon. Axel observes that Rock's defensive spirit light is shaking.
A spirit knight can resist pollution temporarily with spirit water, unlike ordinary people who perish when the lights go out.
Both knights rest fitfully to maintain their defenses despite the exhaustion from their previous battle. A sudden, sharp tap sounding as Axel drops a wooden marker and warns Rock to stay alert as the defense wavers. A sudden, sharp swipe sounding as Axel draws his sword to block an unexpected strike from his partner.
Axel is shocked to see Rock struggling as he lets out a pained groan.
Rock has lost his sanity to the pollution, and Axel realizes that falling asleep without defense leads to exposure to the area's light.
Axel briefly considers killing the knight, but decides against it because Rock had shown genuine concern for him.
Axel decides to use a different method since there is a way to cure the condition.
A sudden, heavy thud sounding as Rock falls to his knees while letting out a distorted screech.
A sudden, light rustle sounding as Axel produces a glowing red elixir.
Axel approaches the incapacitated knight with the elixir in hand.
Axel forces the elixir into Rock's mouth while the knight lets out a sudden high scream.
Axel thinks he fortunately has enough of the elixir that the master prepared for him. A sudden, wet cough sounding as Rock recovers while Axel warns him to keep his defense up to stay sane.
A sudden, airy whoosh sounding as Rock realizes he was tainted by the area's pollution.
Axel confirms Rock was hit by the polluted light while preparing to move out.
Axel hands a pact to Rock and tells him to wait while he fulfills the task alone. Rock notes Axel gave him all the provisions and wonders how Axel will manage on his own. Axel points to his glowing bracelet and states his supplies are already with him. Rock is stunned to see the rare inventory artifact and asks if the master provided it.
A sudden, heavy step sounding as Axel walks away while Rock marvels at the extreme luxury of the item.
Axel considers the master's indirect way of allowing him to keep the precious inventory.
Narration reveals the inventory was obtained after Axel followed a suggestion in Adrian's letter during a previous task.
Axel recalls finding the inventory ring and handing it over to the master as per the organization's rules.
The master tells Axel his record necklace is broken and will be replaced with a new one. The master claims task items cannot be checked for problems and tells Axel the item is his now. Axel wondered if the master was subtly instructing him to keep organization items by not returning them. The master adjusts his glasses while predicting the necklace would break from hellfire in the future.
Axel reaches the twisted tower, still puzzled by his master's true thoughts.
Axel consults the master's map and concludes the nucleus must be underground.
A sudden, heavy step sounding as Axel enters the unnervingly quiet tower filled with broken traps.
Axel descends into the darkness with a swish of his blade.
Axel discovers the massive corpse of an unknown monster.
Axel notes the existence of many unknown monsters in the world, despite the long battle.
Axel searches for the location of the nucleus.
Narration describes the nucleus as a large egg protected by monsters at the boss level.
Axel finds a cracked red shell containing a thick purple puddle.
Axel confirms the nucleus is broken and the labyrinth is closed, though the puddle remains.
A sudden, wet slosh sounding as Axel notes it has been a long time since the destruction and the puddle should have dried out.
Axel is startled by a sudden quick swish sounding as he notices something about the doors.
Axel engages in a fierce struggle against the encroaching danger.
A sudden wet squelch sounding as a blade becomes embedded in the fleshy walls of the trap. Axel reflects on his training, recalling how the labyrinth lures prey inside before destroying the exit to trap them permanently. A massive, terrifying insect monster looms over the trapped knight as narration explains that the creature grows by consuming its prey. Axel stares in horror at the fierce monster lurking in the shadows. The scene shifts to a refined man and woman sharing a quiet moment.
A young girl and boy stand together amidst a field of blooming tulips.
In a fractured memory, Rock claims the task is a death sentence, but Axel insists the master has no reason to kill him, even as Rock asks if he truly believes Adrian Black won't abandon him.
A sudden, sharp whistle sounding as Axel stands alone, lost in his thoughts.
A sudden, dry crunch sounding as Axel tightly grips the letter while whispering the name of Adrian Black.
Narration notes that despite everything given to him, the knight's heart remains heavy.
Axel's expression hardens as he resolves that he will not die even if ordered to do so.
Surrounded by hellfire, Axel realizes his sword is stuck and unusable, and even a powerful spirit beast would struggle to defeat this foe.
Axel observes with a keen eye that the monster's body is entirely composed of polluted water. He contemplates luring the enemies into the monster's corpse to burn them, though he acknowledges the insects won't be easily swayed. Axel stares at the chilling message from Adrian Black telling him not to come back alive, questioning the true meaning behind the words. A hand holds a quill poised over a desk as the scene transitions back to the past. A blonde woman diligently writes a letter, noting that she is putting everything she learned into practice. The woman prepares to send a block envelope reflecting on the items she has obtained. Axel looks at the crumpled paper in his hand while narration suggests that Adrian's words are like prophecies. A sudden, rhythmic tap sounding as glowing elixirs appear before the stunned knight. Axel smiles broadly while clutching the mysterious letters. Axel examines an elixir as narration reveals Adrian provided an unusually large supply of the medicine before this task. A sudden, hissing sizzle sounding as the elixir purifies a dark, contaminated form, proving effective against creatures made of polluted water. Axel wonders if Adrian foresaw the crisis and concludes the letter was not a death sentence, but a test of his ability to succeed without hints. Axel closes his eyes with a faint smile, hoping he can pass the master's trial. On the top floor of the labyrinth tower, a blonde girl sits on the grass with a woman named Nika. The girl asks how long Axel has been inside, and Nika replies that it has been about 2 hours. The girl explains she used Veronica's shadow butterfly to sneak into the polluted area and follow Axel's progress. Narration reveals the shadow butterfly is a second spirit beast Veronica obtained 3 years ago, placing her far above other spirit knights. Veronica smiles at the girl while narration emphasizes that her power is the result of immense hard work and perfect conditions.
Nika offers some delicious food, but the girl tells her to eat first.
A caption notes there are 4 hours left until Axel defeats the monster, while Nika laments that eating alone ruins the taste. The girl asks her companion if she can skip the meal, reflecting on the fact that she sent Axel a letter intended to look like a curse.
A silver-haired man named Pi warns the girl that there is a 95% chance Axel will discover her, prompting an annoyed reaction from the blonde youth.
The girl feels anxious that Axel might make a mistake due to his youth, despite the system noting he is now an adult. She worries because Axel lacks a spirit beast and only has hellfire, contrary to the nature of standard spirit knights. A sudden, firm squeeze sounding as she clutches her chest, revealing she has prepared for his potential failure. She reflects on setting limits for Axel's growth to keep him close to the original path, while searching for a way to let him deviate safely. Axel stands with his back turned as flames roar around him. The girl expresses her hope for his growth, but is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected realization. She spots a stranger approaching through the woods and wonders about their identity. The girl identifies the newcomer as another piece, while Pi points out that in the original timeline, no one was supposed to survive until this point. She smiles warmly, thinking it is good that at least one more person is still alive. The girl decides to extract Axel from the polluted area before he finishes the task, just as Nika spots him nearby. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as the girl's eyes widen in surprise. Axel emerges from the dark stairs of the tower, walking back into the light. The girl is shocked to see Axel already exiting the labyrinth. A sudden, soft thud sounding as Axel realizes the entire labyrinth was designed as a trap. Narration explains the tower's design drives prey directly toward waiting monsters. A sudden, sharp top sounding as Axel realizes the missing corpses were devoured by the very creatures he now faces. Narration identifies the creatures as contaminated insects that grow exponentially by consuming their prey. Axel realizes his hellfire is useless against the monster's squishy, fire-resistant casing. A sudden, quick rustle sounding as Axel recalls that the master's letter always contains hidden hints.
Axel stares at the dark envelope with a look of growing realization and dread.
The letter contains a chilling, blunt command telling the knight not to return alive.
A sudden, pained grunt sounding as Axel wonders why he was ordered to die after coming so far.
A young blonde boy and a girl in a pink dress share a tender moment in a garden of tulips. A sudden, heavy step sounding as Axel walks away from the battle, remarking on how surprisingly easy it was.
A sudden, sharp crash sounding as elixirs shatter against the monster, causing its body to dissolve instantly.
A sudden, wet splash sounding as Axel hurls more medicine, forcing the struggling insect to retreat.
Under the relentless barrage of elixirs, the massive monster shrinks until it is smaller than a human fist.
Axel looks down at the tiny, harmless creature and decides his blade is no longer necessary. Axel retrieves his sword, noting the hellfire finally melted the wall and freed the stuck weapon.
Axel walks through the ruins, contemplating what the master will do once the task is completed.
A sudden, sharp flash sounding as Axel's glowing eyes detect an imminent threat.
A sudden, heavy thud sounding as Axel is forced to defend himself against a violent surprise attack.
Axel blocks a blade with a calm expression, asking his attacker what they are doing.
Axel notices his counterattacks are being diverted and identifies the assailant as his former partner. Axel effortlessly pins the man to the ground with overwhelming strength.
The pinned knight lets out a pained, muffled groan while struggling to escape.
Axel demands an explanation for the sudden betrayal.
A sudden, firm grip sounding as the man, identified as Knight, glares up at Axel with pure malice.
Axel warns Knight that attempting to summon a spirit beast now would only lead to more trouble.
A sudden, high scream sounding as Knight begs Axel to stop while being engulfed by searing heat.
Knight is forced to focus entirely on protecting his body, making him unable to call for his spirit's aid.
Axel stares coldly at his former ally, stating that Knight clearly isn't ready to speak the truth.
Knight trembles in fear, his face drenched in sweat as the pressure mounts.
Knight confesses he wanted to steal the precious item to live a life of luxury and escape his misery.
Axel asks if Knight truly intended to murder him for profit, while the man begs for mercy.
Knight tries to spin his betrayal as a twisted way of warning Axel about the dangers of showing off wealth.
A cold, knowing smile spreads across Axel's face.
Axel incinerates the traitor, remarking that he only spared him before because of his perceived kindness.
Axel declares that he has no reason to let someone live if they are willing to stab him in the back.
Knight is reduced to ash as his life force fades away completely. Axel's gaze turns sharp and unforgiving in the aftermath of the execution. A sudden, soft rustle sounding as a mysterious figure in a white hooded cloak approaches Axel from the light.
Axel is confused, wondering if the newcomer is a child or just a very small girl.
Axel notes the morning glory flowers at her feet, a sign of the Spirit Master's territory.
A sudden, sharp clang sounding as Axel realizes this person was the one who deflected Knight's attacks.
Axel drops to one knee and asks for the stranger's identity, sensing no ill will from her.
The girl looks at the remains of the knight, noting it is her first time seeing someone burned to death.
A system notification appears, stating that a mysterious entity cares for the knight.
Narration reveals the girl used medicine to alter her voice while remaining under the watchful eyes of great spirits.
The masked girl tells Axel to calm down and do his duty, reminding him of her order to die.
Axel gasps in shock as he finally realizes the identity of the person standing before him. The girl asks why he returned alive, while Axel confirms she is indeed his master.
A sudden, heavy step sounding as Axel addresses the girl as his master.
Adrian reflects that she didn't want to kill him personally, but she needed him to feel the weight of betrayal.
Axel's attention is caught by a sudden, sharp gasp sounding as his eyes widen in realization.
The masked girl coldly remarks that Axel should have realized the situation and died already, while a system notification confirms her high sentiment with a great spirit allows her to safely utilize its power.
Axel looks on in shock as he is suddenly engulfed by a powerful, swirling vortex of water.
A sudden, loud splash sounding as the masked girl commands the spirit of the sea to surge forward.
Narration reveals that entering this territory causes immediate suffocation and cold-induced blood clotting, as Axel finally understands his master is truly trying to kill him.
Morning glories bloom around Axel as his hellfire is suppressed, driving him to the very brink of death.
The masked girl stands triumphantly amid a field of vibrant flowers as her power takes hold.
Narration explains that this planned betrayal scenario was the reason the master had to appear in person rather than sending an agent. The girl reflects on the danger her other pieces would face if she were to use them all to attack Axel at once.
The masked girl describes her territorial complex technique, which allows her to manifest the power of multiple great spirits simultaneously to overwhelm her targets. The masked girl declares that the moment has finally arrived for Axel to achieve a significant level up in power.
Axel floats helplessly deep underwater, his movements slowing as the lack of oxygen begins to take its toll.
A system analysis confirms the protagonist is not moving, prompting the girl to wonder why he is failing to resist.
The girl believes Axel's training should allow him to find a solution even without his fire, wondering if he is merely observing her.
The girl's eyes widened with frustration as she questions why Axel refuses to take any action to save himself.
A pained grunt escapes Axel as he begins reflexively gasping for air, while the girl silently commands him to come out and attack her.
A grim system notification predicts Axel will die in exactly 1 minute if the current conditions are maintained. A vibrant title card shifts the scene, showcasing a different pair of lovers in a grand sunlit garden.
Axel sinks deeper into the dark, silent depths of the water, motionless against the crushing pressure.
The girl begins to worry, noting that a spirit knight's enhanced physical condition should allow him to endure much longer.
Narration confirms that protection from a fire spirit provides no help for breathing underwater as the girl watches with mounting anxiety.
The girl questions why Axel is not resisting when there is no way he could fail to realize he is dying.
Narration warns that dying in this place would prevent Axel's regression, as a shattered compass lies in a pool of fresh blood. With only 30 seconds remaining, the girl desperately pleads for Axel to move and do something to resist her.
10 seconds remain as the girl urges Axel to launch a counterattack just as he once did against Robert.
The countdown reaches 3 seconds as the girl's heart sinks in the face of his silence. Only 2 seconds remain in the deadly underwater trial.
Tiny bubbles continue to rise slowly from the silent, rippling surface of the blue water.
1 second remains before the final, fatal conclusion of the test. The masked girl cries out in disbelief as the water suddenly erupts with power around her.
A sudden wet splash sounding as Axel stumbles onto the grassy shore, coughing violently as he regains his breath. Axel collapses in total exhaustion, prompting the girl to rush toward him while shouting his name.
The girl suddenly halts her approach and calls out to her companion, "Pi!" The system performs a final analysis of the living organisms currently within the territory.
Axel lies unconscious on the green grass, surrounded by a peaceful field of daisies and morning glories.
A ragged breath escapes Axel as the system confirms he is beginning to recover his physical condition.
The girl holds her mask in her hands, stunned that Axel knew she was trying to kill him, yet still chose not to resist. The girl reflects that Axel's life was truly at stake, yet he remained passive despite the danger. She wonders if his faith in her was so absolute that he believed she would never actually kill him, calling his trust reckless.
Narration explains that regardless of past kindness or an adoptive bond, Axel should have retaliated once faced with a murder attempt.
The girl recalls purposely avoiding Axel to minimize their bond, noting she never gave him a reason for such devotion. The girl looks at the towering figure of the knight, amazed that he would trust someone who was actively trying to kill him.
A gloved hand reaches out gently toward the fallen Axel in the soft golden light of the garden.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as she brushes the hair from the unconscious knight's forehead. The girl smiles tenderly, proud that Axel has grown up exceptionally well.
She reflects on how different he is from his original self, who was once a shady and tired man. Recalling their first meeting, she notes that his current confidence is a vast improvement over his past exhaustion.
The girl realizes she can understand why things have unfolded this way, knowing her favor toward him is not a pretense.
A flashback reveals the treachery of Robert, who led Axel toward a pit of starving monsters under the guise of kindness. The girl reflects on her own childhood, following a deceptive guardian while her heart yearned for her mother. Narration reveals she cares for Axel far more than the original Robert ever did. Her absolute trust is confirmed as a hand receives a mysterious sealed letter. Reflection suggests she believes she has fundamentally altered the protagonist's intended path.
The original Axel was devoid of human warmth and perpetually suspicious.
In the past, Axel's heart was closed, and he possessed no obsessions.
She observes that Axel's total lack of resistance toward her is now his greatest weakness. The girl realizes the protagonist has changed too much to follow the original plot.
The blonde girl decides it is time to implement her next best plan.
She chooses to discard the original narrative and move forward without the protagonist.
Her research in the library has yielded information that far exceeds the original story's scope.
She confidently reflects that she can conquer the Great Labyrinth without the main character.
Understanding that Axel's regression is a trap, she decides that it must never be used.
The girl believes it is better to close the labyrinth and keep Axel safe.
A sudden quick click sounding as she regrets not taking decisive action much sooner.
She views the original world as a place too harsh for Axel to endure.
The blonde girl calls for her faithful companion, Nika.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as Nika appears instantly from the swirling shadows. Holding a small vial, she orders Nika to transport the sleeping Axel to the north.
Nika is surprised to see a variation of a dark mage's sleeping powder. The girl explains she refined the ingredients to ensure a deep, toxin-free sleep.
Narration identifies the frozen maze forest as the destination for the slumbering night.
Nika acknowledges the command with a quiet, respectful response.
The girl tells Nika to leave Axel alone at the continent's northernmost point.
Nika expresses deep concern for her lady's safety while they are separated.
The girl remains firm, refusing to trust anyone else with Axel's transport.
She outlines her plans to visit Aunt Rebecca before returning to Weaver.
A sudden metallic jingle sounding as she checks her compass, preparing for her next task. A sudden, powerful flap sounding as Nika carries Axel away on a massive shadow butterfly.
The girl watches them go, noting Nika has truly mastered the shadow butterfly technique.
She resolves to stabilize the chess association under her masculine identity, Adrian Black.
Her discarded white mask lies in the grass, a secret kept for the future. She knows Axel will find a new home among the welcoming northern minorities. Fire spirit nights are rare treasures in a village defined by ice and snow.
She hopes this new life will prevent Axel from ever seeking his original revenge. The girl concludes that Axel's future path no longer concerns her immediate plans.
A lonely tower stands tall against the brilliance of a setting sun.
Narration reflects on the transition from a harsh past life to a new beginning. The blonde girl kneels peacefully in a field of blooming morning glories. She offers a silent prayer for Axel Valentine to find his own happiness. Her heart sends a final wish for the night to live a joyful life.
A serene, hopeful smile spreads across the blonde girl's face.
The original story's ending is finally put to rest in her mind. The scene shifts to a bright library where a white-haired man rests on books.
The man, Pi, smiles warmly and invites Arya to approach him.
Arya happily runs toward Pi as their voices fill the quiet library hall. The blonde girl looks up at him with a startled, curious expression.
Pi pots her head, noting her growth since she began living as a boy.
Arya ponders whether it would have been simpler to remain a girl. Arya asks why he seems so terrified by her playful and unexpected question. The two share a warm embrace as they enjoy each one another's company. Pi leans in close and expresses his deep happiness to Arya.
a sudden, soft slide sounding as he gently touches her face. Arya feels flustered by the boy's sudden growth in height. The white-haired youth stares at her with a mysterious silence. A sudden, bright flash sounding as the atmosphere shifts around them. Arya's eyes widen in shock as she notices something unexpected. A sudden, firm thud sounding as the boy pulls her into a hug. Arya asks why he keeps switching genders to please her. Pai explains he simply desires to be whatever she likes. Arya recalls his previous form, finding him as cute as a puppy.
A sudden, soft tap sounding as she affectionately pats his head.
Arya asks Pai if he remembers her previous research request.
She needs to find a candidate to replace the story's protagonist. Diverging from the original plot prevents her from bringing Axel along. Arya contemplates the necessary actions for her upcoming journey. A somber and heavy atmosphere settles over the silent library.
A sudden, quick rustle sounding as she sifts through magical documents. Pai compiled a list from the records in the fantasy library. Arya identifies a promising candidate with excellent skills and experience.
Ludwig Blair is introduced as a knight with striking red eyes. His unique traits make him perfectly suited for conquering the labyrinth.
Arya questions where Pai found a character absent from the original. Pai clarifies that the knight was mentioned briefly in Volume 4.
A sudden, sharp crack sounding as she recalls the original lore. They discuss the tragic history of abandoned royalty with red eyes. Pai explains that Ludwig can command a wide variety of spirit beasts.
Labyrinth exploration requires a knight capable of controlling multiple spirits.
Ludwig possesses the rare power to control many beasts simultaneously.
Arya worries about the potential for a disastrous betrayal by the knight. Pai confirms that the records show no history of such betrayal. Arya is shocked to learn he can overcome psychic curses.
Arya asks Pai to check the protagonist's compatibility rating next.
The records indicate a surprisingly low compatibility with the main hero. A sudden, soft thud sounding as she notes the protagonist's past biases.
Pai confirms that Ludwig currently resides in the kingdom's capital.
Arya plans to meet him at an upcoming royal event.
A hopeful and radiant energy surrounds the determined young girl. Narration explains the necessity of lavish events to maintain public morale.
The royal family organizes a mandatory debutante prom every autumn.
Ludwig is certain to attend the ball due to age requirements. Arya expresses her gratitude for Pai's assistance. Pai feels he doesn't deserve thanks because he failed a task. Arya recalls his inability to find records regarding her mother's death.
A sudden, soft slide sounding as she holds Pai's hand reassuringly.
A sudden, soft brush sounding as she comforts her companion. The lack of an official death record remains deeply suspicious. Arya suspects that someone intentionally erased her mother's history. She realizes she needs a witness to uncover the truth.
A sudden, sharp flash sounding as a realization strikes her.
Arya identifies a potential lead for Pai to investigate immediately. Adrian reflects on a childhood memory of being locked in a classroom and saved by a morning glory vine, wondering if her mother had used spirit magic to protect her. Looking at a vision of blooming flowers, Adrian notes that while the greenery lent her mother strength, it also witnessed her death. Adrian questions if a great spirit would ever agree to be a witness, noting that such beings rarely interfere in the affairs of humans.
Adrian looks at her reflection in the water, wishing she could access and share the great spirit's memories to reveal the truth. Ludwig assures Adrian that memories can be visualized and promises to find a way to help her, prompting a quiet thank you. Adrian believes that a witness's memory is the most perfect proof and hopes to use it to uncover the truth behind her mother's passing.
Adrian vows to expose the hidden truth and hopes that Duke Elder remains alive to witness the revelation.
A colorful banner features several elegant couples in a garden setting.
A grand tower stands tall against the deep purple hues of a moonlit night sky. A man with brown hair listens as noblewomen gossip about Duke Elder's absence from the premiere of the palace prom. The noblewomen discuss a mage who lost custody of his daughter after mistreating her, noting that only one daughter is debuting today.
a sudden, chilling shiver sounding as a dark silhouette with glowing red eyes appears at the prom, prompting a witness to question his appearance.
A handsome blonde man stands surrounded by white blossoms with a small blue dragon resting on his shoulder.
A pink-haired noblewoman expresses surprise, wondering if things would turn off immediately, even if they were on fire.
A sudden grand appear sounding as a man in a blue uniform greets Ludwig and acknowledges his presence at the event.
A sudden, respectful bow sounding as the blonde man is formally introduced as Blair, the Ludwig Baron.
Ludwig smiles and suggests they should be comfortable with one another, as he owes his life to his companion. People murmur as Ludwig observes that the turnout for this prom is exceptionally large, even exceeding the debut of the Crown Prince.
Ludwig looks at a portrait of the elder princess and wonders if she could be the famed Holy Maiden of Elixir.
Guests discuss that the Holy Maiden is only 16, though some believe she is much younger.
Ludwig touches his chin thoughtfully, realizing that if the rumors are true, the princess is only 15 and was born in the winter.
Ludwig notes that everyone has gathered out of curiosity for the princess, assuming she is the main topic of conversation.
Ludwig hears the murmurs of the crowd and wonders if the guests are actually discussing the spirit nights.
Ludwig asks those around him about the nature of the elder princess and if anyone saw her become a saintess. A flashback reveals a man explaining that the princess's ceremony was a private, unlisted event held deep within the temple.
Noblewomen discuss how the princess grew up in the remote northern region of Weaver after her father lost custody.
A pink-haired lady suggests that because the princess was raised in isolation, they will have to work hard to entice her.
A sudden low whisper sounding as a dark-haired lady reveals that the abuse the elder princess suffered was exceptionally cruel. Shivers. They talk about a father who experimented on his daughter with unfinished medicine, ruining her health and leaving her unable to see her own face. A sudden rhythmic shake sounding as they discuss how the Duke nearly died from poison and note that the elixir recipe was eventually given to the temple. A noblewoman asks with a look of horror if the events being discussed were ever made public. Ludwig reflects on the dark rumors surrounding the princess, wondering if they are actually the truth.
Noblewomen prepare themselves mentally for the princess's arrival, wondering if she is even capable of proper conversation.
Ludwig remains silent, his expression growing grim as he considers the weight of the rumors.
Ludwig watches the guests across the room, noting the intense and worried expressions they wear while gossiping.
Ludwig decides that the truth behind the experimentation is a valuable piece of information to exploit. Ludwig notes that the debutantes are finally about to enter and tells those nearby to pay attention. Narration explains the decline of the Crown Prince and lists the only 2 facts known about the mysterious elder princess. A record reveals the princess gained the title of saint for her childhood contribution of the elixir formula, despite having no divine power. Ludwig looks at her silhouette, noting she also owns the production company Weaver and was treated as a test subject by her father. Ludwig reflects on the princess's tragic upbringing, noting she was raised as a test subject in a distant place.
Ludwig thinks that the princess is just like him, destined to carry a painful label for the rest of her life.
A flashback shows a young boy abandoned by royalty and driven out of Duradat because of his red eyes. Ludwig reflects that he had to work incredibly hard to build a reputation as the Youngurium Soul Knight to cover his past labels. Ludwig assumes the princess must also be bored with the persistent rumors of her abuse, despite her high title.
A sudden, sharp rattle sounding as an announcer calls for the guests to step in, signaling the princess's turn to appear. Musicians play as the narration explains that debutantes at this prom enter according to their rank, starting from the lowest.
Ludwig watches with a shocked expression as debutantes and their servants enter, realizing the elder princess will be the last to arrive. A close-up reveals an eye glowing with a sudden, intense realization.
Delicate white and purple flowers bloom peacefully against a bright, airy background.
Arya stands elegantly in her blue gown alongside Aunt Rebecca as they prepare for her premiere.
Narration wonders how a young woman could possibly be so stunningly beautiful.
As they pass by, Ludwig notices Arya looking around and wonders if she is actually looking at him.
Ludwig is amazed that the elder princess would notice him and questions why she would choose him.
Arya and Aunt Rebecca look out at the gathered crowd with expressions of mild curiosity.
A radiant and gentle smile spreads across Arya's face as she surveys the grand ballroom.
A sudden, hushed whisper sounding as guests react to the princess while Ludwig remains stunned in the background.
Ludwig realizes with a start that every eye in the ball is watching him because of her smile.
A sudden, curious murmur sounding as guests wonder which person has captured the princess's attention. A man with reddish-brown hair asks if anyone is truly familiar with the princess or her origin. Ludwig reflects that despite his short time there, many people have finally seen him without his usual label. Ludwig watches Arya walk away, feeling excited and wanting to remember this incredible moment forever. The scene shifts to the bright library hall, where a question asks who Arya chose for the first dance.
3 men, including a silver-haired youth and a white-bearded elderly man, sit together on a luxurious couch.
A sudden, heavy sob sounding as the white-bearded grandfather cries with joy over how much Arya has grown up.
A sudden, quick whisper sounding as the silver-haired man makes a quiet remark to his companions.
Aunt Rebecca asks Arya if she is afraid to choose a partner because she might leave someone out.
Aunt Rebecca suggests that if she is undecided, she should choose the person who would cause the most regret.
Arya realizes the correct choice, and Aunt Rebecca encourages her to step out and make it happen.
Grandpa!
A polite invitation is offered, asking the elderly man if he would like to have the first dance with her.
A sudden magical glitter sounding as Arya asks her grandfather for the dance, leaving him completely overwhelmed.
The 3 men are depicted in a state of comical and absolute shock at her unexpected invitation. Her other relatives protest comically, but Arya firmly tells them that they will have to get in line. A sudden, sharp dismiss sounding as the grandfather tells the others to stop bothering her and find their own partners.
The silver-haired man wonders how he will find a partner since all the parents are already paired up.
A sudden, decisive point sounding as the grandfather indicates a specific potential partner further away in the hall. A sudden, graceful tone sounding as a black-haired woman looks back toward the group.
The silver-haired man denies he would ever pair with her, but the grandfather notes his true feelings are transparent.
A sudden, loud scream sounding as the silver-haired man rages that they are only friends while the others depart. Guests gossip that the great wizard, often called the devil, is laughing as he treasures his granddaughter.
Arya and her grandfather begin their dance, moving beautifully together in the center of the illuminated ballroom.
A musician plays a cello, adding a formal and elegant melody to the premiere's festivities.
Aunt Rebecca and other noble couples join the dance as the music fills the entire hall.
The dancers' feet move rhythmically across the floor amidst a shower of light and flower petals. Arya and the white-bearded great wizard share a graceful moment as they continue their first dance. While they move together, the grandfather tells Arya that he has something important he wants to ask her. He mentions he noticed her looking at someone and asks if she actually likes that kid.
Arya asks for clarification, wondering if he means the knight with the red eyes she saw earlier.
A sudden, thunderous bang sounding as the grandfather is shocked by the terrifying thought that she might already be in love.
Chibi Arya explains that it isn't what he thinks. She simply thought the knight was unique because of his eyes. A sudden, protective grab sounding as the grandfather warns her to consider future partners with extreme care. He suggests she tells Sally if she is ever afraid to speak to him, noting her mother would be worried. Arya gives a dazzling and happy smile, feeling the warmth and protection of her family.
The grandfather promises that her family will support her in rejecting any man she dislikes, while she promises to be careful.
Arya silently contemplates that she should try to meet with Ludwig privately behind her family's back.
A sudden, bustling, noisy sounding as the ballroom continues to be filled with the sounds of social excitement.
A sudden, sparkling admire sounding as a nobleman invites Arya to dance and asks about her daily life. A sudden, chaotic, surrounded sounding as Arya is mobbed by admirers, realizing her reputation is massive.
Arya notes that despite her popularity, no one offers business cooperation because they assume she cannot manage a company.
The blonde-haired girl thinks her uncle, aunt, and grandpa want her to make friends, but she has already told them she has no time for such things. Ugh.
The blonde-haired girl looks around, wondering where her brother and Nika are.
The blonde-haired girl spots a silver-haired man amidst a group of smiling men in a grand hall.
The blonde-haired girl steps forward, thinking the silver-haired man is very famous, as two women observe them.
The blonde-haired girl asks the silver-haired man to stop joking and help her. He responds that his help is not free, and she playfully asks if he wants sardines.
The silver-haired man tells the blonde-haired girl she must declare him the most handsome person on earth to everyone present. She agrees, humoring him.
The silver-haired man lifts the blonde-haired girl, declaring he must take her home now out of respect, as glittering particles surround them.
The blonde-haired girl is shocked, questioning the silver-haired man's actions since she only asked for help, while two women in the background express admiration for Mr. Airy.
A man in glasses presents a document explaining that someone has developed a defensive method superior to a graduate thesis, with the robed figure of a powerful mage glowing below.
Narration explains that the method could fascinate both wizards and humans, and the person will become the most powerful wizard both academically and practically, depicted with a roaring magical lion.
The blonde-haired girl, now named Arya, expresses surprise at such high praises.
Airy carries Arya, who declares that this is it, and tells him to put her down, again calling him sardines.
Airy laughs, asking if Arya truly thinks he would put her down so easily. A woman nearby admires him, while Arya feels embarrassed by his antics and believes he is mimicking her.
Arya states she is no longer a child and it is not her first party, while Eerie questions if she expects them to stick together for a long time, privately noting this new side of his little sister.
With a sudden, forceful pinch sounding, Arya pinches Eerie, who exclaims in pain and asks why she hit him before agreeing to put her down.
A sudden, loud clatter sounding as Arya stands alone in a grand room, reflecting on their chance meeting. She then asks Pi to pave the channel for her.
Arya stands gracefully in her blue and white dress, looking confident. Arya smiles while text describes her as the fairy of the blue day, with water flowing behind her as a soft rattling sound is heard.
The water ripples around Arya as she walks, moving with magical grace.
Arya reaches out, thinking about her first party.
A large blue flower with a glowing yellow gem in its center expands.
Arya thinks about the soul fairy that contacted her at her mother's channel, wondering if it loves her because it witnessed her birth and growth.
Arya's eyes widen with a wow as she holds a shimmering green magic stone, realizing the fairy gave it to her as a gift.
She decides to keep the magic stone in her channel so it won't disappear, ensuring she can summon it whenever needed. With a silent, humble bow sounding, Arya bows, offering her thanks.
Arya holds a glowing orb of light in her hand, smiling as she thinks she wants to find someone.
She reveals her true intention for the party is to have that specific person accompany her. Under a full moon, Arya notes with relief that he appeared sooner than she expected. A sudden, soft clatter sounding as she declares, "Found you, Ludwig Plaid!"
A golden-haired man in a distinguished military uniform stands amidst blooming morning glories.
Arya confirms she has found Ludwig Blair.
Arya observes Ludwig Blair and thinks how fortunate he arrived just in time, waving at him. Ludwig Blair is visibly surprised, with morning glory vines shaking around him. Arya observes Ludwig Blair's surprised face from a distance. She thinks going up the corridor would draw too much attention.
Arya's gloved hand makes a subtle gesture, making a quiet slide sound.
Ludwig Blair stands at the bottom of a staircase as Arya thinks that the ladder of this level should be sufficient.
Arya subtly gestures, thinking that this gesture is likely enough to summon him, as mystical cloaks of power surround the flowers near her.
She considers that if he ignores her, she will have to use vines to grab his collar and bring him down. Ludwig Blair gracefully descends with fluttering wings made of water, moving towards Arya. With a distinct clop sound, Ludwig Blair's boot lands softly. Ludwig Blair now stands before Arya on the lower level as they face each other. Arya tells Ludwig Blair he can call her princess, as she feels maiden is too heavy without divine power, and then asks if he is Duke Ludwig Blair.
Ludwig Blair, accompanied by a small blue spirit, expresses surprise that the princess knows about him. Arya privately notes her surprise at learning he is a spirit messenger. Ludwig Blair smiles pleasantly with his small blue spirit hovering nearby.
Arya pauses, considering his appearance from afar. She thinks about his handsome demeanor, his awareness of his appeal, and his ability to maintain boundaries without alienating people, noting a similarity to Elder.
Narration notes that Pi looks completely different from Franz Elder and Ludwig Blair, but Arya thinks their atmospheres are quite similar.
Arya informs Ludwig Blair that it's her first time meeting him, despite having heard many stories about the Duke. Ludwig Blair asks if she is truly serious.
Arya explains the stories are about Ludwig Blair's abilities, stating he is an excellent spirit knight. Ludwig Blair gently rubs his small blue spirit, crediting this kid for all the talk about him.
Ludwig commends Arya for her soul technique, noting it is just as impressive as the rumors suggested. A sudden, quick pause sounding as Ludwig asks if Arya performed the technique because she wants something from him.
Ludwig explains he has a request for the Duke, while Arya wonders if his earlier praise was actually insincere.
Ludwig is asked if he has no desire to become a hero. Arya explains that her ultimate goal is to seal the Great Labyrinth formation.
Arya offers her hand, expressing her wish for Ludwig to join the group she is currently assembling.
Ludwig asks if she is joking, noting that her request is incredibly sudden.
Arya clarifies that they do not have the kind of relationship where she would make jokes.
Arya asks if her ambition sounds funny, noting she is already considering how to seal the formation following her debutante.
Ludwig admits that becoming a soul messenger is a major achievement, but he privately considers Arya to be quite naive. Ludwig asks Arya if she has ever actually seen a monster with her own eyes. A sudden, low rumble sounding as Arya gives a chilling smile and asks if she truly looks like someone who hasn't. A sudden, sharp, hesitant sounding as Ludwig reacts to the massive spectral monster appearing behind the princess. Narration identifies the creature as a superior one-eyed monster.
Ludwig is stunned to realize she created such a vivid manifestation using the energy of the land.
A sudden, quick rattle sounding as Ludwig realizes her work is so detailed she must have seen the beast in person.
Ludwig is surprised to find her skills far exceed those of an ordinary soul messenger.
Narration explains that powerful messengers can transform their surroundings based on the needs of the situation. The complexity of her technique is described as being much more than a simple transformation. A sudden, heavy bluster sounding as Ludwig realizes her ability to manipulate land into intricate forms is truly exceptional. Arya asks if he finally realizes she is serious, while Ludwig acknowledges she is far from an ignorant child. A sudden, soft slide sounding as Arya presents an invitation, telling Ludwig he must confirm her preparations before deciding.
Ludwig asks if she is hosting a party for her team, but Arya mentions she will be inviting Duke Vivero.
A sudden, sharp, startled sounding as Ludwig realizes the document is an invitation to the labyrinth of Relashua.
A sudden, quick flip sounding as Arya predicts the labyrinth will appear soon, leaving Ludwig impressed by her foresight. Arya explains that she already possesses knowledge of some of the specific labyrinth formations. A flashback shows a man standing in a snowy field where Veronica once died while protecting Eric. A sudden, quick glance sounding as Arya reflects on the necessity of Veronica's death while Ludwig watches her intently. Arya realizes she must find a way to make it impossible for him to refuse her invitation.
Ludwig remains silent, his expression unreadable.
Arya promises the one thing he wants most, the prestigious title of Conqueror of the Great Labyrinth.
1 year passes.
A sudden, bustling, noisy sounding as tavern patrons discuss the recent appearance of the labyrinth on Mount Relashua.
A man notes the formation has reached the Great Spirit's territory and is a highest-level threat.
A woman explains the First Army managed to close the threat in only a single day.
The captain of the victorious army is revealed to be the famed Holy Maiden of Elixir.
A man asks about the Holy Maiden's true identity and wonders how young she actually is.
Ludwig sits quietly in the corner of the tavern, his glowing red eyes partially hidden by a hood.
Promotional art features the title The Tyrant Wants to Live Honestly and encourages readers to support the series.
Ludwig ponders of the spirit mage being discussed. Guests discuss the rumor that the Saintess is the youngest spirit mage while Arya surveys a snowy mountain range. A lady mentions the Dawn mercenary team was also founded by the Saintess to gather talented individuals.
A man scoffs at the news, dismissing the claims as nothing more than a lie. He questions why a wealthy noblewoman would ever bother creating her own mercenary squad.
Ludwig sighs, reflecting on how easily unfounded rumors can spread throughout the kingdom.
Narration explains that the Dawn mercenary team only answers to their private master rather than taking normal missions.
The public speculates that only the Saintess would have the wealth and influence to maintain such a large squad.
Ludwig finds the rumors of a young spirit mage to be completely absurd.
Ludwig suddenly remembers that his own master was also a spirit mage.
Ludwig reflects on the fact that the person who called him by his last name was undoubtedly a master.
Ludwig reflects on the identities of his masters, Robert, Simon, and Adrian.
He wonders about the true age of the powerful master, Adrian.
Ludwig considers the rumors surrounding the spirit mage's incredible power.
He questions how Adrian conquered the Northern Labyrinth so suddenly.
Every small detail makes him think of his master's influence.
He recalls her reputation for assassinating targets without killing intent.
Ludwig remembers when the master bought his freedom and invested in him.
He believes she wouldn't invest so much without a specific purpose.
Adrian spared his life.
Ludwig recalls being thrown into a strange place without a mission.
He felt abandoned when he realized he lacked his record necklace.
While wandering, he heard legends of a hero called the Thundercatcher.
Ludwig stands with villagers before a monument honoring the ancient spirit knight.
He believes Adrian's missions always lead to gaining valuable items or skills.
A sudden, sharp realization sounding as he reads a note to not return.
Ludwig realizes removing the necklace helped him avoid the association's surveillance.
He concludes the master intended to hide this specific mission.
He notes the first step was a success.
A sudden, thunderous crackle sounding as Ludwig is bathed in brilliant energy.
Having finished his meal, he prepares to return to the mansion.
After a difficult journey, he arrives at the quiet mansion by moonlight. He finds a certificate renaming the trade union after the Valentine clan.
Ludwig wonders why his father's name was used for the business.
He recalls the elite nature of the Valentine family and their reputation. A sudden, soft slide sounding as he returns the papers to their envelope. He continues reading, stunned by the documents he has uncovered.
The papers confirm the association's dissolution and the transfer of its assets.
Ludwig is shocked to see himself named as the union's owner.
He questions how a massive association could disappear in a single morning.
Ludwig suspects Adrian is the mastermind behind this sudden change in fortune.
A sudden, sharp crunch sounding as he crumples the paper in fury.
He storms through the house, demanding that Simon show himself.
A sudden, heavy slam sounding as he forces open a door.
He finds the room empty and dark, further increasing his confusion.
Ludwig is left wondering what happened during his long absence.
He remembers Adrian's distinct presence compared to other figures of authority.
He hopes there is a deeper purpose to her confusing actions.
He fears being in existence that doesn't matter. A sudden, heavy stumble sounding as his legs give out from stress.
Ludwig worries that his master has finally deemed him completely
useless.
He feels isolated and abandoned as he imagines Adrian leaving him behind. He questions if Adrian truly meant to leave him.
The possibility of being discarded by his master haunts his thoughts.
An illustration encourages readers to support the series on the official website. Promotional art for the series provides social media links for further updates.
Ludwig wonders if his perceived uselessness is the reason for his abandonment.
Wait, did you just say Maria? A sudden, low rumble sounding as an elderly man greets him. The butler greets Ludwig as the master of the house, causing confusion.
The man confirms his new role as the butler of the mansion.
Ludwig demands an explanation for the document. The butler clarifies it is a certificate of entitlement naming Ludwig as the owner. A sudden quick whoosh sounding as Ludwig presents the paper, insisting he never made such a purchase. A sudden soft sigh sounding as Ludwig grapples with the confusion. The butler maintains that despite the lack of purchase, the property legally belongs to him because he received it.
Ludwig questions the sudden disappearance of the chess association. The butler confirms the Valentine family acquired the organization, though Ludwig continues to deny his involvement.
A sudden, sharp grind sounding as Ludwig realizes Adrian must be the mastermind behind these events. Ludwig demands to know Adrian's whereabouts while gripping the documents. The butler apologizes, claiming total ignorance regarding that specific name.
Ludwig identifies Adrian Bullitt as his master and former owner, but the butler explains he was hired by the new management and knows nothing of the past.
Ludwig is stunned by the butler's lack of knowledge. The butler offers to fetch the recruitment contract to provide further evidence.
Ludwig senses the butler is telling the truth. He asks if the man was ever a member of the chess association himself. The butler admits he only applied for the domestic position recently. Ludwig asks if he knows the true purpose of the association he now serves. The butler innocently assumes the association was merely a hub for chess enthusiasts to gather for conventions.
Ludwig is left in silent disbelief at the man's ignorance.
Ludwig asks who conducted his hiring. The butler names Valentine's senior boss as the one responsible for the interview.
The butler offers to contact the boss, noting they have been expecting Ludwig's return and would arrive immediately if called.
A sudden, soft, sweet sounding as Ludwig begins his departure. He asks for the location of the headquarters.
The butler reveals the headquarters is in Kalsmer. A sudden, sharp halt sounding as Ludwig stops to process the news.
Ludwig looks determined to find the truth behind these changes.
A notification identifies the location as the port city of Kalsmer. The scene shifts to the sprawling, sun-drenched harbor of Kalsmer.
A sudden, brilliant flash and rumbling sounding as a massive wave of energy erupts in the city square, startling a local woman. A sudden, heavy whoosh, sounding as a man descends from the clouds on a radiant, golden dragon.
Lloyd surveys with a serious, focused expression.
A sudden, quick bop and surprise sounding as Lloyd lands. The woman stands paralyzed with shock as her belongings hit the floor.
Lloyd remarks that a shortcut over the cliffs makes the journey to the city much faster.
Ludwig arrives at the former headquarters in Kalsmer, reflecting on the butler's information and the building's new purpose. Ludwig's focus is interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps.
Lloyd appears, looking refreshed and cheerful as he greets the master.
Lloyd admits to being nervous initially, but praises the convenience of converting all the association's branches into businesses.
Ludwig realizes Lloyd is also unaware of the association's true history as he accepts a report. A sudden, quick swoosh sounding as Ludwig asks why another familiar face has appeared. Knight greets Ludwig with a warm, confident smile. Knight calls Ludwig his master. A flashback reveals his past anger and confusion over being treated as a mere object.
Knight proudly announces his promotion to top guard, leaving Ludwig bewildered by the sudden shift in roles.
Lloyd explains that their master transformed the association into a business organization, repurposing the former members for escorts and errands. He suggests Ludwig check the security team for more familiar faces.
Ludwig reflects on Adrian's cold efficiency, noting that other masters might have shown more traditional mercy to their servants.
Knight explains they never actually met Adrian and were simply set free one morning by an anonymous notification. A sudden, quick glance sounding as Ludwig asks Lloyd if he ever met Adrian. Lloyd clarifies he only dealt with a representative named Simon Dent. A sudden, sharp grit sounding as Ludwig learns Simon vanished as soon as the handover was completed. Lloyd presents a letter intended for anyone searching for Simon or his master.
A final decree confirms the association has been completely dissolved.
The message informs Ludwig he is now free and commands him to stop searching for his former master. The text warns he will never find Adrian as a vision of the silver-haired woman appears in his mind. The master frames these gifts as a reward for his past service and encourages him to live life on his own terms. Ludwig looks down at the torn documents of his past. The sun sets over the harbor, marking the end of an era.
Ludwig walks through the busy streets, feeling the weight of his new autonomy.
Ludwig accepts he is no longer a servant, but he suspects Adrian's parting words hold a deeper, hidden meaning.
He reflects on the fact that he is no longer considered a mere tool. A discarded locket rests forgotten in the grass. A flashback shows a young, bloodied Ludwig holding a sword. He reflects on how his life once had only one singular goal.
His original mission was driven solely by the need to reach the labyrinth. He recalls his father's instructions about his origin and the necessity of becoming strong enough to survive the labyrinth.
Ludwig resolves to find Adrian Bullet, finding a new and personal purpose in his search.
Ludwig vows to find his real face. Ludwig and Arya share a quiet, ethereal embrace.
Series promotional R.
The team rides through the dense forest.
Arya directs Ludwig toward the top left.
Ludwig prepares a swift and lethal strike.
Ludwig decimates the enemies with a powerful blow.
Veronica reports that the enemies are all dead. Lloyd instructs to gather around the flak.
Leon frantically not to be left behind.
Ludwig defends his speed against Spirit Knight standards.
Arya offers a subtle and knowing smile.
Arya stands resolute as they prepare to move.
Arya checks the situation before facing the boss.
Leon breathlessly confirms that he can still continue. Lloyd scolds the priest for hiding his exhaustion. Lloyd warns that hidden fatigue endangers the team.
Veronica tells the men to stop wasting time.
Ludwig reacts with a silent, frustrated curse. Ludwig reflects on the hours Arya led them.
Narration describes the unprecedented manipulation of the terrain.
Lloyd recalls Ludwig's shock at Arya's hidden power.
The isolation of the boss ensures team safety.
The boss's impact is funneled onto Arya's body.
A flashback reveals Arya collapsing from the immense burden. Her companions worry about the agony she suffers.
Arya shows no intention of giving up despite the pain.
Divine power is transferred to Arya for maintenance.
Leon struggles to maintain the difficult divine connection. Arya decides Leon's involvement must end after this. Arya refuses the Snow Crown's offer to kill Leon.
A system message confirms the offer was declined.
Arya reflects on the priest's inability to learn.
Arya berates Leon for failing at basic skills.
Leon offers a dazed and confused response.
Ludwig suggests letting the matter go for now. System analysis notes a wound on Ludwig's arm.
Arya orders Ludwig to roll up his sleeve. Ludwig tries to downplay the minor injury.
Ludwig reveals the scratches on his forearm.
Leon is shocked to see the actual injury.
Arya demands more careful examinations of future injuries.
Leon questions how to see a hidden wound.
Arya deems the priest's competence insufficient for her.
Leon's docile nature shifts into a scowl when criticized. Arya commands Leon to treat the wound immediately.
Narration discusses the problem of the protagonist's vacancy.
Axel was meant to face bosses alone originally.
Arya uses spirit power to compensate for Axel.
A sudden, brilliant flash of blinding white energy.
Arya considers the priest's insufficient power.
Leon asks if the treatment leaves no scars, concluding that it is a good remedy.
Arya declares the wound healed and directs everyone to face the boss.
Arya details the monster's 8 arms and venomous tail, noting its antennae must be cut.
Arya explains that the monster's massive size prevents its antennae from appearing during isolation.
Arya orders the spirit knights to distract the boss once isolation ends. Arya instructs the knights to break the wall and watch for the tail.
Eric prepares to climb the hill and cut the antenna to limit noise. Eric declares that they have come prepared for this confrontation.
A massive golden energy surge strikes the monster.
Arya explains that the monster will jump blindly once its antennae are cut.
Arya orders the knights to target the monster's weak point on its head. Eric delivers a decisive and powerful magical blow.
Arya assigns Ludwig and Nika to handle the nuclear while her brother returns.
Leon asks if spirit mages always command like this, and Nika replies that it is rare.
A profile introduces 18-year-old Ariadne Elder.
Promotional art features a dark lady in chains.
Promotional art showcases a romantic royal couple.
Nika reports the nuclear's destruction, and Arya prepares to narrow the territory.
Nika admits he will likely become addicted to Arya, much to her confusion.
Nika remarks that he can no longer distinguish between polluted and clean areas.
Nika observes that Arya's power is wonderful because it leaves no traces.
Nika suggests Arya treat him better given his talents, but she finds the current situation ideal.
Nika asks why Arya came to the battlefield despite the limited time remaining.
Arya prepares herself for a personal mission.
Arya explains she must take something and orders Nika to retrieve the antenna's crystal ball. Someone asks if the object is magical, while Arya offers a knowing smile.
Arya plots to use the weapon material to end Duke Elder. A private coming-of-age celebration is held at a grand estate.
Ariadne's party plans shifted from the Waver family to Duke Elder's mansion.
The Duke clenches a letter as he agrees to his daughter's request.
The Duke refuses to help organize the party to encourage his daughter's independence.
Narration identifies Ariadne as the leader of multiple powerful mercenary and trade organizations. The party is successfully held despite the lack of official support. Noble guests gather within the opulent ballroom. Guests discuss that this is the lady's first public appearance since her debutante.
A guest explains she was away conquering the labyrinth as a spirit mage.
Nobles question how she sealed the labyrinth without any sacrifices or contamination.
A guest notes that any lies would be detected because 12 labyrinths were closed.
Arya's grand entrance captures the attention of the entire room. A noble hopes such a powerful person might work for their family.
A guest notes it is difficult to meet Arya because she built her reputation on battlefields. Guests spot the lady and are immediately struck by her presence. A guest observes that Arya remains as breathtakingly beautiful as she was before. Glittering details and blue roses accent Arya's elegant formal attire. A man greets Arya, remarking that it has been a long time. Arya addresses her father, who confirms that 11 years have passed. Arya reflects on her father's emaciated and weakened appearance.
Memories of kidnapping, trials, and failed letters surface through scattered documents.
Narration explains the Duke escaped the death penalty by claiming an evil spirit mage brainwashed him.
Narration observes that while the man has aged in seclusion, his elite beauty remains remarkably unchanged.
The blonde woman reflects on her physical resemblance to him, noting the complexities of their love-hate relationship. She struggles to accept her lineage, identifying solely as her mother's daughter rather than his. A sudden, soft sniffle sounding as the man in the white uniform expresses how much he missed her. He asks if she can finally appreciate his past kindness, prompting her to question what kindness he refers to. He insists his actions were for her benefit, citing the immense wealth generated from his elixir research. A sudden quick whoosh sounding as he takes credit for their current status through his earlier work. Narration highlights the tradition of parents pouring wine for their children at coming-of-age celebrations. A sudden sharp click sounding as he prepares the ceremonial wine intended for his daughter. A sudden steady pour sounding as the vintage wine is served according to long-standing custom.
A sudden light clink sounding as she receives the glass, while he encourages her to return home at her leisure.
He confirms the wine represents his full love, following the tradition of celebrating a child's growth.
A sudden heavy thud sounding as she stares intensely at the liquid, questioning the nature of the love it supposedly contains. She reaches a firm internal conclusion that she absolutely cannot consume the offering.
A sudden, wide splash sounding as she discards the wine onto the floor in a bold act of rejection.
She declares her lack of trust, fearing she would suffer the same fate as her mother if she drank it.
A sudden, sharp grin sounding as she reminds him that both she and her mother are spirit mages.
A sudden, loud clap sounding as she reveals that a great spirit mage frequently visits her.
A sudden, soft flutter sounding as a sheet is removed to unveil a large, ornate mirror.
A sudden, quick pop sounding as an elderly man steps forward, identifying the object as a glass mirror he crafted.
He explains that the mirror possesses the unique ability to reflect old memories when activated by a spirit mage.
A sudden, firm tap sounding as she recalls the lilies her mother grew on the day she died 11 years ago.
She reflects on how her mother perished while trying to protect her, having waited a long time for this revelation.
Narration details the long-standing quest to uncover the true cause of Gloria's death before the debutante. A spirit mage named Pi successfully developed a magical item capable of replaying past events visually.
A sudden rhythmic wiggle sounding as a magical vine is ready to share the truth about Gloria.
A sudden light rustle sounding as Arya presents the results of her difficult search within the labyrinth.
She confronts her father, noting his persistent claim that her mother's passing was merely an accident. He is visibly shaken, unable to provide any counter-information to her accusations.
A sudden low murmur sounding as the gathered guests begin to wonder about the events of the past.
A sudden, loud bang sounding as she vows to expose the reality of what happened immediately.
Her determination reaches its peak as she prepares to unlock the final secrets of her history.
Series promotional art.
Series promotional. The bearded man watches in silence as the truth is about to be revealed to the room.
The man's face contorts with anxiety as the woman promises a definitive answer right now.
A sudden bright flash sounding as the mirror activates, bathing the room in an intense light. A sudden shimmering ripple sounding as the magical surface prepares to display the hidden truth. Arya stands before the mirror, her expression a mix of sorrow and resolve.
She recalls her preparation in the study, struggling to contain her emotions despite knowing what she would see.
A haunting vision confirms that her mother was poisoning.
The past memory shows her father standing coldly over his dying wife's bedside.
He heartlessly asks her how the agony of the poison feels.
A sudden, weak groan sounding as the woman suffers under the effects of the toxin.
He tells her she must regret her foolish decision to halt the production of the elixir. He justifies the suffering, stating that their daughter's mission to create miracle medicine requires facing such difficulties. A sudden, soft gasp sounding as he blames his wife for trying to take the child away from his plans.
He asserts that she could have lived a long life if she hadn't interfered with his goals. He claims they could have found happiness together if she had simply remained content with the situation.
He demands to know why she chose to hinder him and force his hand.
Franz asserts that his elixir has saved countless lives and claims she will understand his actions once she is in the afterlife. A sudden, soft tremble sounding as Franz coldly leaves her to her final sleep.
A sudden, sharp click sounding as Gloria whispers her daughter's name in her final moments.
A sudden, rhythmic rustle sounding as she desperately calls out for her mother while reaching for a gem.
A sudden, soft whisper sounding as voices echo Arya's name around the vine-covered tower. A sudden, soft slide sounding as a glowing core is reflected in her wide, realization-filled eye. Her voice trembles as she questions if the presence before her is truly her mother. A sudden, light rustle sounding as Arya stands before the mirror to witness the painful past.
The white-haired man explains that the memory shown came from accessing Gloria Weaver's spirit channel.
The white-haired man mentions his daughter Gloria and his niece Ariadne while the guests look on in silence.
Franz insists she should not cry while narration details her efforts to invite guests with elixir offerings. The tension in the ballroom is palpable as the daughter faces her father before the magical mirror.
Narration explains the king was invited to the party, and the capital was chosen for an important reason.
The king of the kingdom watches the unfolding drama with a stern expression.
A sudden light rustle sounding as Arya curtsies to greet the light and glory of Abyshal.
A text bubble identifies the man as Duke Elder and the owner of the Golden Horn, Franz Elder.
Tears stream down her face as she boldly accuses Franz Elder of murdering her mother, Gloria Weaver.
A sudden loud gasp sounding and a sudden heavy thud sounding as she demands legal punishment while he denies the truth.
A sudden sharp chill sounding as the king dismisses Franz's excuses, ordering him to save his words for the courtroom. A sudden sharp click sounding and a sudden quick tap sounding as the king orders the guards to arrest the desperate Franz.
The gathered guests murmur in disbelief, questioning if the shocking visions they just witnessed were truly real.
Nobles discuss the horrific revelation of a father using his family as test subjects and killing his wife.
Arya stands in the light while guests pity her for having no father left to pour her ceremonial wine.
The king watches the disgraced duke being led away, noting the deep pity of the entire situation.
A sudden, firm tap sounding as the king steps forward, offering to pour the ceremonial wine himself.
A sudden, sharp glare sounding as the white-haired man asserts his presence, making the king realize he forgot her family. A sudden, steady pace sounding as the king approaches to honor the lady during her celebration. The white-haired praises Arya, telling her she did a truly wonderful job. A sudden, soft gasp sounding as Arya realizes the weight of her emotions after the final confrontation. A sudden, soft hum sounding as her uncle comforts her while the magical wine bottle floats nearby.
Narration highlights the support system of her uncle, aunt, and smart brother surrounding her during the ceremony.
The smart brother and aunt watch as the vintage wine flows into a decorative glass.
The white-haired man offers a toast with a glass of wine against a backdrop of white lilies.
A sudden bright bloom sounding as Arya finally smiles through her tears in the beautiful garden light. A sudden rhythmic clap sounding as narration declares the ceremony has ended in the most beautiful way.
Guests mingle in the ballroom as the significant celebration of the kingdom continues into the evening. A sudden light click sounding as Arya notes the better-than-expected atmosphere of her party.
Arya feels mentally prepared and comfortable, finding relief in the busy nature of the royal event.
Arya plans to meet Simon for a report on the progress of the Elder family's work.
Arya intends to personally check the current situation in the Hall of the Great Temple.
Arya moves through the party, anticipating the upcoming report from her loyal mercenary team.
A sudden heavy thud sounding and a sudden light tap sounding as she nearly falls into a man she assumes is a pillar.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as she catches her breath and offers a quick thanks to her savior.
She looks up to see a handsome man in a military uniform holding her arm firmly.
Narration describes his solemn features, straight nose, and sharp, intelligent eyes that capture her attention.
A sudden, soft gasp sounding as she recognizes Axel despite the significant changes since their last meeting. She quickly covers her mouth, realizing she almost spoke his name aloud in her utter surprise.
She stares into his eyes, bewildered by Axel's unexpected appearance at her coming-of-age celebration.
Series promotional art. Arya tries to calm herself, realizing that since this is their first meeting, Axel should not recognize her, while he thanks her for her assistance.
She thinks that if she manages to leave naturally, he will remain unaware of her true identity. A sudden, tight grip.
Arya wonders what is wrong as Axel continues to hold her arm firmly.
She looks at him and asks if there is anything he wishes to say.
A sudden, light touch sounding as Axel reaches out and gently touches her chin.
Arya stares at him in bewilderment, questioning his strange and bold actions.
A sudden, sharp slap sounding as Arya rebukes him for his rude and inappropriate behavior, deciding she no longer needs to show him respect.
Axel looks into her eyes with a solemn expression and apologizes for being so discourteous. He explains that he acted that way because she bears a striking resemblance to someone he used to know. Arya is stunned by his polite apology, noticing how completely different he seems compared to his past self. She recalls their previous encounters and notes that she was always wearing a mask, making it unlikely he could recognize her face. Arya concludes it must be a simple mistake and tells him firmly that this is the very first time they have ever met.
She reminds him that while she forgave him for helping her once, she will not tolerate any further inappropriate conduct.
Arya begins to turn away, but stops, letting out a confused sound.
She asks why he is still standing there after her warning, and he apologizes, explaining that he is in a great hurry.
Axel asks for her name, causing her to pause as she considers his request.
She tells him that etiquette requires him to introduce himself first before asking for a lady's name.
He identifies himself as the Viscount of Malixire, Axel Valentine, standing amidst a flurry of petals.
Arya's eyes widen in sheer shock as the name is finally spoken aloud.
A text bubble asks what could have happened to cause such a dramatic turn of events.
Axel explains that travelers from the right continent are rare because he hasn't been back to this region for a very long time.
He reveals that his presence at the party is due to a personal invitation from Marquis Oberon.
Narration over a map explains how the Crete Empire became a cursed land 20 years ago, dividing the mainland into left and right continents. As the cursed territory expanded over time, trading and social exchange between the two continents slowly ceased.
A red moon hangs over a dark forest as narration notes that all routes were completely blocked a decade ago.
Axel's legendary titles include Dragon Killer, a moniker he attained by the age of 22. Arya realizes the reason there were no rumors about him was because of the continental separation, as she had assumed he was living a quiet life.
She reflects on his incredible achievements in Malixire, which were significant enough to earn him a noble title. Axel stands silently, his sharp features illuminated by the ballroom light. He asks her directly if she is Princess Ariadne Elder, catching her off guard.
Arya hastily claims she has urgent work and tells him she must leave the party immediately.
Axel remains in place, watching her walk away with a silent, contemplative look.
A sudden, loud bang sounding as the doors to the study are thrown wide open.
Simon looks up from his work and asks if his master has already returned from the celebration.
A sudden, heavy pant sounding as Arya hunches over, trying to recover from her frantic departure. She looks at Simon with a desperate expression and asks what urgent tasks he is currently handling. Simon mentions he is busy finding relatives and priests, but she tells him to hand all those responsibilities over to Isabel.
She tells him that he will be going on a vacation to the right continent, leaving him visibly stunned.
Simon is baffled by the choice of location and questions what kind of holiday he would have in such a place. Arya stares ahead with a sharp, focused gaze, already planning her next move.
Simon fixes his glasses and agrees to the trip, asking when he is expected to leave for this holiday.
He agrees to go as soon as a train is available, but asks what his actual mission is.
Arya tells him his true task is to conduct deep research into Axel Valentine.
She mentions their encounter and his claim of having been on the right continent recently.
Simon wonders why Axel would be there, and Arya tells him that finding that answer is exactly why he is going.
A narration bubble points out that certain links prove a deep connection between their shared pasts. Arya looks toward a white mask, thinking about the temporary separation she must maintain from Simon. Simon vows to keep his identity a secret, while Arya thanks him, noting he understood her hidden motives without her having to speak them. She wonders if their meeting was truly just a coincidence, or if it was part of a larger plan from the very beginning. Axel Valentine gazes at his invitation, reflecting on the party's original intent to welcome as many guests as possible.
A sudden, soft sigh sounding as Arya resolves to keep things simple and move past her current concerns. A narrative bubble floating near the castle tower announces that the trial of Duke Elder will soon take place. Arya watches from the balcony as narration notes the Duke's trial ended quickly due to the undeniable evidence against Franz Elder. Franz Elder is led away in shackles by guards, while narration reveals that the dark magic from his past has finally been exposed. A hand prepares poison for Franz Elder, who lies defeated as narration explains this painful penalty was chosen to protect the princess's honor.
Franz Elder screams for help and claims the sentence is unfair, while Arya watches his silhouette with a cold, unrelenting gaze.
A sudden, agonized scream sounding as Franz Elder goes crazy when the lethal poison touches his lips during his execution.
Arya stands high in the tower amidst the rain, refusing to look away until the moment the Duke dies completely.
Arya reflects on the end of her struggle, noting that the long-awaited revenge for her mother and herself has finally been achieved.
Series promotional art.
A sudden, cheerful chirp sounding as the grand white castle stands beautifully under a clear, sunny sky following the transition. A sudden, soft scratch sounding as a hand writes diligently after the Duke's passing, signaling the start of a new administration.
Arya sits at her grand desk in full uniform, officially inheriting the title of Duchess after several hectic months of stabilizing the territory.
Chibi versions of Arya and Pai work frantically through stacks of documents as she fixes the mess Franz Elder left behind.
A sudden, firm knock sounding as Arya looks toward the door, noting that her foresight in sending people ahead saved her years of work.
Arya looks toward the door with a bright, welcoming smile and invites her visitor to come inside.
Belberit Rictus enters the room with a report, identified as one of the trusted individuals Arya had previously sent into the household.
Belberet asks if the Duchess has been sleeping enough to ensure her growth, while Arya laughs and promises to rest after the harvest. Belberet suggests she rest at Weaver where her grandfather waits, but Arya mentions her plan for another conquest after finishing her current tasks. Belberet pleads with her to avoid more conquests, worrying that she will become exhausted and should leave such tasks to the knights.
A sudden, soft hum sounding as Arya smiles, feeling that the cavalry would be empty without Belberet's dedicated and loyal assistance. A flashback shows a 10-year-old Arya receiving a solemn oath of allegiance from Belberet in the gardens of Weaver.
Belberet felt suspicious after being mistreated in Weaver during his past experiences with the knighthood.
The flashback reveals Belberet was the only knight who knew of the experiments and was banished from the knighthood for questioning the Duke. Arya entrusts Belberet with a secret mission to test his sincerity and prepare for the future after hearing his story. Arya instructs Belberet to return to the Golden Horn Knights and beg for his position back to test the Duke's reaction. Younger Arya explains that her plan involves catching him if he lies or utilizing his loyalty if he remains sincere. Narration confirms that Belberet successfully returned to the Elder family and maintained constant, secret contact with Arya. Arya explains how she used Simon to place hired people into vacant positions, eventually filling the castle with her spies. Narration describes these people as her essential eyes and ears who helped identify the Duke's most loyal followers. As soon as she became Duchess, Arya immediately fired all of the former Duke's loyal inferiors to clear the household.
At that time, Belberet was recognized as a loyal knight, securing his position within the new hierarchy of the castle.
A sudden light rustle sounding as Belberet presents a list of new knights selected to replace those eliminated from the squad.
A text bubble notes that the number of eliminated knights was so high that recruitment from the mercenary squad was insufficient.
Arya asks for details on the new recruits, and Belberet describes one specific individual as a monster who is ready for captaincy.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Arya's eye widens in shock upon reading the name of the new candidate on the list.
The recruitment document identifies Axel Valentine as a candidate with red eyes and the power of an elemental beast. Arya asks if the monster-like recruit is the one with red eyes, while Belberet admits he had some initial hesitations.
Belberet explains that the man demonstrated an incredibly skillful magic technique by extinguishing a campfire without even touching it.
A sudden, sharp scratch sounding as Arya abruptly orders his elimination from the list, questioning the safety of a spirit knight with red eyes.
Belberet is visibly startled by her decision, noting that the young recruit's ability is far beyond all other rookies.
Arya clarifies that her reason for the rejection is not simply because of his red eyes, looking deeply into thought.
Arya asks if the candidate only showed one elemental beast during the test, causing Belberet to pause in confusion.
Arya points out that spirit beasts are usually singular, questioning if he was truly revealing the full extent of his power.
Arya officially disqualifies him, telling Belberet to explain that a noble with a foreign title cannot be accepted into the clan's knighthood. A narration bubble over the red-tinted building explains that many nobles only have titles left after losing their lands to poison. A sudden soft hum sounding as Belberet reflects on how the lady's orders are often mysterious but always focused on the future.
Belberet accepts the command while Arya laughs, privately thinking to herself that the recruit would have been an exceptional rookie.
Arya stares into the distance with a thoughtful expression, her mind lingering on the unexpected appearance of Axel Valentine.
A thought bubble questions why he hid his power to join the Golden Horn Knights.
Axel Valentine stands alone, staring into the embers of a dying campfire.
Arya dips her quill, resolving to focus on prioritized tasks as she moves past her concerns.
Morning light streams into a massive, multi-tiered library filled with countless books.
Pi, now appearing as a tall man with long silver hair, works diligently at his desk.
Arya notes that Pi has grown rapidly while he confirms his dedicated role as her guide.
Arya recalls giving Pi a proper desk after finding him writing on the wall while chibi.
Arya worries that finding the necessary priest is taking much longer than she initially anticipated.
A blood-red moon rises as narration warns that a cursed poison is finally reaching the sea.
Shadowy thorns spread across the land, signaling the start of the world's coastal poisoning.
Arya reflects on the original timeline where Axel awakened regression, planning to stay one step ahead.
Arya formulates a plan to close the Great Labyrinth and prevent the possibility of regression.
Pi explains that choosing a priest who matches Arya is crucial and differs from the original story.
Pi asks if Arya's hesitation stems from Lure Inaman's divine power, which she confirms.
Pi notes that only pure divine power can heal internal organs, necessitating a highly capable priest.
Arya observes that Lure Inaman is the least powerful candidate on her current list.
Pi maintains that this specific priest is the best choice for treating Arya's unique condition.
Arya considers the requirements for a priest, including proficiency, improvisation skills, and the courage to fight.
Arya orders an immediate request for Lure Inaman while Pi promises to gather more information.
Arya offers a bright smile and thanks Pi as she prepares to depart for her tasks. A sudden, tight squeeze sounding as Pi affectionately hugs Arya, telling her to call him anytime.
Chibi Arya promises to bring more snacks for Pi next time as they part ways.
Pi watches silently as Arya leaves the room, a mysterious aura surrounding his back.
A sudden, sharp glint sounding as Pi's gaze remains fixed on the doorway with intense focus.
Pi looks at his glowing hands, his golden eyes filled with an unreadable, ancient power.
A sudden, rhythmic step sounding as Arya walks through that gardens in her official Duchess uniform.
Arya notices that Pi seems to have grown even taller during their recent time together. Narration notes that Pi now resembles a young scholar rather than the child he once was.
Arya realizes Pi is not human when she sees his perfectly elegant and superhumanly neat handwriting. Arya smiles to herself, remembering that his writing used to be quite sloppy when he was younger. Arya and Pi stand together in formal attire, reflecting the passage of time and their shared bond. A sudden, soft hum sounding as Chibi Arya reviews her documents with a content expression.
Pi adjusts a pair of glasses, offering a gentle and warm smile toward the Duchess.
Arya decides she will give Pi a pair of decorative glasses to complete his scholarly appearance. Plans for the Labyrinth expedition are finalized as the work of clearing the route begins. Arya is caught off guard by news of a talented rookie joining the Dawn mercenary team. Arya asks if the new recruit has red eyes, startling the vice captain with her specific knowledge.
Alada, vice captain of the mercenaries, explains how he recruited a monster-like rookie named Axel.
Arya is troubled because the team made an exception to their rules just to recruit Axel. Arya confirms the rookie's name is Axel Valentine, causing Alada to wonder how she knows him. Arya questions why Axel only showed one spirit beast, confusing Alada, who expected only one. Arya narrows her eyes, realizing that Axel is intentionally hiding the true extent of his powers.
Arya recalls their encounter, hoping her past kindness will prevent him from showing any hostility.
Arya reasons that Axel shouldn't recognize her since she used a mask and a voice changer potion.
Arya lists the only people who know Simon's true identity, concluding Axel should be in the dark.
Arya remains perplexed, wondering how Axel could possibly know about her connection to her secretary.
A sudden, sharp realization sounding as Arya's eyes reflect her deepening suspicion and internal conflict.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Arya abruptly orders Alada to reject Axel and tell him to leave.
Alada is shocked by the order, arguing that Axel is a prospect with rare and exceptional talent.
Arya insists on Axel's removal for reasons beyond his eyes, while Alada feels a sense of déjà vu.
Alada stares intently.
Arya's followers now treat her as a prophet, asking for glimpses into the future.
The knights and mercenaries grew to trust her after years of their belief being proven right.
Their faith was forged when her predictions shook the entire continent before their eyes.
Alada admits firing an excellent rookie feels wrong, but he values the captain's foresight above all else.
Alada accepts the command, promising to expel Axel when he arrives the following day.
Arya hopes to avoid any further confrontation with Axel, though she remains deeply suspicious.
Arya reflects on the fact that this ordeal is far from over.
The scene shifts to the Elder Duchess's mansion several days later.
Arya enjoys a moment of quiet reflection while drinking tea in the gardens.
Her solitude is interrupted when a butler approaches to announce the arrival of a visitor.
Arya is startled to learn that Axel Valentine has come to find her directly.
Knowing that Simon is away, Arya worries that refusing to meet Axel will only increase his suspicion.
A sudden, sharp clack sounding as Arya sets down her cup and orders him brought to the main room.
Arya gazes at the sky, wondering why the man is so persistent in seeking her out.
Arya sighs in frustration.
Arya notes that the Axel she sees now deviates significantly from the protagonist recorded in the original story.
She remains unsettled by how little she knows about his activities over the last 3 years.
Arya enters the castle, frustrated that the person she once understood so well has become a mystery.
Arya stops in shock. Arya is struck by how much of a stranger the man standing before her has become.
She observes that this Axel is entirely different from the boy she once knew and the man she imagined.
Axel turns slightly.
Axel formally thanks the Duchess for granting him a sudden audience.
As Axel approaches, Arya notices how much his physical presence has matured.
Arya feels a surge of internal tension.
Axel performs a gallant greeting, reminding Arya of the boy she once raised.
A sudden, firm squeeze sounding as Arya recalls the overwhelming strength of his grip from their past encounter. Arya pulls her hand away and demands to know the purpose of his unexpected visit.
Axel asks for a direct explanation as to why the Duke has rejected his application twice.
Axel demands to know the true reason he was barred from both the Knights and the mercenary team.
Arya counters by questioning why a noble of the mainland would lower himself to apply for such roles.
Axel asks if his status as a foreign noble is the sole reason for his rejection.
Arya is stunned when Axel offers to renounce his title just to secure a position.
Axel suggests that the mercenary team might be a more fitting place for him if the knights are unavailable.
Arya ignores his posturing and demands to hear his genuine motivation.
Axel pauses. Axel claims that
Axel offers a charming smile.
made him fall in love at first sight.
Arya is nearly moved to laughter by the absurdity of his sudden confession.
She finds it impossible to believe such a heartless man could speak of love with such a tone.
Arya coldly informs the Viscount that she has no time for his games. Axel asks if he looks dishonest, but Arya maintains that he looks like someone who never tells the truth.
Axel wonders how he can prove his sincerity, while Arya reiterates her refusal to play along.
Arya insists she is telling the truth. Arya dismisses him as a liar as she prepares to leave.
Arya orders the butler to escort Axel out of the mansion immediately.
As she retreats, Arya can still feel Axel's intense gaze following her every move.
Axel remains behind in silence, watching her depart with an unreadable expression.
Days later, the team departs for their mission as the sun shines brightly.
Knights on horseback parade through the town, beginning their long journey toward the labyrinth. The complex, snail-like structure of Labyrinth Miram 13 is revealed to be the team's primary objective.
Narration explains how the labyrinth's past appearances decades ago created a vast and polluted territory.
The once thriving lands around Miram 13 have transformed into a red-skied, desolate wasteland.
A sudden, rhythmic thud sounding as the travelers cross the abandoned and neglected territory. Arya and Pai observe the reappearance of the third labyrinth as it looms over the horizon.
Arya realizes that failing to conquer the labyrinth will result in the pollution threatening nearby lands. Arya instructs her companions to head toward the frontline base village to rendezvous with the priest.
Pai asks for the meeting location and learns the priest is waiting at the village inn. Axel Valentine points toward the distance, recognizing the priest Leon standing near a building.
Leon, a priest with freckles and brown hair, offers a friendly smile to the arriving group.
A sudden, quick patter sounding as Leon rushes over to greet the party with divine blessings. A sudden, sharp tap sounding as Pai expresses his annoyance at the priest's sudden appearance.
Leon insists he is the strongest priest available, despite Pai's attempt to reject his assistance.
Leon boasts about his flawless healing of a companion's wound without leaving a single scar.
Arya observes Leon's arrogance, noting how his first successful conquest has made him overly confident.
Leon claims his golden eyes prove his divine selection, leading Pai to question God's age. A sudden, firm thud sounding as Nika scolds Pai for his disrespectful comments toward the priest. Nika warns of divine retribution, while Axel and Arya watch the group's petty bickering.
Arya decides to proceed with Leon despite his poor attitude, valuing his strong divine power.
Arya plans a strategy that includes using her spirit knights to engage the labyrinth boss.
Arya considers the possibility of summoning her third elemental beast during the upcoming confrontation.
A sudden, rhythmic tap sounding as Arya wonders why the temple sent Leon instead of Lure. A handshake reflects a private arrangement made with the priesthood to ensure a favorable selection.
Narration explains that large bribes allow for the private selection of specific priests for expeditions.
Arya asks Leon for information regarding the whereabouts of the priest Lure Inamen.
Leon offers a smug smirk, pretending to have never heard of the priest in question.
Leon dismisses Lure as likely being weak, leaving Arya in a state of silent contemplation.
Arya worries that the temple's unannounced change of priests signals a deeper, underlying problem.
Arya resolves to visit the temple personally once the current labyrinth conquest is complete.
A sudden, low roar sounding as the party arrives at the entrance of the Miram 13 labyrinth.
Axel Valentine presents Arya with a specialized doll to use for contact during the expedition. Axel explains that the doll is a communication device capable of functioning within polluted areas.
The eye-patched captain announces that the team will finally begin their attack on the labyrinth.
A sudden, heavy thrum sounding as Arya orders everyone to remain strictly within the designated territory. Arya activates a powerful spell, causing fresh greenery and flowers to bloom across the polluted ground. A sudden, soft crunch sounding as the team steps onto the newly purified and magical grass.
Arya recalls information about the next room, warning that it contains a trap that isolates intruders.
Pai confirms that monsters will ambush them once they are isolated by the labyrinth's traps.
Arya reflects on the mysterious curse that will strike whoever attempts to open the next door.
Arya notes that she allowed Leon to join because the labyrinth's structure requires strong divine power.
Arya depends on Pai's ancient knowledge to guide her through the maze's complex traps and structure.
Narration confirms that the strategy for the current attack is actually quite simple. Arya observes Leon with suspicion, unsure if she can trust him despite his significant powers.
A sudden, sharp tap sounding as Arya stops Nika from touching the handle of the cursed door.
Arya informs the group that they must carefully decide who will take the risk of opening it.
Pai suggests that the priest should be the one to open it, causing Leon to panic.
A sudden, quick turn, sounding as Pai decides to exclude Leon from the task this time. Arya takes charge of the situation, declaring that she will be the one to open the door.
Arya explains the trap associated with the door and declares her intention to be the one to open it, a sudden, firm thud sounding.
Ilata questions her sanity, wondering how she expects to survive the curse without any divine power, a sudden, quick pop sounding.
Ilata remains skeptical despite her skill as a spirit mage, but Arya reassures him that she will be safe with the priest's help.
Arya thinks that Pai can assist her in managing the channel if Leon struggles with his role.
Arya orders Leon to manipulate the curse immediately, and he confidently tells her to trust in his abilities.
Arya explains the isolation trap to Nika and instructs her to wear as much protective gear as possible for the encounter. Arya assigns Axel and Eric to handle the mid-level monsters that will appear once the door disappears.
Ilata mumbles that the future Arya foresees must not be too problematic if she is acting this calmly.
Ilata promises to prepare more carefully than usual, while Arya reflects on how many people, including her brother, believe in her prophecy.
Arya admits that her extensive research in the illusion library makes her look like a prophet to those around her.
Arya realizes that Ilata's considerable trust is the only reason he followed her into such a dangerous situation.
Ilata confirms the magic trap is ready, as Arya thanks him and offers a silent apology for the risk. A sudden, bright flash sounding.
Axel calls upon the Orium dragon to support the team during the upcoming battle.
The dragon prepares to freeze the monsters, while Axel confirms they are ready to halt the enemy's movement.
Arya smiles to herself, noting that Axel is performing excellently during this attempt.
Arya steps forward as she begins the next phase of her carefully calculated plan. Arya and Nika walk through the magical greenery created by Arya's power to shield the group.
Arya declares that it is her turn to act as more flowers bloom across the wasteland, a sudden, rushing wind sounding. Arya observes that the curses and traps persist even though she has purified the surrounding territory.
Arya resolves to open the door, placing her trust in everyone to solve the curse as quickly as possible.
Arya reaches for the door, and a violent burst of energy erupts upon contact, a sudden, thunderous crack sounding.
Arya's eyes widened in surprise as she is suddenly pulled away from her companions, a sudden, sharp flash sounding. Arya finds herself alone in a desolate wasteland, confused by this sudden change in her surroundings.
Arya calls out for Pai, realizing she has been isolated within the labyrinth's powerful illusion.
Arya identifies the illusion as a spirit curse and decides to stay still to avoid accidentally attacking her own team.
Arya waits patiently for Leon to utilize his divine power and break the curse from the outside, a sudden, soft slide sounding.
Arya braces herself, knowing that spirit curses typically force victims to witness their darkest and most horrible fears.
Arya is surprised by the peaceful atmosphere, though the thick fog remains deeply unsettling.
Arya notices a mysterious silhouette approaching her through the dense gray mist.
Arya stares intently as the silhouette draws closer with a steady, haunting pace. A sudden, heavy thud sounding.
Arya is shocked to recognize the figure as Axel walking toward her in the void. A sudden, rhythmic thud sounding.
Arya tries to stay calm, reminding herself not to react to the deceptive illusion of Axel. A sudden, firm tap sounding.
Arya wonders how Axel, the main character from the story, could possibly be present in this place. The illusion of Axel kneels before Arya as she remains huddled on the ground in fear.
Axel's hand reaches out to touch Arya's face with a slow, deliberate motion.
Arya's eyes tremble as she senses something deeply wrong with the man standing before her.
The illusion of Axel offers a smile that doesn't reach his cold, glowing red eye.
Arya catches a terrifying glimpse of something unnatural and dark inside the illusion's mouth.
Arya is overcome by a feeling of being trapped as Axel pulls her closer into his grip, a sudden, cold whoosh sounding.
The figure looms over Arya, revealing a distorted and bloody grin that confirms her worst suspicions. Arya realizes she knows exactly what is hiding inside this horrifying version of the protagonist.
Narration explains that a malicious force has taken control of the protagonist's body and soul.
The entity is revealed to be the Demon King, the ruler of the underworld.
The Demon King invaded the world and possesses the forbidden power to control time itself.
Axel became the Demon King's possession the moment he used his time reversal ability for the first time.
Each repeated respawn draws the protagonist deeper into the influence of the great labyrinth.
Axel's body has been perfectly shaped to serve as a vessel for the Demon Lord's incarnation. The power and soul of the Demon Lord have fully transformed Axel's physical form into a monster. The Demon King is simply biding his time until the vessel is completely ready to move. A sudden, soft slide sounding.
Arya reflects on the tragic ending of the novel, a fate she is determined to avoid at all costs.
Arya is deeply shaken after witnessing the tragic conclusion of the original story within the illusion, a sudden, soft whoosh sounding.
The distorted entity wearing Axel's face pulls Arya into a terrifying and unwanted kiss.
Arya struggles against the immense mental strain, begging for someone to wake her from the nightmare. A sudden, gurgling sound. Arya finally returns to reality as her worried team members call out to her in a panic.
Nika leans over Arya, asking the dazed girl if she is feeling all right.
Axel supports Arya as she slowly awakens, still unsure if she has truly escaped the illusion. Arya's body reacts violently to the lingering curse as she coughs up a dark, thick liquid, a sudden, wet splot sounding.
Nika acts quickly, ordering Arya to drink a golden elixir to soothe her internal injuries, a sudden, soft gulp sounding.
Ilada and Pai watch the scene unfold anxiously, encouraging Arya to take the medicine in small sips.
Arya feels the medicine working but remains horrified by the dark, ash-like residue staining her hands, a sudden, soft sizzle sounding.
A series of vibrant illustrations introduces a story about a mother's contract marriage and her young daughter.